Welcome everyone. We are here discussing Kim Jong-un's drip. Apparently he banned leather coats in his country to prevent anyone from copying his style. And there's some argument for that being a good idea. You know, originality is a difficult thing to get started in Asia, but maybe that's the only way to do it. Welcome everyone. We have Aiden and Yiz in the audience, who I may bring on later, as well as many of our regulars as well. Welcome everyone. We have a lot to discuss today, including the outage of Cloudflare, which hit a lot of people, including a lot of you guys today. Luckily, as I mentioned, I was catching up on sleep, and so I missed the whole outage, but I do know a little about it because I have been gathering information. Firstly, let's go through some quick memes. Trump in 2012 said, Obama keeps name-dropping Bill Clinton. He's no Bill Clinton. I mean, Obama's, what, like half white? So there's no reason to believe that he has a big BBC, which we'll also talk about later. Bill Clinton, on the other hand, he has a bit of a reputation of that. Not that I want to know. Yiz says Obama might be half white, but he's full homo. Maybe he is. Yeah, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know enough to say. Yeah, I would lean towards Big Mike being female, but still, it's a funny meme. Next thing. No, well, here's something we pretty much already knew, but now there's data to bear it out. 90% of Indian engineers lack key skills. So when it comes to coding skills, the green section of the ring here is if they're good at it, and then the two red sections are if they're bad at it. The dark red's much worse. For US employees for coding, 34% are good at coding, which is still not that high, but that's probably roughly what you'd expect for a field where you do have to choose the best. So choosing between a third of candidates who are good and the rest of them aren't good enough or could be trained up, it's not too bad. China, 8%, 8.6% are competent, with 81% being less competent and then 10% being just completely incompetent. I mean, that's not quite right, but let's use those metrics for now. And then India, about 10% are competent, with half being competent and then 37% being much less competent. What I find surprising here is that Indians are more competent than Chinese at coding, or at least for the makes a successful program, code can compile and is actually correct. For the China can write code that compiles but isn't correct, doesn't fulfill the goal much more often than Indians, and then about over a third of Indians can write code that doesn't even compile, so it's not even grammatically correct. More Indians trialed in this study could not write grammatically correct code than Americans could write grammatically correct and logically correct code. That's pretty impressive. So we basically already knew that the stats were bad, but it's nice to have them quantified. And I do find it surprising that Indians are slightly more likely to have competent coders than Chinese, but still not very. So yeah, it's about what we expected. Just wanted to list this from Statista. I'm sure you've seen this, Aiden, but it might be interesting for you to go over at some point. Brahmins in action, yeah, kind of. But then it's not
the difference between 9.9 and 8.6. It's pretty different, but it might be within a margin of error.
I would have expected China to be quite a bit higher. Like I would have expected, like if India's at 10%, China's maybe at 15, and then the US is at 35. That's
China's
maybe what I've expected.
Catastrophically failure though, so I would imagine that like a lot of that is just random chance that the code actually looks okay.
Possibly.
I don't know. It's not good either way though. Not good either way.
No. The dark orange area here, I would say, is people that, well, it's obviously approximate, but you've got a better chance of training up the dark orange people because they at least know how to code. They just didn't get it to fulfill the task in time. So that might be people that have been trained but don't have as high IQ. Either way, they could still be useful. The red area is probably people that have never coded or have just not been trained in it at all or have too low IQ for the training to stick. Probably unsalvageable. But of course, there's a massive gradient there in how trainable they'll be. And then the green area is people that do know how to code. Of course, it's going to be a small margin where they got lucky, but not much of a margin there. Because there's very few ways to write a program correctly, relative to how many there are to write it incorrectly.
Yeah.
Maltilo says this is without an IDE. Good question, actually. I don't know.
When I said margin of error, what I mean is that like it may be that just this particular sample it is not entirely representative. So if you were to take multiple different samples of different portions of the population, like that's a small difference is my point, that might be non-significant.
So this is IT engineering graduates. It doesn't say from where they graduated. If they graduated in the US, this is pretty bad. It's very bad. If they graduated
I don't think so.
in the East, in China or India, this is more to be expected. But it's also, doesn't look good. Because I've been told that education in the East is much more rigorous. Well, it would have to be if you're working with worse clay, much like Japan had to fold their iron 1,000 times, not because that made it better than Western iron. In fact, it was still much worse, but because the iron they were working with was dog shit in the first place. If that's what's required, imagine how well the West could do if we improved our systems relatively. Either way, roughly what we expected, but nice to have it quantified. I expect the figures here for US reflect most of the Western world as well. Next up, Portland Anne Frank impersonating drag queen trans activist arrested for murder in Virginia. Yet another fantastically random story that's actually true. I mean, I think it is. What, says Odysseus? I'll read it for you again. Portland Anne Frank impersonating drag queen trans activist arrested for murder in Virginia. I mean, the idea of like, you put this many things together. Anne Frank impersonating means maybe they're a small part of the left that wasn't actually anti-Semitic. And then drag queen trans activist. That combination is not a rare one, I expect. And then arrested for murder. If you're going to have that many mental instabilities, including living in Portland, then yeah. In Virginia, though,
they still
other side of the country, isn't it?
Frank. Yeah, other side of the country, quite literally. It's about as far as you can get.
Yeah.
But I think they still venerate Anne Frank, and they still have hatred for Nazis. So I don't know how. I think they somehow managed to think Anne Frank was one of the good ones and would have supported Palestine and stuff like that. I swear to God, I'm sure you can find people saying shit like this. I swear.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But because she's a young woman, therefore, must be one of the good ones.
Right, of course.
Imagine if the left would have to confront, is George Soros one of the good ones? Betrayed his fellow Jews in the concentration camps, is an old white male who regularly invented big old capitalists, etc., etc. However, he is one of the main reasons that Antifa can continue to operate. What would they say if faced with the full range of facts? Well, that's a good question for many on the left on many topics.
That's what they'd say.
It's just an idea, which is very well organized and has chapters and has members and has organized riots. And bricks just keep appearing. Who knows why? Anyway.
Yeah, like a truckload full, strangely.
Like the truckload full, yeah. I wonder, actually, how often are those bricks actually used and how often do they just end up staying there? Because I've seen piles before, but I've rarely seen half-used piles. Maybe they're being sent there in vain. It's so fucking blatant, though. It's so fucking blatant. Next up. GOG says, damn, imagine if you could play all your games fully offline on a day like this. I would like to. I don't know if Steam was affected by this, but I would like to make it clear that Steam is DRM. Back when Assassin's Creed 2 came out and it was always online and it was all that crap, all of that disdain for DRM back then that has maintained for DRM ever since, Steam is just as bad, arguably worse. The only reason we accept it is a few things. One, Gabe has done a lot of good for the games industry. Two, it's a monopoly, so we can get all our games there anyway, but that comes with a bunch of other problems. And three, weirdly, the problems aforementioned in Section 2 don't seem to apply because Steam actually acts like it's competing with a really active market, even though it's a monopoly. So we're very lucky that Steam is not taking advantage of the fact that it's a monopoly, at least not as much as they could be. Because they have the most sales of any game store in the world, probably. And aside from that, they don't crack down too hard on the grey market, as far as I know. At least not enough for it to have actually disappeared. So with all that together, the DRM becomes acceptable. Gabe does seem to understand. and in fact, I believe he originated the idea in popular conception that it's a service problem. It's just very lucky that he hasn't taken advantage of the state of the market. That's why he keeps winning, by the way, I think, over these other stores that pop up and try to do better and then just destroy themselves. They have to take risks to compete with someone who has not become complacent despite holding a monopoly. That's the secret. If you ever get a company that's successful and you end up being dominant, just don't get complacent and you'll be okay. I mean, likely. I think that's why Valve keeps winning, because they are putting in work as if they're constantly competing with active competitors, but they're not really. So they always win. They're never complacent enough to actually lose. Ezreal says, GOG has a better refund policy and Epic pays developers better. If Steam acted like a monopoly, its competition would surpass it, he says. Yeah, quite possibly. Gabe Cube, we have talked about that.
Gabe Cube.
Python-based tool for downloading all your GOG game and bonus collections to your local computer for full offline enjoyment. That's cool. Yeah. If a game is available on GOG, I would always recommend getting it there instead of Steam. Next thing. Researchers find higher intelligence correlated with left-wing beliefs and seems to be genetic. Now, the bad grammar in the title here, notwithstanding the conclusion being purported, what this is probably actually measuring is that most midwits are leftists, whereas most lowwits are right-wing. I suspect that's what this is actually measuring, or at least a slightly greater proportion of lowwits are right-wing. These days, more midwits left-wing. And your highwits will be roughly half and half, probably these days slightly more left. That's probably what this is measuring. Now, that's not to say that this couldn't be true. After all, intelligence is not everything. IQ is one of the best predictors of success in your life. However, it's only one of the best predictors because it's so easy to measure. There are other things that probably would predict lifetime success better if they were measurable. Conscientiousness, industriousness, wisdom, as far as you define these things, would probably, or at least there's a chance, especially together, they would be a better predictor of lifetime success than IQ if they were measurable. But IQ is very easy to measure, relatively speaking, and so it's a great predictor. So that's probably what it is as well. Intelligence is not the end of the end of the line on being good at stuff. And in fact, intelligence without wisdom is much more dangerous than wisdom without intelligence. As far as I'm defining wisdom as a mostly heuristic, long-term focused sort of intelligence, generally originating from evolutionary norms rather than abstract reasoning. Malcathilo says male height. Male height is highly heritable, but not. It probably is somewhat of a predictor of lifetime success. Certainly, for presidents, they've all been. I think, except maybe Bush, or was he 6 foot exactly? I think he may have been on stilts, but they've all been 6 foot or over. Ah, yes, ice. That's a good one as well.
I don't think that's real. The only sources to that link to Facebook and Facebook pages talking about it. Now, I actually, by the way, found the name of the study, or what looks to be it, but then I can't find the study on Google Scholar.
Fair enough. It may not be real. It may be that Tech Times have just disproven their own hypothesis by linking to a source that doesn't exist.
Well, I'll keep checking though. So far, the only thing I can find on it is from Facebook.
Well, everything I just said applies to if it does exist. But if it doesn't, it's even worse for them. So there you go.
No, it's just cited wrong. I did find it. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Do I just see? Yes, Twin Lance, we were talking about that today. Apparently, the Congress did vote to release the Epstein files. If anyone has a link to the actual story for that, do link it. We'll actually have a look at that right after the memes, which we don't have many of left, if that's just happened. Harvard scientists successfully photographed the bacteria that cause your butthole to itch. And it's a picture of, I believe that's Maxine Waters. Everyone says, high intelligence correlates with higher education. Higher education correlates with being a target of leftist propaganda. That's a good point as well. That would also partially explain it.
No. They found a link between intelligence and libertarianism. That's what this is. Socially liberal, low authoritarian.
That's hilarious.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that maybe it's a different study.
No, it's the same one. This is it.
Did these retards just misread libertarianism?
Well, they describe it as libertarianism, but what it's social liberalism, low authoritarianism, controlling for socioeconomic variables. This is just the abstract.
Yeah.
I can go into it further, but still.
So, Yeah, so social libertarianism, basically the bottom half of the political compass, are more intelligent. Well, I mean, I guess I could see that, but probably only a bit.
A lot of Woolworths are pretty retarded.
There are yeah, there's a lot of variables there. There will be some of either, but I guess I could see one being slightly higher. The idea of expecting to be able to rely on people to generally do the right thing would require a generally better understanding of side effects and indirect stuff, which requires more abstract reasoning. So I guess I could see that. But you could also probably make an argument for the other side. You have to have a very IQ to be a libertarian, says Bucketillo. Not sure I put it that way, but there might be a slightly, I mean, according to the study Aiden's found, there may be a slight correlation in that direction.
Yeah, here's the important correlation matrix.
Normies and normal study finds. Libertarians would need to police their own lands, else the commies will grow. Well, depends how libertarian we're talking. Let's have a look at this then. All right, so is the plus higher intelligence and the minus lower?
What you're looking at is whether minus will be negative relationship, positive is positive relationship. Political orientation there is going to probably be left-leaning. So there probably is something there. I've seen that before, that there is a correlation between intelligence and some left-leaning political orientations. But where that's going to be more important, as you can see, it's very negatively correlated. So you're just looking at one in the vertical axis, right? Going down from one. Positive correlated political orientation, very strongly negatively correlated with authoritarianism. And there is left-wing authoritarianism. Those are the fucking crazies. But very strongly correlated with egalitarianism. This is why I said it's libertarian, not liberal. That's clear libertarian leaning. So you've got egalitarianism, not equity, egalitarian. Social liberalism, very negatively correlated with fiscal conservatism, though, and negatively correlated with religiosity.
I think your last two columns there is going to be that mid-wit, low-wit.
Yes.
Where the low wits act on common sense, which is usually actually a better idea than not sufficient rationality anyway.
And there's been research on that people who do just make kind of those kind of people will sometimes have better judgments, more accurate judgments, even though they're kind of stupid, you know?
Yeah. When something requires... The reason maths is good is because you have so little factors. It's basically the minimum number of factors to still do useful work. So rationality applies very strongly to mathematics. But if you start increasing the number of factors, especially outside of what we self-define as true, which is what maths is, if you start increasing the number of factors, you need heuristics. You need to simplify it to give an answer. And so that's where the heuristics parts of the brain come in, the subconscious, rather than the rationality. So authoritarianism is significantly negatively correlated. Maybe that's because of people who just want sort of political vengeance, having lower IQ, but generally, but not exclusively, of course.
Also, this is a broad level study, so you do have all people of all different races are mixed in here. Just
okay. Yeah. Well, any individual can of course deviate from this. And is this is the scale here in pure IQ numbers? The 0.88 is that?
No. See how there's when you left one top one where it says composite.
Yeah.
That means a composite IQ score. So they're not showing you any IQ score. They're just saying whether or not it's whether it's positively related with, and to what degree it's related to higher IQ or lower IQ. Or that's all you're getting with the positive and negative. Okay.
Well, I think we'll move on from that. But yeah, either way, even if it was true, it would be explicable, but it may not be. It seems like from this study, it isn't. The egalitarianism, though, that is more common of leftism than of the right. In fact, arguably, that's the defining difference.
Well, and the question they use to their example item is, if wealth were more equal in this country, we would have many fewer problems. But their example for socialism is use of marijuana should be legal. I still think you're getting libertarians.
Are they just using one question each for each thing?
No, they're example items. There's details for all these. I have to look at the study in more detail. I don't necessarily think anything looks bad about it or sus about it prima facie. The thing that's interesting too is that they also included adoptive offspring to account for basically like because of that racial difference, right? But the only two adopted offspring that they used were of European or East Asian background.
Interesting. Well, perhaps a topic for more experimentation and exploration later.
Yeah,
Let's move on
this is me
for now.
skimming it. Yeah, sorry.
AWS, no! What? Sorry, force of habit. Cloudflare, no! This happened today. Many of you noticed it. Aiden did as well. It's our main story, though I don't think we'll spend too long on it, just because it's such a big event and it just happened today. But there's lots of other politics stuff as well, including stuff we didn't cover last time. Years noticed as well, yeah. I will say now, and I'll say again before we start, that though for a politics-focused channel, I have a particular interest in tech, so I can give you a better explanation than probably most politics channels can. I will not be able to give you as much detail as a dedicated tech channel will be able to, especially not after more analysis is done. This is still relatively early, so don't consider this to be your final stop if you want to know why this happened, but I give you the best I can. Next up, last meme. In a leaked email, Jeffrey Epstein discussed genetically engineering black people to make them smarter, discussing how whites had evolutionary pressures that rewarded long-term thinking over rapid muscle development. Yeah. I've mentioned before that, regrettably, as much as I don't necessarily want this to be the case, the only three solutions for the state of Africa, and really all nations in the world that aren't as capable of building civilization, is either one, delete, i.e. a mass genocide, which again, I'm not advocating, it's a potential solution. Two, upgrade, which would be genetic or bionic changes to them to make them more capable of building civilizations. Or three, babysit, essentially let them exist in their current state, either try to get involved or just try to isolate. Either way, let them live as they are, making special provisions to allow them to do so, either way. Those three being the only solutions ultimately that I could think of. Basically what he's talking about here is option 2, which honestly may be the least cruel in the long term, but there's many questions there as to why and how. There's a prime directive for a fucking reason, says Pug. Arguably, the prime directive does apply there, yes. We'll just wait for Africa to discover warp drive before we go back there. There'll be a long fucking wait. But yeah, I mean, we could do something like the prime directive for Africa, but that's already kind of passed. Don't forget that if we stop aiding Africa, I'm not saying we shouldn't do this, by the way, because ultimately it would be better for them and everyone else. If we stop aiding Africa, you will see the most colossal starvation die-off in human history, which theoretically the West could stop, but if it did, all it's going to produce is a bigger bubble of die-off, of starvation die-off later, because sun populations just grow to saturate the available resources and then starve off when the resources reduce. Whites and possibly Asians don't seem to do that. They have a slightly different pattern, which makes it better for long-term survival and for adaptation. I'm being threatened on Kick, apparently. Let's have a look. I do hope I'm being threatened on Kick. Is it the same guy? Oh no, it's someone else. It's someone completely different, but who's doing the same thing. Deathwing on Kick says, "Follow me or I keep spamming you." Last time someone did that, we found a man called Delmo Pepsi, who was, he was a bit of a treasure. Let's see who we're going to find now. He's linking Carter Cash. Let's see. That's their Kick account. But let's have a look and see if we can find that anywhere else. Is this going to be yet another retard? They have a Kick. They are currently streaming. Or are they? No, they're not currently streaming. Are they live? I can't tell. Is this live? No, this is a clip, I think. Oh, it looks like it's a kid. It's hard to tell exactly. Yeah, this is playing slots and casino, but they're actually playing Call of Duty.
What's the difference?
Oh, cool. This clip is where they failed to boot Call of Duty. All right, well, they exist. We should definitely invite them. We should definitely invite them to Cabal. Let's see if I can. How do I access their chat? Like their current chat, so I can send them a message, or can I just send the guy a message directly? I don't think I can. I don't know how to. Oh, is he live now? He has a decent number of viewers. He has 130 viewers. It's not a small channel. Or stream. Well, there you go. Now I know. Let's see if I can I did see a X account. Is this the same one? Sorry, I'm viewing this on a window that you guys can't see. Yeah, this is the same one. I can DM him. Okay, I'm going to send him a message.
Oh no.
Why do I need to create a passcode? X is requiring me to create a passcode. Why? Well, I mean, I'm not sharing the window, so you guys can't see it. All right, that didn't work. Page is broken. But it's not letting me access my fucking DMs because it won't let me enter a passcode into the entry field. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. I just had to do numbers. Okay, there we go. Can I please view my DMs now? Thank you. Right, now I need to go back and find the account and then send him a message. Oh, I need to be verified to message him. Okay, never mind. It did say on his page that his channel was fucking open. All right, in that case, I'm going to have to call upon the unique talents of Aiden Paladin.
What do you want me to do?
No, it's fine. I was going to say that you should tell him to join. How do I tweet at this man? Okay, there we go. Saw you threatening me on Kick today. Figured you might want to really challenge yourself to use Christy Winters. Is it Christy Winters? cuck.shortfatotaku.com. Okay, it's been sent. There we go. This is funny story time. This is gay, says Nachos. Well, we're done now. Look, I was being threatened, okay? It was funny. All right, I will now link you to my Kick, and then I will continue. Channel. Yep. There you go. If you want to go and talk to the man. That was me on Kick. There you go. There's the link. Okay, anyway. Moving on. You never wanted Falkish in here. Yeah. I think having at least a small number of lolcows in Cabal is fine. It's not even middle school level drama, Nachos. It's basically bot level drama. He may well have been botting there. But hey, at least our channel is visible on Kick, right? Right, anyway, next thing. Let's talk about the news. Congress, Epstein, because since this just happened, or happened very recently. Okay, let's do this one. US House votes overwhelmingly to make Justice Department release Epstein files. I'm not sure if the Congress can make them do that. Either way, they voted to. In 30 years, we'll have Balkan-level racism towards each other. Yeah. The US House votes 427-1 to compel the Justice Department to release all of its Jeffrey Epstein files. Who is the one? That's really surprising that there's anyone that would vote against it. The bipartisan bill will now have to pass a Senate vote, which could come as early as this evening. It seems likely it will pass before heading to President Donald Trump's desk to be signed into law. Now, we discussed this on last stream quite extensively, but the Democrats voting for this does seem to be most compatible with the idea that the US government doesn't have anything useful to release, but that the Democrats want Trump to look like he's hiding something. If what they have to release doesn't incriminate any Democrats or any of their allies, well, then our narrative on the whole thing has been way off. But I don't think so. I think it's more likely a lot of Democrat allies are incriminated, especially because one of the stories we have today is Bill and Hillary Clinton have refused now, not just failed to turn up, but refused to turn up to some sort of official hearing on the Epstein files or on something related to it. So it does seem likely Democrats wouldn't want anything released. So they would probably want to vote to make Trump release something that doesn't exist. Now, the Congress can't know it doesn't exist. It's classified. supposedly. So I don't think Trump is faultless on this. I expect there may be some leverage. I don't think he sucked Bill off, or at least if he did, there's no footage of it that is currently held by anyone. He may well be leveraged. He may well be dirty in some way here, though nowhere near as dirty as some others. But I'm beginning to suspect that it's slightly more likely that he actually doesn't have any useful information. He does not have a client list. That maybe someone does, but it may have been destroyed. And certainly for 4 years with Biden in office, they would have had ample time to destroy any evidence that the US government held, especially after they realized Trump was going to get in, or realized it was even a possibility. Especially, do you really want to trust Kamala with this data? So yeah, it probably doesn't exist. But it's also possible that Trump is leveraged, but then I don't know why they would, maybe just for appearances for the Dems. But the Dems have been pushing for this bill to happen in the first place. They could have pushed against it being voted on in the hopes that Trump wouldn't release it. I doubt they would leave it there for him available. Much more likely they'd get rid of it, but pretend it's still there for their own benefit. The bipartisan bill will now have to pass a Senate vote. Earlier, survivors of Epstein spoke at a news conference at the US Capitol. Annie Farmer says they have suffered institutional betrayal for years. You could argue they have for the last year as well. Though, as I say, if there is no data to release, no more useful data to release, then really institutional betrayal ended when Trump got in, but certainly has been happening otherwise. And why, even if Trump doesn't have any data to release, why isn't he going after people investigating, trying to find out, even going after rumors and trying to assess whether it's true or not? Investigating. He has a lot of other stuff to do, I know, but still, it's a big issue everyone's concerned with, and it would be an easy narrative win for him to do that. Speaking alongside survivors, Republican Congresswoman MTG hits out at her former ally Trump and says the Epstein issue has ripped MAGA apart. I think she's exaggerating a little bit, but not completely. It has to a large extent. It has caused a rift. Trump called for his own party to vote to release the files after weeks spent claiming the vote was a distraction led by the Democrat Party. I think it might be. It comes after more than 20,000 pages of documents, some mentioning Trump, were the latest tranche to be released last week. Now, if they just release 20,000 pages, it does at least suggest a willingness, but this vote is to release everything. Now, here's the problem with releasing everything, because you know what's in everything is the massive chunk of child porn that Epstein was found with. Not video of fucking Bill Clinton fucking children, or of other celebrities, no. Generic child porn. Child porn, which I suspect, it's way more than one man could use, I suspect, was just put with Epstein to get him in prison. Perhaps in order to be assassinated later. Or either way, to put him away for a long time. So that even if he somehow skimmed out on the other charges, being found with, what it was, 60 gig or 6,000 hours, 600 hours, something like that, of child porn would be enough. So whichever agency was using him just dumped him there with the child porn to get him incriminated, I suspect, to make sure he'd go down for something. That's part of the Epstein files. That trove of child pornography is part of the Epstein files. Technically, unless there's an exception written clearly, this bill mandates the US government release hundreds of hours of child porn. Now, I don't think that's a good idea. I think they should say, this is one aspect of the Epstein files we won't release. They had agents who had to fucking skim through it to make sure there was nothing incriminating. Imagine what the fucking psychological torture. Now, Toast says no one's asking for that. The public aren't. But the Dems might be, specifically to hurt Trump. If Trump ends up releasing it, imagine the things they could say. Trump government releases hundreds of hours of child porn. They won't have to say why. But imagine the destructive power that would have narratively. Trump has previously said he cut ties to Epstein many years ago, and he has always denied any link to Epstein's sex abuse and trafficking. And there doesn't appear to be any link forthcoming from anything that we've seen so far, unlike to several other powerful people. But there certainly is a social link between Trump and Epstein, but it does seem from what we've seen that he cut ties from Epstein around the same time it became apparent that Epstein was a pedophile to most of the public. So I don't think Trump bears any responsibility on any of the pedo stuff. I don't think he was involved. But he may have been involved in some sort of humiliation ritual, in some sort of clandestine shit that the elites do in order to maintain their elite status. I suspect he didn't suck off Bill, but it's not impossible. And a point that Aidan made last stream is possibility that Trump deliberately released that to get the narrative off Trump is a pedophile and onto Trump socked off Bill, which is less bad and also a bit more comical, so less believable. I believe that's the point you were making it, and among others. I think that's a fair idea.
Yeah.
So with the Epstein Files Transparency Act bill now passed by the House of Representatives, it will head to the US Senate. John Thune said the Senate will take up the bill fairly quickly and could pass it later today. I don't see why not, given the popularity of the bill in the House. He added that he does not expect any changes to the bill passed by the House. If the Senate does change the bill, it will need to be reconciled with the version passed by the House. Trump, after lobbying against the release of the Epstein files, that's arguably true, but a bit unfair, because he's been releasing them, just not literally all of them. I mean, like, even if they're mandated to release them, they're still not going to release them with names and addresses of victims, say. They're still going to keep them censored, and they probably should. So someone is still going to go over all the documents and redact that. So it could, and he's just released last week 10,000 more pages or whatever it was. So I expect he's already working at pretty much maximum speed to release what he can release, what he does have with redactions. And I'm giving him a lot of credit there, but that does seem to be indicated. All this bill is going to do is say, you must continue what you're already doing. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's more to it than that. If he's forced to release it unredacted, then it will probably contain the names of victims, or at least of uninvolved people that even just might be innocent, names and addresses of them. And to be honest, if it were to also release the names and identities and crimes of people who were guilty, I think that may be worth it. To just, fuck it, just get it out. Just make people accountable for what they've done. Make it public. However, I doubt that information exists in the US government's hands at this point, unfortunately. It may exist somewhere, but a lot of that blackmail may not be as useful anymore. It may be for people that are no longer active. So most of it probably has been shredded, removed from existence. Because I mentioned yesterday the whole idea that we have about the level of secrecy that things are, the vaults of the FBI or the CIA. Do you think that's the most secret and secure place for the elites to store data? I doubt it's even close. I suspect there's another 2 fucking layers of of better buried and more rarefied information above intelligence agencies, because they're at the risk of any given populist decision. They may only have as much as 4 years to delete all traces of it, but I expect there are much deeper vaults than that, where either it does exist and is not accessible to Trump directly, or it no longer exists because it's been shredded or burned or hidden somewhere. As Yir says, held somewhere secret by Mossad agents. Mossad and apparently the CIA were both running him, so it makes sense they'd have it. Ghost says the Israeli moon base wouldn't necessarily have to go quite that far to hide it, but possibly. Probably in Jerusalem, says Somnus. I wouldn't be that surprised. Please call it African-American mail. You're going to offend someone. My goodness, you're right. Certain sensitive files relating to underage victims or ongoing inquiries may not be released. Okay, good. They've actually clarified that, so that does make sense. However, maybe the client list also talks about the victims. So that in the bill's carve out for obvious exceptions, they might have carved out the client list if it does exist. Also, on the topic of stuff that Trump was meant to do, did we ever, sorry, this is a big jag, but it's been occurring to me recently, and I meant to mention it on stream. Did we ever hear about the Fort Knox live videotape thing they were going to release where they showed us the gold, whether it exists or not? Because I'm kind of curious.
I don't think that ever came out, did it? At least I don't remember seeing anything about it.
No. If anyone has a moment, I'd appreciate if you'd have a look, see if there was something. It may be that there wasn't a video, it was just a report. But here's the thing. If all the gold is there, they could release a video, no problem. If it's all been fucking cleaned out, what would they do? Because releasing information showing that the US's gold reserves are down to like 10% of their original could significantly harm the economy just in confidence alone. So if they didn't release it, it might imply that the gold isn't fucking there. I don't know, though. So there's more to it than that. For context, the Department of Justice can choose to release the files at any point, regardless of the bill now making its way through Congress. Indeed, they can. And again, they have been releasing files. I don't know if they're, skipping a certain section that's a bit too incriminating, but they just released the one that implies that Trump blew Bill. So I doubt they're being that careful with what they release. I doubt they're being that exclusive. Could the Senate vote tonight? We don't find out there's a new twist. at some point this week because of the Thanksgiving split majority of the yeah. So they're saying they maybe you can do it today. I want to know who the one person that voted against it was. Who voted against it? U.S. House plans to remove Democrat from Intelligence Committee. Don't think this is the one. Timeline, it's not useful right now. Soon. Trump is panicking and trying to stop our investigation, says Garcia. He's just seen a statement from U.S. Representative Robert Garcia, which says, we are ending this White House cover-up and demanding that Senator Thune take up the Epstein bill immediately. This is what the Democrats would say if they wanted to hurt Trump with this. But I'm not saying it's not true. He continues by saying, Trump is panicking and trying to stop our investigation. He did say to the public to vote, to his people to vote on this. We need to know what he's hiding and what powerful men are responsible for the rape and abuse of children and women. Garcia said, again, it's exactly what they would say if they wanted to lie about this. Garcia, a Democrat, adds, let's be clear, Trump has the power to release the files today, but he chooses to delay and deflect. He concludes his statement by saying, no more lies, no more secrets, we will get justice for the survivors, release the files now. Something, a sentiment we all hold. I just don't think, I think he's definitely overplaying how much hiding Trump is doing. I may be wrong, though. I want to know who the one person that voted against it says. Republican votes no, says the bill will hurt innocent people, even though it has a carve-out. Okay. We just heard that Republican U.S. Representative Clay Higgins was the sole no vote for the bipartisan bill, which passed 427 to 1. A social media post on his X account says, I have been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. He says the bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provide alibis, family members, etc. Well, that's what I said earlier. It's a damn good reason to question it. It may well be that they don't even want, they want Trump to release it, but they have specified unredacted to hurt the victims, using Trump to discourage squealing on their institution. Maybe that's just a side benefit. Higgins continues by saying, if enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. He is a member of the House Committee on Oversight and says it is conducting a thorough investigation that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans, he says. Higgins adds that he will vote for the bill when it comes back to the House, but only if the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated. That makes sense. That's what I was saying. That's the danger of this. Aside from everything else, is that the Congress get the power to say you have to release it, but all the consequences for how it's released are on Trump. And if he tries to redact something, or if he just tries to take the time to redact something, even if Congress wouldn't disagree it should be redacted, he'll end up looking guiltier than he is because he has to redact the victims, or he should. If he doesn't redact the victims, he gets blamed for that. Trump blunders. Trump puts victims in harm's way on a massive scale. Trump puts 10,000 victims of child abuse in harm's way. That'll be the headline. I hate to, I have not sided with Trump on several issues recently, but on this one, I'm starting to see that unless he's deep in this conspiracy and desperate to hide all the child abuse that he or his friends were part of, unless that's the case, which I don't think is the case, this does look like a Democrat op to use fucking vapor to destroy Trump's reputation. Nacho says, release it all, let it be sorted out in public. Only victims' names should be redacted. See, that's what I'm saying, but even that can take time when it's thousands and thousands of pages. And you've got to make sure you don't miss a single one. So I don't disagree with you. Release it all, yes, but if you take time to release it, then victims could be protected. If you don't and we release it all straight away, a lot of victims are going to be named. Now, what harm will really come to them with that? Maybe none, but it depends what they allege. It may be that there are powerful people or formerly powerful people who were challenged or deposed from their power or from a lot of wealth or reputation either way, but who still have the influence to hire a fucking hitman on whichever victim they've been looking for decades who was a witness in their case. There may be a few dozen victims of Epstein and his industry who are desperately in need of protecting here. Now, maybe the idea is, okay, focus on the ones who really need to be protected, but you don't know for sure who that is. If even if Trump, it takes half the time or a quarter of the time to redact and misses some people and releases it with only a few hundred victims named, one of them could be the one that's killed as a result. And then it's arguably on Trump, or it's on the Congress, but the press will hold Trump responsible for it. So it's a tough one. Yes, says, I don't care about the Epstein files anymore. I care about removing foreigners and stopping America World Police plus forever wars. Generally agree that those are more important. It's about a clean slate in a way. We have a very dirty world establishment that we need to repair. Right, that's the top priority. As I said before, getting revenge and cleaning up on previous issues is ultimately the second priority compared to fixing it now for the future. But this is one of the most important, if not the most important thing from that second category. And the reason people are concerned about it is the possibility that Trump is helping to cover it up. It's not just, it's not that high priority, release it as soon as you can, but it's the fact that nothing actionable has come forth from it. It looks suspicious. So I do get that. But yes, ultimately, if Trump is not culpable, if no one in his administration is culpable, if they're actually operating competently on this, or relatively competently on this, if they're not malicious, then it's not as important as a lot of good things that can be done that will be less of a distraction. Arguably, this is a distraction. Unless, of course, there's any culpability. There are things that are more important. However, the idea of world police, America being world police, even as someone who's not American, I don't think that's a terrible thing, because someone's going to police every area of the world. And if America doesn't police the Pacific or the South China Sea or whatever, then it'll be more so China policing it. And I would rather they not. I would far rather it be America and her allies policing the world, especially the seas, than other countries. However, I think what you're implying is more so a active, invasive policing of other countries, especially their sovereign territory, which of course I would agree is not a good idea. But then there's Venezuela, where there is a decent argument for intervention there. I don't know about a full-on war. It's kind of risky with their allies, but certainly controlling the seas that they're using to import drugs into the US. I mean, that's an internal problem being caused by an external situation. So I think the issue with the US exerting its military power across the world was never simply that it was exerting military power. It was that it was doing it for the wrong reasons, and so it always ended up going either horribly wrong, or being a blunder, or being malicious, or both, one to cover the other up potentially. So yeah, I know you were being just summarizing there, but still, the topic is interesting. That's what I meant. Restore European countries' sovereignty and end US occupation and control, and remove foreigners from all white countries, then just police what is important to us. Sure, but yes, police what's beneficial, which can include all the seas, incidentally, and probably should. But yes, literally, weird though this may sound, do what is beneficial for our countries, which is something that we haven't really been doing for the last 20, 30, 40 years, depending on how long you assess it, and even longer, depending on how precise you're going to be. Trump has made a start on these issues. Many say he's not done enough, and I don't know enough about these things to say for sure whether he's going as fast as he can, and that's obviously the issue. But he's still a step in the right direction in many areas. Though we'll need to deal with the fucking, a lot of issues that he's not paying attention to enough. Let's see what the news is on this, because there was a new post. Senate agrees. Really? Oh. It passed the Senate. There you go. I guess they didn't even need a vote. I guess the way they do it is just like, will anyone vote against this? And if anyone says yes, then they have the vote. But if everyone agrees, it just goes straight through. So it's gone to Trump. I expect he'll sign it, but I expect he'll want to do a little speech saying, like, we have been releasing it. We're going to keep releasing it. All this bill does is risk us releasing it too quickly to protect the victims. He won't say that because he's actually quite bad at being clear. Yeah, but that's probably what he would mean. Probably. I'm not trying to talk for him there.
I'm curious about what happens here.
He will sign it. There's no way he doesn't sign it at the point. He told Congress to vote for it.
Yeah, I'm more curious about what it's actually going to be. Now that it's they've had years and years and years and years to go through this stuff. What's actually going to end up being released? Will it end up being more of the same, where it's hundreds of pages of completely redacted documents? What's going to end up actually coming out?
Mm. I'd like to ask the person holding up this sign if she would include child porn in that. Oh, you don't want to release that? Well, then you don't mean all, do you? This is the problem. You've got to be specific. Will you include the full current home address and phone number and details and fucking blood type of the victims of Epstein? Oh no. Well, then we have to be specific, and it's up to you. Have to trust someone to do that, and we can't trust fucking anyone on this, can we? But who's the closest person? The closest person I could think of who would actually have the authority to do it to someone I could trust on this right now is not the Democrats in any form, nor the rhinos. It's MAGA broadly. And unfortunately, Trump is our best shot on that. So yeah, in terms of politicians that have the power to decide what to release, Trump's the best we've got right now.
I mean, like, the reality is that it's not going to put any kind, no matter what it is that they do end up releasing, it's not going to put any kind of end or diminish the narrative that, I mean, there's not without any reason whatsoever that Trump is a pedophile or associated with pedophiles. I mean, they'll run with that. They ran with the fucking Steele dossier for years after it actually was discredited as a bunch of fucking nonsense. So this is far more damning, and particularly the way that Trump has handled the release and particularly it's getting all the fucking social media influencers to show up there and take little pictures and stuff for a fucking binder full of blacked out redacted documents. That was grotesque and absurd.
I bet that was Pam Bondi's idea. It was grotesque. They didn't think about how that would look. They didn't think about how reverent they should have been with the topic. The way they released it in terms of the best way to get attention to the release, that wasn't bad as a strategy, but it was totally irreverent. It was the wrong image. And it wasn't enough of the documents anyway. If that was the fucking client list, that would have been something. It would have been worth it, but it wasn't the client list. There's still no client list as far as we know.
Well... Sure.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there is, but we don't know of one. Malcolm says Trump was playing 4D chess. He blew Clinton all those years ago, knowing it would prove he's not a pedophile decades later. That just says the perpetrators. Yeah. Perpetrators have had enough time to cover their bases. I expect so. I expect they had plenty of time under Biden. Maybe that's the main reason they rigged Biden in and didn't rig Kamala in. It's a lot to say because I think there's much more to the rotten establishment than the Epstein thing, and that's a relatively small part of it, actually. But that may be one of the main reasons they rigged him in. Like, we have to rig him in so that we can hide it, otherwise Trump's going to release it. Well, then why didn't he release it in his first term? Maybe, I guess, was it known about then? I think it was known about, it just hadn't blown up yet. Or had it? I can't remember when this did blow up. Was it towards the end of his term?
It blew up when it first happened.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Epstein died.
Which year was that? Was that 2018, 2019?
Yeah, something like that. Funnily enough, I actually remember seeing Epstein didn't kill himself memes in like 2016.
Well, it's much the same with John McAfee. People were saying he didn't kill himself before he killed himself. Hunter's laptop was 2020. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I got the timeline for some of these events mixed up. Okay, no worries, Yiz. Yeah, let's do that now then. Yes, let me know. Just ping me when you're ready to come on. I don't want to drag you in before you've actually acknowledged. Oh, yeah, you're ready. Good. Welcome to the stream, Yes. It's been a while.
Oh, hello, hello.
Hello. So, I hear that you have a story time for us.
I do, and I have no other audience who would appreciate this or even understand it except Cabal. And it's pretty funny, and it's a bit self-deprecating. So that's always funny when it's a bit self-deprecating. So, for those of you who may not know me, I live in rural East Tennessee, in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's almost nothing around except farm, local shops, not a lot of chain stores. You know, I can drive 30 minutes to get to about anything, but not a lot is around here. And about a year ago, a Asian fusion restaurant that offered sushi opened up only about a 10-minute drive from my house. And I started going there because I love sushi. Now, those of you who not know much about me, I am intersex. I am not a troon. I'm not a tranny, but I am male who masquerades as female. It's not my choice. If you're mad about that, take it up with God. I've not had any surgeries or anything to make me this way. This is just how I came out. So, to spare you my life story, people don't think that I'm not a woman. Like that never happens to me. Like I don't wear makeup. I don't wear particularly feminine clothing. I just wear gym clothes every day. I have a very basic haircut. It's just a short bob. I don't go out of my way to be feminine at all. I use my natural, normal voice I'm talking to you guys with right now. And everybody around me just thinks I'm some kind of, slightly manly woman. So anyway, I go to this sushi restaurant several times. I just pick it up and I leave. I don't sit there and I eat because I don't like sitting in restaurants. And maybe 2 months into me going there every week, I sort of get to know the staff. I'm very talky. You guys know me. I'm very chatty. I get to know people. I like to know the names of the people at the stores I go to for groceries and stuff. So I make small talk with the Asian ladies who work at the store. And the more I go there, the more I notice they're all kind of the same. They're like dumpy Southeast Asians. They're kind of ugly. None of them have wedding bands. None of them seem married, and they're all like in their 30s or early 40s. And I thought that was interesting because the manager operator of this joint is only like 4 feet tall. I mean, she's obviously taller than 4 feet tall, but to somebody like me who's 5'11", that's pretty short. She's probably like 5'1" or 5'2". She's this itty bitty, angry looking Japanese lesbian. And I think she's a lesbian. I don't know for sure, but she has that swagger, right? And I couldn't help but notice that all of the front of house staff, everybody who's a server, everybody who works on the sushi line, everybody who's up front doing stuff, they're all sort of the same looking, no makeup, not very pretty Asian lady. I think a couple of them are Indonesian or Cambodian or something, but like it's mostly Japanese. And I think there's one Chinese that works there. So I'm sitting there waiting for my sushi one day, and 2 of these ladies are standing talking in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's Japanese because I've listened to enough anime to know the difference between Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. I'm pretty sure it was Japanese. And so one of them who has her back to me has her smartphone open. And I noticed that and I think I noticed the image of her background. And I thought it was Shirochi, the singer Pretty Boy from Gravitation. So I'm like, this is all starting to make sense now. So I just stand up and I'm like, oh, that's a pretty picture on your phone. Is that from Gravitation? Is that, I think it's Shuichi is how you say his name. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've read and watched it. But she immediately blushed and moved her phone away from me. And so I just smiled and said, oh, so it is then. And so the other girl who was there laughed. And she laughed and pointed her finger at the other lady. And I looked at her and I was like, so you're not a Fujoshi too? I mean, you all look like it. And so when I said Fujoshi, everybody immediately just stopped talking and just looked at me like they were all aliens and I was the only one who could see them, like it was they live, right? So that led into a fun conversation. Yeah, right. So clearly they did not expect in rural East Tennessee for somebody from 10 feet away to eyeball the fucking boy love character on her phone and then walk up and call her a Fujoshi. Like, I don't think she expected that in a million years. So
yeah. I think you found a Fujoshi hive, yes.
Yeah. So there's a little more to the story, and this is the self-deprecating part. So we talk and they laugh and my food comes out and I leave. Well, the next week I go there every Wednesday now. That's just, it's my Wednesday thing. When I'm done with all my shopping and errands, I buy myself sushi because I deserve it. I love sushi. And I'm glad we finally have a place around here where I can even get it. So maybe 3 or 4 months ago, when I was waiting again for my big sushi platter, the same 2 girls from this part of the story were there again. It's basically the same 3 or 4 girls that work front of house all the time. And they're all, I assume, these little weird loser Fujoshi girls because they all look the same. And they all talk and giggle the same. So I'm sitting up there and... Sorry,
I just love the idea of like, you can't distinguish Japs and Chinese by anything except what weird fetish they have. That's the only distinguishing genetic factor.
I'm pretty good at eyeballing where they're from. But when they're short and kind of ugly and not like too dark and not too light skinned, and they all sort of look unkempt and with ugly faces and like not nice skin, then Asians all start to sort of look the same. Sort of like when you look at somebody who's drank too much and is kind of overweight and ugly with bad skin as a white person. It's kind of hard to tell that white person's ethnic group too when they're just sort of dumpy and don't look very nice. It's kind of hard to tell.
This story would have been way funnier if you were like a big fat plaid wearing farmer with like a corn in his mouth and a fucking American hat. You just come up and say, it's some kind of Fujoshi thing.
So anyway, so about 3-4 months ago, this would have been like, towards the end of the summer. I'm sitting there, I'm waiting for my sushi platter. And the same two girls from when I told the start of the story, they were up there again. And so they both sit with me because they just like to sit and talk. And they're really chatty now. And so one of them finally, I guess, got up the courage and she said, so how do you know Fujoshi? Are you one too? And I was like, not exactly. And so I explained to them my particular state of how I am an in-between, a new half, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm intersex. And despite being male, I've always been feminine. When I was, 12 or 13, I grew breasts. I don't have facial hair. I'm an effeminate male. And because of that, trying to find media and friends and fiction and nonfiction that might be about my kind of creature, I, of course, found boy love yaoi stuff. I found all the transgender lunacy stuff, all the usual stuff when you're a gender weirdo in between and you go looking for things like you to find identity when you're young. So I explained to her that while I'm not exactly a Fujoshi, I don't sit at home and goon the yaoi, I am familiar with it, and I do think that some boy love stories are very touching and sweet because it's some of the only fiction I can find that depicts creatures like me in some kind of positive light that actually talks about the issues that we go through. Because in a lot of the boy love stuff, there's like, boys that are pretty and everybody thinks they're girls or pressure them to be like girls when they really don't want to be. Like that kind of thing is really relatable to me in my life experience. And also, oftentimes in these boy love comics and stuff, or manga, I should say, you have a previously hetero guy sees this beautiful boy and he's like, well, I guess I'm gay now. What the fuck do I do about that? That's a personal experience I've had when guys fall for me.
Classic green text.
Guys will ask me out and I'll be, I might take them up on it. Well, this is many years ago when I was young. We're talking 25, 30 years ago. Dudes would ask me out and and they wouldn't know. And then some of them, when they find out, they'd be like, well, fuck it. I'm willing to give it a try. You're hot and interesting. So it's like, it's just how it goes.
That's a pretty significant compliment, Years, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, not really. Dudes are horn dogs. Don't fuck anything. It's not really a compliment to me, but so
I guess the ones who would say that weren't actually completely straight in the first place, were they?
I mean, this is why I don't argue about, are you really straight if you fuck a tranny? I don't know. I think a drunk, horny dude would fuck a couch, would fuck anything that didn't move. Like, I don't think that it's like if a soldier overseas fucks like a Thai ladyboy or fucks a Japanese prostitute off an army base. He's not really a race mixer. He's just getting his dick wet. It's not like he takes an Asian wife and like makes mixed race kids. So there's some gray area with everything, right? So anyway, so we have a fun talk for like 20 minutes while I'm waiting on my sushi. Then the next week I go in there, same two ladies again, right? And so they're sweet to me. We talk some more. I sit down and talk to them again. And when my sushi comes, one of the two says I don't have to pay because she bought it for me. And this trend has been continual. So
damn.
You've been inducted into the Fujoshi hive, yes.
Hey, the name of this story, it should be Fujoshi free sushi, but I wanted to bury the lead a bit to make you guys laugh.
Right.
So
it's a Fujoshi commune, and it's a Fujoshi sushi commune, and you've been inducted against your will.
So it's more of a coven than a commune. Naman is right. So anyway, about 3 weeks into me getting free sushi and talking to the Fujoshi, they really like me. One of them's really enamored with me, thinks I'm the most gorgeous thing ever. And so
the moment they find out that you're technically male, suddenly they're interested.
Yeah, they're really interested all of a sudden, right? So anyway, so I'm sitting there and I hear them say something that I think I recognize because of all the anime and Japanese shit I've listened to. And so instinctually, I look over and I say, "Are you talking about me?" And the one whose phone I first saw blushed because she was talking about me. And come to find out, she has a nickname pet name for me. And now they call me that when no one is around and no one is listening. And it's kind of good and it's kind of bad. Do you know what her nickname for me is? It's Hunku-chan. She calls me Hunku-chan.
Right. Because Chan is female. So you're the female
Chan is
hunk.
female, and Hunku is what they call like the more dominant of the boys in the boy love story, I guess. That's the way it was explained to me. So,
All right, Chan. If Hunko-chan gets to the top of the Kabale leaderboard, we will forcibly rename years.
So the funny story here is I found in rural East Tennessee a coven of Japanese, Asian, Indonesian, whatever, Fujoshi who call me Hunku-chan and are enamored with me, and I get free sushi every Wednesday out of it. So
Unfathomably based.
Well done, Years. You are now 21st overall on the leaderboard, 16th overall on the leaderboard as Hunko-chan.
So you see why I couldn't tell any other group that I know this story. No one else would get it or even care. I would have to explain far too much for it to be funny. But I knew coming to this group and telling you what's been going on at the sushi place near here, I knew you guys would get a kick out of it.
It's a good story. Thank you, Years. Well, I think you'll be getting a lot more sushi in the near future, given it's fucking free.
And the thing is, it's fantastic sushi. It's some of the best I've had in the whole country. I can't believe how good it is. And apparently, the reason it's expensive, like it's more expensive here than it would be in a bigger city because it's harder to get the fish out here. So, you know, it's every week it would be like $25 or $30 US for a small platter of sushi here. When in a bigger city, it would be like $12 to $15. But thankfully, I don't have to fucking pay for it anymore. I just have to put up with the Fujoshi Makanami when I go in there, which is okay. I don't mind.
Congratulations, Years. I believe you are now in first. You have overtaken Scrumper Smith by a relatively narrow margin because someone revoked their support from it. So congratulations, Hunko-chan.
I don't know if it's Hunko-chan or Hunku-chan. I can't really tell when she says it because she has kind of a mush mouth voice and doesn't speak very clearly. She's a bit of a loser, like I said. But so now her and the other front of house girl, whose name I think starts with a C. It's like Iname or Chinane or something like that. I don't remember. But whatever her name is, that Fujoshi and the other one, the taller, skinnier one, that's what they call me when no one's listening now. They call me Hunku-chan. And I put up with it for free sushi. So that's a fun story, and I'm glad to humor you and answer any questions, but there you have it. There's my story.
Years has gone on a fucking raid, a heist, to pilfer some female privilege.
That's right, bitch. I listen to this. I've pretended to be a woman most of my life for like for around 31, 32 years. I've had to do this, and it's finally paying off with free sushi every week.
Let's fucking go.
Good. I'm glad. Well, at some point, maybe you can bring Jackie with you and be like, "Hey, look, I brought another one." Oh God, they're multiplying. Nachos suggest that you enjoy it. The notion of Jorky, who has revealed his face in Cabal, and Years, who I believe has shown her face as well, filming their experience
on my own channel.
Yeah,
like you can see what I look like.
Filming the experience of going to the Fujoshi sushi place and getting treated like princes.
I don't want to reveal I don't want to reveal their identities. I don't want to jeopardize my free sushi.
That's a fair point, yeah. Jorky and Hunko-chan. Yeah, okay, never mind. /support. Jorky. And I'll spell it right this time. Hunku-chan. There we go. If that gets to the top, they'll both be renamed.
Oh, you can just rename the first one. It doesn't matter. Like I think it's Hunku-chan is how she says it, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is how funny the story is.
Yeah. It was Hunko-chan that got to the top, but I guess it was a misspelling. So I will rename you to Hunku-chan.
Just rename the one that's already up there. Just
number 3.
Yeah, I think I've jumped the gun a bit there because Jorky and Hunku-chan is now in second already.
Oh shit!
I think that may be the fastest ascent up the board of anything.
Since I spend as much time here as
It's
I used
first.
to, who's Jorky? Who's Jorky?
Jackie in chat. Yeah,
Do I
Jorky and
know
Hunku-chan
Jackie?
is very much in first. He is like femboyish.
Hey, that
I think
sounds
it's
good.
fair to say.
Ship us. That sounds good.
Where the fuck is
come
he?
to
Is he
East
even
Tennessee.
here?
We'll go get free sushi together. We can pretend. It'll be good times.
The problem is that Jackie has said this publicly, so I don't think it's a problem with saying this. He's completely asexual.
We're talking to Jackie
So-
before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
completely asexual. So if you wanted to like get the attention of the locals, he might have to be willing to put on a bit of an act.
Oh, we wouldn't have to like kiss or anything. We could just show up together. I'm sure that would make the little Fujoshi swoon anyway.
But how much more affordable, like how much more of a deal can you get than free sushi?
Hand holding is
I don't know, like, it's-
75% extra. Like you get
You just walk in holding hands and they all just melt immediately.
They bring out the sushi
Yeah.
boat. You know what I mean?
They give you double portions for free.
Yeah, I think I remember talking to Jackie. Jackie seems like a
Mm.
sweet little queer mo. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That is him, by the way. Currently called Margrave Jackie. Well, good fucking luck. It's now Margrave Jorky. Have I spelled that right? Is it? Yeah, you say that. Oh, I fucked it up.
No, Wolf. No, that's gross. No, please.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Wolf, I'm not sure.
That's gross.
I assume that they're clean. Aiden, those treasure ships are apparently a myth. What were you saying, Abel?
You do not know of the Fujo nest.
Yeah, they're not clean creatures.
I think that's
I've
what it
known-
literally
I've known a
means,
few-
isn't it?
Words.
Isn't
I've
it
known a
dirty
few-
woman or something? Dirty girl?
Fujoshi means spoiled woman. Yeah, but I've known a few white lesbians, and they were gross, filthy people. I don't put anything past homos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a picture of a chocolate bar called a Yorkie with the Y overlaid with the J. Thank you, Wolf. All right, well, thank you for the Fujoshi story. You are now called Hunku-chan, and Jackie has now been assigned as your Fujoshi bait partner in crime for
that
free
sounds good.
sushi.
From what little I interacted with him, Jackie seems like a lovely feminine male, and I'm sure that we would get along just fine. So
Right.
you guys can ship us however you like, as long as it's in the BL
Awesome.
yaoi type of shipping.
You can ship them however you want, as long as it's getting down sexual style.
You can ship them however
Sex.
you want, as long as it's poorly drawn and has terrible anatomy.
Just like Aiden's profile picture, which I made her
Perfect.
switch to. Nacho says, sounds like an awesome show I'd watch. You could tour the country getting free shit from all kinds of Asian places. You can assess the Fujoshi ratio of any Asian restaurant by just going in there with Jorky.
That would be good. And again, I don't want to push my luck, but the manager lady, the angry older lesbian, she's like 45. She doesn't seem to like me, but she doesn't seem to like anyone. I don't know if like the Fujoshi under her are like her particular brood and she doesn't like them giving me attention. I don't know how it works, and I don't want to know how it works.
Maybe
I
that's
like getting
just
free sushi.
Maybe that's just what a Fujoshi becomes past menopause.
It's sort of like how white lesbians turn into cat ladies for us. So it's like with them, they just become angry business owners.
Yeah. Usually brothel owners, I expect.
Oof.
Oh, that
Historically.
too. Yeah, true. So
Right.
I appreciate you bringing me on to share my story. I didn't have any other community to share that with, and I'm glad you guys listened. Thank you.
Anytime. Well, thank you for stopping by. I know that you said you have to head off soon, but you're welcome to stay until then.
In about 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
If you want me to stay on and talk to you, I will. If not, I can just
You're
drop
welcome
back to audience.
Sure,
Okay, cool. I'll hang
you're
out
welcome to
for a
stay.
while.
So good. Let's see what else we have today. We covered, as I mentioned earlier, the Senate thing, but that wasn't actually our main story. It was related. But the Cloudflare outage was our main story. So yes, you said earlier that you were hit by this, right? Or you did notice it?
Yeah, this morning I couldn't access Twitter. I couldn't access a couple of other things. I couldn't access YouTube for a while, and then I could. And I even tried multiple browsers, and it was the same thing. So I don't think that it was a browser issue. It was, I don't know what was going on exactly, but I could access Gab. I could access Gab just fine. I could access minds.com. I could open up Telegram and Discord in browser. That wasn't a problem. So it seemed to just be some news sites, YouTube, Twitter, and I think that's it. Those are the only ones I couldn't access for a couple of hours. But then, maybe around 10 a.m. my time, it all started working again.
So here's what happened. The majority of large websites that you access on the internet, you're actually accessing through Cloudflare, which is a layer that they put between the company's servers and the public, because the public is where DDoS attacks come from. DDoS attacks is where a large number of people or computers send requests to the server at once, which cause that to form a massive queue that it then takes a long time to get through. And the rate at which it gets can sometimes be slower than the rate they're coming in, which completely locks it up and no one can use it. It's why it's called denial of service. DDoS is just distributed denial of service, because just a DOS attack is holding down F5. And that's a very primitive way of doing it. But from a single computer, you can do a DOS attack, but you probably won't deny service unless it's a really small service. With Cloudflare, your request goes to them, and they have massive global infrastructure, servers all over the place, that you'll connect to a Cloudflare server. They will then run some analysis to determine if you're part of a DDoS or a genuine customer, and that's complicated. That's where the complexity is. And then once they determine that it's real, they'll pass your request onto the actual company server, which will return the data. And then the data goes back through Cloudflare. It also means that you don't know, you don't know the address of the company server exactly, though there's a way of guessing it. You don't know exactly, because you're only communicating with Cloudflare, and all that stuff's globally known. It's protected, hence it's publicly available. It is rather like any kind of protection, any kind of armor, a condom, anything you could think of as a protective layer, but it's all one big company running this protective layer across the world for a bunch of other companies that use it. So if you have a big company or a website you expect to get a lot of traffic and you want to make it publicly available, you can either roll your own DDoS protection, which is not going to be anywhere near as good as theirs, and you're going to be at risk. And especially whoever has the worst protection is going to get the most attacks if it's important. Or you can just say, I'll just use Cloudflare then, which is probably much cheaper than rolling your own. It just relies on their shit working. And despite what's happened today, most of the time it works really well. As far as I hear, it's not perfect, but most of the time it works really well. It does actually prevent or mitigate significantly DDoS attacks. So a lot of people earlier today, and I think it was happening yesterday as well, because I noticed some problems yesterday, were thinking it was a DDoS attack. I was thinking that was the most likely answer, but that's because I didn't assume the possibility that Cloudflare had just fucked something up, which of course we have to assume this now. I believe this has happened twice in the last year. And as it turns out, that's what happened. So what it seems like happened is that Cloudflare made a change, I'll read what he says first. This is, I think, the CEO of Cloudflare, or at least a Cloudflare representative who's talking about it. He says the following: I won't mince words. Earlier today, we failed our customers and the broader internet when a problem in Cloudflare network impacted large amounts of traffic that rely on us. The sites, businesses, and organizations that rely on Cloudflare depended on us being available, and I apologize for the impact that it caused. Transparency about what happened matters. As far as I know, they have always been pretty transparent. And we plan to share a breakdown with more details in a few hours. Now, this post was from about 9 hours ago, so there might be more detail now. I haven't seen it yet. If anyone has a post from him or details from him with more details, I'd appreciate it. He says, in short, a latent bug in a service underpinning our bot mitigation capability started to crash after a routine configuration change we made. I'll explain that in a second. That cascaded into a broad degradation to our network and other services. This was not an attack. That issue impact it caused and time to resolution is unacceptable, he says. Work is already underway to make sure it does not happen again, but I know it caused real pain today. The trust our customers place in us is what we value the most, and we are going to do what it takes to earn that back. One issue with Cloudflare, and why that paragraph is very important, is that they're not the only game in town, but they are by far the biggest. It's close to a monopoly on that.
Sort of like
what
Steam with games.
Sort of.
It's not necessarily a monopoly. It's Cloudflare, I think, has like 20%, and AWS, Amazon Web Services, also has like 30%. It's not a monopoly. I think it's Cloudflare, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft.
AWS, those are different services. AWS may provide a DDoS mitigation layer. Actually, I don't know, but AWS is not primarily that. They probably have their own DDoS mitigation service, but the only reason you would see that is because so many services actually run on AWS. But for services that run in their own infrastructure without using AWS and need a DDoS mitigation layer specifically, Cloudflare is the biggest game in town as far as I know, if not the only. Google has their own like actual hosting layer, as does Amazon, and I think they both do have their own mitigation, but I don't think they do, or maybe they do, but it's not their main service. They don't directly sell that mitigation to other companies.
The person to really
Cloudflare does. So in that service, they are pretty close to a monopoly.
I've listened to Josh Moon talk about this a lot, the guy who owns Kiwi Farms, because for obvious reasons, he's had problems with DDoS mitigation, and their website desperately needs DDoS mitigation. So there are, a big problem is that there aren't a lot of games in town with it, but there
are others, but they're smaller.
Cloudflare. Yes,
Indeed. Yeah, I'm not saying it's total monopoly, but for that particular kind of service, it's pretty close to a monopoly. Cloudflare have been pretty good over the years when it comes to not censoring services, but as you say, Aiden, they certainly did with Kiwi Farms. I suspect they may have been ordered to by some court in that case, or it may have been, they practically didn't have a choice because I don't think they've done it other than that. Have you guys heard of them ever doing it with anyone else? They may have done it with Stormfront or something, I don't know, but they've been very sparing with that. They could have been a lot worse, but that would have reduced trust. It would have allowed a competitor to grow, I expect. So, technically speaking, what appears...
There's a blog post about them blocking KF, but I don't know who else they have blocked.
I don't think many. What appears to have happened, as he's saying, is there was some sort of bug which only arose under certain circumstances. So they didn't catch it because those circumstances never arose. They changed something in their configuration, which they probably thought would be just a simple change, probably just trialing something or a small improvement. And that led to the bug like manifesting, that whatever code that needs to run in whatever combination, for that bug to manifest, it started to run, and thus the bug appeared. What would then happen if the bug was causing a significant amount of false positive bot detections, i.e. when a genuine user tries to connect and the system says, that's a bot. Okay, so that could be not too much of a problem until it keeps happening. If it happens enough times, they're going to think, we're under attack. There's fuckloads of bots trying to attack us for some reason, all coming out of nowhere at once because they're mistaking real users for bots. This is unprecedented. This is a massive attack. Raise the walls, slow everything down. We've got to, process all these packets in our deep processing layer, to make sure doubly and find out where they're from and mitigate the attack. All this extra processing they have to do slows everything down, which means that everyone else coming in then also gets slowed down. And then if they're also being detected as bots, it just exponentiates the whole queue. It gets massive because almost everyone in the world possibly is being detected as a bot, or at least way more than it should be. So it's way outside of the tolerance threshold they have for how many bots they can have accessing it at once, which would be the same as crashing the server. It just hangs the whole thing. That's what I'm guessing happened. That's what it sounds like. I got a similar thing yesterday when I was about to stream. It's part of the reason I didn't stream, actually, is I was about to stream and I got back to my PC and Discord wasn't connected. Okay, sometimes that's a VPN thing. Sometimes it just does a reconnect cycle and then it works again. Well, it didn't connect for a while. Restart Discord. Restart lots of times in different clients and whatever. It wasn't working. Accessed it in Firefox and it was working. So in the browser, it was working, but the local clients weren't. Even when I used the same VPN location on the browser and for the clients. I tried lots of different VPN locations. Many of them didn't work. I did eventually find one that did, but many of them didn't. But they did work in Firefox didn't work on the browsers. And so what I thought at the time is that they must have misidentified that a Chromium-based browser, which is what the local clients use, coming through the VPN I use is commonly used in an attack, but Firefox isn't. And that they must have fingerprinted my connection, not by the account. So Discord would have then locked down the account if they thought the account was attacking, but by the client, which is more of a Cloudflare layer. So I did say yesterday, it sounds more like Cloudflare. And that they fingerprinted it. The only part I got wrong, as it turns out, was that Cloudflare was not operating, at full capacity, but just incorrectly. They weren't operating as expected. They just made a mistake. No, they were operating under completely fucked parameters where it was all going horribly wrong. That's the only thing I got wrong about it. And I think that's what actually happened yesterday. I did manage to get through in the end by using a different VPN location. Just by chance, one of them worked. But then today, apparently, it was much worse for a large part of the day. But now it seems to be okay again. They fixed it. So I did manage to guess most of it correctly. So that's what roughly happened. I got lots more reactions to it. But since you have limited time, why don't you give us everything you want to say about this? Take as much time as you want. How did this affect you?
Well, I mean, it didn't affect me because I didn't really have anything I had to use those sites for this morning for the couple of hours I noticed it not working. The larger implication here is something that I've been telling people on my channel for the last couple of years. Many of you know that I'm racially conscious, I'm pro-white, but that doesn't mean I hate nons. But I do think that with what we know about CIA, Mossad, Israel, Zionists, the lies about World War I and World War II we're told, and how the moral order that has emerged in the last 80 to 90 years is explicitly anti-white, anti-male, anti-traditional. And even though it calls itself liberal, it's, satanically anti-liberal in its way too. I encourage people to build community offline because our future as any kind of dissident, as anyone who wants to actually make change and move away from this evil anti-white empire that we live in, you can't exist on the internet only. You can use the internet to network, to build, to grow, but we have to have real networks, real communities, and find ways to communicate that don't rely on largely controlled internet sources. And when I say largely controlled, this is exactly what I'm talking about with Cloudflare here. There are so many ways that someone can flip a switch somewhere and totally destroy everything you might have spent your entire life building and organizing online. So online should only be used as a means to an end, and it should not be of critical importance to anything that you care about, anything that you build, whether it's politics or church or education or some kind of pro-Christian or pro-white or pro-UK or pro-America nationalist activism or whatever. You need to learn your lessons. The internet is compromised establishment territory, and they can hurt you. It's the same way with all these, with Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, etc. Look at what happened recently with Bitcoin. Like, this is why I tell people you can't put all of your stock in these impersonal, international, digitized things, because people that are already in the establishment have a kill switch on you, and they can and will use it. So that is what I feel from this story, is just to talk about what I've been talking about for the last 2 years, which is what I just said. Now, specific to this story, I do think it's interesting, and it reminds me of like what we talk about with what happens when Emperor Gabe dies. How will things change? Will the same anti-male, anti-white, shit-lib assholes come in, and then you get the same furry communist retards running Steam who run Discord and everything else? What happens when that's the case at Steam? What happens when that's the case at Valve? And so it's like, what happens when Cloudflare fails, or when Cloudflare is completely compromised by incompetence, H-1B Indians, anti-white shit-lib blue hairs from university? What happens when people that are at the helm of absolutely critical digital services want to turn the kill switch on us? What happens? Where do we go? What do we do? So that's the kind of thing you need to keep in mind, especially if you're young listening to me say this. You need to build community, strength, business, church, school, family. You need to build things
100%.
that some anonymous asshole can't take from you by flipping a switch and denying you service. You need to invest yourself in those things. Internet stuff is fun and awesome. I love it. I make a living, telling dirty jokes and covering the news and being based on the internet. I love that. That's a good thing. We need that kind of based entertainment, that kind of based networking. But that is not an end. It is only a step towards an end. And this can all be taken away from us at a moment. If the wrong people do the wrong thing to us, it can all go away. So that's why you have to use things like this as an example to get wise and to invest yourself in things that can't easily be taken away from you. You can use the internet to do that. Just don't rely on the internet for it. That's why, people in the cabal, like, Uzulu and Aiden and like the 15 or 16 friends that I actually have known for years on the internet, I have multiple ways to contact these people. We'll be friends on Steam. I'll have their email addresses. Have contacts on Gab, Twitter, Facebook. Even if I don't use Facebook, I still like to keep it in a log what their ID is on a Facebook in case I lose connection with them somewhere else. I even have the phone numbers of the few people I've met online. And these are just friends. This is not me building a network or doing politics or anything. It's just you need to learn good lessons about the digitized landscape. It can go away and radically change at any moment, and you won't expect it. And that's why you back up your files and your save games and your favorite whatever that you've downloaded on the internet, because at any moment something might short in your desktop or your laptop, and then, oh shit, well, none of my stuff's backed up, it's all gone. That's what can happen to us socially on the internet as well. That's why you have to have backups, and that's why you have to invest yourself in things that can't be digitally stolen from you by evil people you don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you almost entirely. The only thing I differ on a little bit is that the infrastructure of the internet is not something that's short of some apocalyptic event. It's not going to go away. The main providers of the services we use, yes, they can take your shit away anytime. And if they get organized enough, they can take your shit away on every platform. They could bar you from Gmail if you use that for email. They could bar you from whatever client you use to some extent if it's an online client. Any aspect of what you do that's on the cloud, you could be barred from. Potentially. There are barriers for that happening within practice, but we've seen examples where conspiracies have formed around barring certain people from the internet, which have been somewhat effective. However, I would say that the internet is not something that, as I said, short of an apocalyptic event, is likely to be taken away in general. That there will always be, and this is something that's really great about the internet and great about humanity in general, there's always going to be some corner of the internet that we can organize. There's always going to be some service which is free of the establishment's control, even if it is small and hard to find. We may be pushed into the margins, but that's really just going to filter for the strongest, and then we'll regrow from there, because this social movement, this pro-human movement, is always going to have some momentum.
I agree with you about the internet. I don't mean that the whole of the internet will go away. What I mean is, if you have all your eggs in one basket online, that could all go away,
But
whether it's malicious or not.
Yeah, my point from that is the part that may disagree with you, which is that you said to see the internet as a means to an end, to form real human connections, and I'd certainly agree with that. But I think it's a bit too idealistic to expect that that's the only end. And that communicating with people through the internet only, due to practical reasons, may in fact be the best end you can expect for some people and in some circumstances. And in those cases, that's not something to be sniffed at. It's not something to say, that's not good enough, or it's not real. It is real, because the internet is now how humans communicate.
A little bit. Sure, I agree. Let me revise a little bit. I'm not saying that you shouldn't really love internet communities. I really love Cabal. Like, I've been part of this for like 5 or 6 years now. I love what goes on here. It's fun. It's unique. It's not like anything else. This is a real experience for me. This is not a fake experience that just evaporates when I turn the computer off. Like, I really like being here. Like, these are good things. And a lot of us, maybe we're neats. Maybe we're autistic. We don't have people skills. And this is the best we can have. That's fine. You can still heed my wisdom by having backups and having multiple ways to connect with your friends and having backup servers and things like that. But when I talk about needing to invest in things that matter and only the internet being a means to an end, I mean with cultural political change, because you have to have people on the ground that have real power and influence. And once you get to the level of actually being a contender, if you're mostly on the internet, then the enemies can shut you down. That's my point in saying that. I don't mean for just like regular people who aren't invested in that shit. Like regular people still should, if they can, be invested in off the internet things too. That's healthier. But if this is the best that you can have, I don't think I'm not here to shit on that and say that it's bad, because I'm mostly an internet person too, Uzulu. Almost all of my social activity and the things that I care about day to day, they happen online. Online friends in the White Wellbeing community, online friends in the Old Glory Club, you guys here, the handful of people that over in West's server I talk to and host movies for. Like, these people are my real life, my real social group. Like, and it's not fake friendship; it's real friendship. I don't want you to think that my diatribe earlier meant that you can't have real value in digital landscape communication. You absolutely can, because I mostly do as well.
Yes, I wasn't trying to imply that. It's possible to go too far with that, to be too idealistic to the point that you miss out on the advantages. Because very often, it's kind of like the idea with the gold standard versus fiat currency. Gold standard is more stable, so relying on, treating the internet as just a ephemeral layer that you can use, but you have to rely on something better than that, would be more stable but less powerful. Because if you take some risks that the people on the internet you'll be able to reach, even if there's attacks, even if they try to censor you, that you'll still find a way to reach them, then that is ultimately more powerful, even though it's a higher risk. So it's just that balance. We have to not just stick with the more stable option because it's not as powerful, but to be smart about how we use the riskier option.
Well, no, I mean, of course this is valuable. That's why people like me and you exist. Like, we exist to inform people, give them hope, give them fury, give them knowledge, give them truth. Like, we exist for that reason, and it's a very good thing. It's just that, in my opinion, that's not the end that I want. I want culture to actually change. I want a real cycling of elites in elite theory style. I want things to be better for all white people and non-white people too, obviously. But like, for my racial group, for my civilization, I think things will have to progress past the internet for there to be real change. But again, I'm not just talking about friend group stuff. I mean, like, real power politics stuff.
Yep.
I think we agree almost entirely, yes. Let me have a look at what other things I have on this story. We have this as well.
Let me yell at my mother and see how much longer I have, because she's cooking us a dinner tonight. We're doing Thanksgiving this week instead of next week because we have to travel.
Fair enough. So these are some of the sites that are running on Cloudflare. So if you were using any of these today, you may well have seen a problem. So X, Twitter, naturally, is the big one. Discord, which of course we were having trouble with for the last 24 hours. Reddit, which I'm sure many of you use. Please post a Hammond GIF or video. Canva, which I think is like an online drawing tool. Notion, which I've heard of, but I can't remember what it is. Tinder, which some of you may use. Medium, which is a blogging site. Figma, which I think is some sort of like design tool. DoorDash, which is like Uber Eats. Coinbase, which is a crypto thing. Shopify is some sort of shopping site. Udemy, Zendesk, 9gag, speedtest.net, which is a fairly common one. I'd recommend fast.com. It's easier to use. The Guardian, and change.org would all have been disrupted by this. Many of you will have used several of those. You have 10 minutes. Okay. Well, let me go through a bit more of this.
Sure.
Try and get you something to comment on, possibly. Cloudflare outage. Half the internet is down, says this user. Let's see if Cloudflare is hiring tech workers in Bengaluru, India. Why, yes, in fact, they are. Interesting. Hardware systems engineer, IAM security analyst, infrastructure support engineer, etc., etc.
So it seems like in every industry and in every walk of life, the adage holds true: import the third world, become the third world.
I suspect, though this is important and worth noting, I suspect this is not why it happened. Now, it's possible it is, of course, but it would have to have been this way for years, and it would have to infest the core of their tech, because that's pretty much what this was. It was right in the core of their tech. That then the configuration change, I think, was probably spread immediately to every node. So it's something they trusted really strongly, and this is not originally an Indian company, as far as I know. So either the Indians have got in really deep and started modifying the core of the code, and it's way worse than we think, or they're still relatively close to the margins. And this was a problem that could have happened to any company. A latent bug like this, especially in old code, is completely expected. That's something that just happens. In this case, the reason it was so bad is because it was probably difficult to find, and it happened to work in such a way that grew, exponentiated over time. Now, it may have been, it may well have been that there were Indians on the team that were meant to handle it, that were supposed to report this upwards, and it didn't get there fast enough because there were too many Indians there. I just doubt that it's, if they had never hired a single Indian, this may still have happened. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
but
totally. Yeah, like if what that guy, if what the CEO guy said in the tweet was correct, then that leads us to think that there was, because he said a latent bug deep in the core of it. That could have been something that just, maybe it wasn't an issue that anyone even knew about, or they did know about it and it was deranked as a problem. But as tech changes and as new code is put on top, maybe when they went live with the new thing, they just didn't think to test for that latent bug that's been around for like 8 or 10 years or whatever. And so that's what caused the problem. It might not be because of, my competency crisis and all that. It might just be, this is just a problem that happens sometimes with tech.
Yeah. Just got very unlucky in that it went bad this time. So all I'm saying, chat, is don't jump to the conclusion that this was because of Jeets, but it might have been. It genuinely might have been. And it might have been made worse because of it.
Jeets for shit.
which is fair. It could also be that, I don't know this is optimistic, but it's possible that all of these people are only being hired to work on the local India Cloudflare servers, because of course they need to have Indian servers. They probably have multiple Indian servers, and that they just hire locals, which is still inadvisable if you want good stuff, but maybe. Hell, maybe they're obscuring the fact, we're assuming he's telling the truth here. Maybe the quote-unquote routine configuration change was deployed on an Indian server and somehow pushed authoritatively to every other server.
Could be.
It's possible.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We'll have to see. I'm going to have a look on this guy's profile and see if he's posted anything more since this, because it was hours ago.
After this, I'll say my goodbyes.
All right. Yes. Are you going now or just soon?
Oh, we can check this guy's profile and see.
No worries. They were able to resolve the impact to traffic at about 2:30 UTC, which is about 9 hours ago. And then that's he's got. There's not much new from him now. Dashboard of the API as our customers use to configure it. Control panel showing me feeling. So yeah, the control panel will go down as well. We plan to share a complete walkthrough of what went wrong today in a couple of hours. So this was 6 hours ago. So it probably should be out by now, but I don't see it. It might be on cloudflare.com. I think they have a blog as well. Either way, we'll try and find it. Okay, so they're advertising to us on its alleged quality, but that's not actually what I'm here for. What I'm here for is your alleged lack of quality, or your actual lack of quality. Okay, press release. No, that was from a while ago. What's new? So there's nothing on it currently on their website. I think they do have a blog where they post about this stuff, but I don't see a link to it there. ESG is there. Of course it is. Yeah, I don't see anything else about it. Well, I doubt they've posted about it yet, but they might have done. There's a couple of articles on the outage as well. Thank you, Wolf.
Well, I had a lot of fun with you tonight, and I'm very glad you guys enjoyed my funny story with the Fujoshi at the sushi bar. That was, it felt good to finally get to share that with somebody besides my husband. It was a good time. Because he got a big kick out of it too. Because of course I told him about it, and he's not a sushi person. He doesn't like raw meat, but I tried to talk him into going there with me, but he didn't want to. So anyway, I had a great time, and I look forward to catching you live. One of the reasons I'm not here live much anymore is I have been busy lately. Almost every time you live stream, I'm either doing something else, I'm out. So I do my best to listen to your streams, at least the news part. Like on my phone at the gym or driving around and stuff. But I haven't been able to be here live much lately. Hopefully that will change and I'll be able to be here live more often, because I really do love being a part of things while it's live.
No worries. Well, you're most welcome whenever you're available. Good luck with
Okie
everything,
dokie.
Is. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye bye.
There we go. Fucking Busak, you really set that one up. Yes, JF. So thank you, Wolf, for linking their blog. They actually did put a post. It's not on their website. They fucked up posting it on their fucking website. But
Well,
James,
I'm so
what the
glad that most of the internet's DDoS protection is provided by this fucking company. They can't even make a post to their damn website.
James, what the fuck are you talking about? Atronach's own peeps bringing shit behavior on Japan bases, social media's not knowing how to read the room. What the fuck does that mean? Hold on, I'm gonna just... Atronach, can you explain what he means? See if we can get some insight on that. Atronach is online right now, but I think he's playing Marvel Rivals, as you might expect. Di really is addicted to that. We've got to, as a community, we're going to join together and get hell unaddicted. Anyway, let's read what they say was the problem. On 18th November 2025, at 11:20 UTC, all times in this blog are UTC, so that's the same time zone as me, which is convenient. So that's about 12 hours ago. Cloudflare's network began experiencing significant failures to deliver core network traffic. Now, I was experiencing issues with it yesterday evening, which is 12 hours before this. Actually, more than 12 hours, probably at 14 hours before this. A bit more, actually. 16, 17 hours before this. So I suspect the problem was actually manifested much earlier. It could be that that was unrelated. It was something else. But I suspect it was the same thing because it matches the profile. They say this showed up to the internet users trying to access our customers' sites as an error page indicating a failure within Cloudflare's network. Many of you will have seen this. I consent. Host, I consent. Cloudflare, I don't. Is there someone you forgot to ask? The issue was not caused directly or indirectly by a cyber attack or malicious activity of any kind. They've put in bold because I imagine that's what everyone suspected. Instead, it was triggered by a change to one of our database system's permissions. Oh, it's always the fucking permissions. It's always the... Not always, but database and permissions. You're going to tend to find a lot of problems center around those two things, which caused the database to output multiple entries into a feature file used by our bot management system. That's a strange one. I'm not sure how that would work, actually. That feature file in turn doubled in size. The larger than expected feature file was then propagated to all the machines that make up our network. See, that part I did, I did realize had happened. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Our software running on these machines to route traffic across our network reads this feature file to keep our bot management system up to date with ever-changing threats. I guess feature file is some sort of like version management thing, which is a very big problem in programming. The software had a limit on the size of the feature file that was below its doubled size. That's so dumb! That's such a dumb reason!
Jesus Christ.
Why? That would... I'm almost sure that would have to be an arbitrary limit anyway. Why? That's such a simple fucking fix. I mean, it's a simple fix once you know what it is, but I can see that being difficult to track down. But why have that limit? I guess you would have the limit of like, okay, set the limit to whatever the amount would be above which it's a bug or dangerous. Okay, we'll do that. They fucking set that when the company started and haven't updated it to today, which of course would have different requirements. So it's probably just some configuration number buried deep in some ancient file or database entry, which they've never changed since the company was founded. I'm guessing that's what defined the size, because that would have to be an arbitrary size, unless it's going through some weird tech layer that has some natural file limit, but I doubt it. They said after we initially wrongly suspected the symptoms we were seeing were caused by a hyperscale DDoS attack, which is what I was saying, they would have suspected that initially if it looked like the too many people were bots connecting. What may have happened is the file was too big, so it failed on the bot assessment. And what would you do if your code failed on the bot assessment on a particular user? What would you default to? Would you default to it is a bot and we should block it, or it isn't a bot and we should let it through? What would you do? You default to deny. So they just denied everything. Well, maybe you default to allow. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure which is better there. Either do you deny the service worldwide, or do you allow your systems to be so overloaded that you effectively allow that. I guess you'd rather have arbitrary denial than than just be raped denial. After we initially wrongly suspected the systems were being caused by a hyperscale DDoS attack, we correctly identified the core issue and were able to stop the propagation of the larger than expected feature file and replace it with an earlier version of the file. So they didn't even replace it with a version which had what they wanted to update. They just rolled it back. Core traffic was largely flowing as normal by 2:30 p.m. They say we worked over the next few hours to mitigate increased load on various parts of our network as traffic rushed back online. As of 5 p.m. my time, so about 5 hours ago, all systems at Cloudflare were functioning as normal. They say we are sorry for the impact to our customers and to the internet in general, because it is that big. Given Cloudflare's importance in the internet ecosystem, any outage of any of our systems is unacceptable. They say that there was a period of time where our network was not able to route traffic is deeply painful to every member of our team. They say, we know we let you down today. So you can build infrastructure. There are ways to build computer programs where they never fail in a hard way. Now, this wasn't necessarily a hard failure, but you can build them in such a way that they're simple enough that you can keep an eye on every part of the program and know what all of it's doing. So it's all sort of part of the awareness of a single person as they're building it, and so they can track all bugs. Like, there's disciplined ways of writing it to make sure that this can almost never happen. Now, you can never guarantee you don't get bugs, but for something this important, you'd think it would be fucking running on Erlang using NASA-level manual constraints for how to write a program to make sure that the kind of things they put on satellites, to make sure it never goes wrong. Because you can make almost damn sure it never goes wrong. What I'm hearing here is that it's nowhere near that. It's legacy code stacked layer upon layer upon layer with like weird scripting systems or configuration systems generated by code from a database that's then used to propagate as a file to all the servers and configure the bots, which then default to failure. It's drastically overcomplicated from what it sounds like, and drastically just badly designed as a patchwork of systems from years upon years. Given how important this is to global internet infrastructure, it should be rock solid, not just in practice, but from the ground up in principle design. I know that's a lot to ask because it's a big system, but if I were in charge of this company, I'd be saying, okay, how much can we invest in rebuilding our core infrastructure? Just the important stuff to keep the internet up and running in the most reliable way possible. How much can we invest in that? Because that would be fucking worth doing. You don't want this to ever happen, because this happens one more time in the next year. People are going to start, like big people are going to start seeking an alternative. They might already be doing so. And if you've used Cloudflare's front-end UI, which I have for a few things, you will know that it's not very well made. And that's not always an indication of how good the back-end services are, but it does give you an implication, if you have no other indication, of how good they are, and it's not good. It's really slow and just clunky. Big fucking loading screens everywhere, and everything, like even the fucking loading spinner is different between different sections of the the control panel. It's that kind of thing. It looks like it's patchwork. So nothing this essential should be that messy. They go on, this post is an in-depth recount of exactly what happened and what systems and processes failed. It's also the beginning, though not the end, of what we plan to do in order to make sure an outage like this will not happen again. Anything short of what I just said really is not good enough for something this globally important. The chart below shows the volume of 5xx error HTTP codes served by the Cloudflare network. 5xx means that the error is on the server side. If it's 4xx, that means technically the person requesting, so you, has done something wrong. So 404 means not found because you were the one that requested this thing that doesn't exist. It doesn't mean you're at fault. It just means technically the place the error started was with you. So 400 errors mean it's the client side, 500 mean it's the server side. Normally this should be very low, and it was right up until the start of the outage. I think 2 means success, 3 means mitigate, like a partial success or a redirect or something, and then 1 is partway through the process to success. So the volume prior to 1120 is the expected baseline of 5xx errors occurred across our network. So on the left there, that tiny little sort of simmering amount down there. I'm not sure what they would even be, those 500s. I think, what server errors could you get that you would expect to have? I'm sure there's something, but it's not very much, as they say. I mean, that's that's like a few thousand requests per second across the entire world that end up in 500s. That's not too bad. But then it jumped up to 28 million requests per second, which were giving an error on the server side. And it stayed at about 26 million for several hours after some spikes. Per second, that is. The spike and subsequent fluctuations show our system failing due to loading the incorrect feature file. Well, no, it was the correct feature file. It was just an incorrectly formatted feature file. They say what's notable is that our system would then recover for a period. This was very unusual behavior for an internal error. Yeah, I'm not sure why that would be, actually. Not sure why it would do that. The explanation was that the file was being generated every 5 minutes by a query running on a ClickHouse database cluster, which was being gradually updated to improve permissions management. Right. This is the shit I'm talking about. You should not be relying on this many separate... You shouldn't have a fucking cron tab job to just print out a configuration file from a unique database that's specifically for this task. That you're updating the thing that generates it as it's generating it and spreading it across. It's so fucking messy. Even just from this, it sounds incredibly messy. If I built a system for Cabal like this, even though what I'm building is much smaller, I'd fucking restart it straight away. It's completely unacceptable. Even the stuff I've built, I'm not that happy with, but it's so much neater than this. And again, the scale is very different, but also the scale of me is very different compared to this company. I know that scaling up the number of employees you have arguably multiplies this problem, but how much money do they need to make it? How much money and how much time do they need to make it work? Bad data was only generated if the query ran on the part of the cluster which had been updated. As a result, every 5 minutes there was a chance of either a good or a bad set of configuration files being generated and rapidly propagated across the network. Change this. Change this straight away. This fluctuation made it unclear what was happening as the entire system would recover and then fail again, as sometimes good, sometimes bad configuration files were distributed to our network. Initially, this led us to believe this might be caused by an attack. Eventually, every ClickHouse node was generating the bad configuration file and the fluctuation stabilized in the failing state. Oh, good. What is this? Interesting. Yes, thank you, Wolf. There is a very fun 400 error. I think it's 427. And I think it's something like client is not a teapot or something, or not a toaster or something stupid like that. There's a joke one, see if you can find it. I'm sure one of you will find it. Errors continued until the underlying issue was identified and resolved starting at 2:30 p.m., which is about 9 hours ago. We solved the problem by stopping the generation and propagation of the bad feature file and manually inserting a known good file, at least they had a backup, into the feature file distribution queue. At least they weren't fucking deleting their backups on a cron tab and then forcing a restart of our core proxy. The remaining long tail in the chart above is our team restarting remaining services that had entered a bad state with 500 error code volume returning to normal at 5 p.m. Following services were impacted, basically all of them. Core CDN, Turnstile, I'm not sure what that is. Workers KV, I think I know what that is. That's similar to what Amazon provides. Dashboard, so your UI, email security, and access, which I think is their permission system, I think. Yes, there you go. I think that's the one. Oh no, is that the one? I don't know. Yeah, it's similar to that, Pug. I think there is a 400 error code. Yeah, there you go. Error 418, I'm a teapot. Yeah, exactly. It's a joke one. I confuse it with 429, which means rate limit. As well as returning HTTP 5XX errors, we observed significant increases in latency and responses from our CDN during the impact period. This was due to large amounts of CPU being consumed by our debugging and observability systems. Oh god, an error is happening, quick log everything, which automatically enhance uncaught errors with additional debugging information. That's sensible to do that, to have that on an adaptive priority, because logging can take up a lot of usage if you have a lot of data. So turning it on only when you need it makes sense, but then of course, when things are going wrong, it becomes exponential. Yeah, there you go. The HTTP status code 418 I'm a teapot is a well-known humorous error code, originally defined as an April Fool's joke in 1998 by the IETF in the Hypertext Coffee Pot Control Protocol. It indicates that the server refuses to brew coffee because it is permanently a teapot. Despite its humorous origin, the code was formerly reserved in RFC 9110 due to its widespread use as a joke, preventing it from being assigned to any non-joke meaning in the foreseeable future. Some websites use this response to reject automated queries or for playful rejection of requests. Yeah, so that is the joke 400 error code. How Cloudflare processes requests and how this went wrong today. I won't read too much because I know that even though this is big, and I think you guys are sort of, you're interested in more in the politics, less in the tech. Some of you are interested in the tech, but I won't go through every section here. I'm interested in what they say they're going to do to fix it, if they get onto that. Query behavior change. A lot of this will be interesting to me. I may read it later, but it's just the specifics of why this happened. But I want to know what they say they're going to do to fix it. Remediation and follow-up steps. Now that our systems are back online and functioning normally, work has already begun on how we will harden them against failures like this. It's not hardening. Hardening's for security. This is just a bug. Whatever. You can use it generically, I suppose. In particular, we are hardening ingestion of Cloudflare-generated configuration files in the same way we would for user-generated input. That does make sense, but that's really only a patch. Enabling more global kill switches for features, again, makes sense, but it really is just a patch. That wouldn't really help here because you still have to know that's the problem. You thought it was an attack. As soon as you realized what it was, you were able to fix it fairly quickly. These features would only help you fix it faster. I mean, actually, the first one would help it to spread slower, but the second one only helps you fix it faster. Eliminating the ability for core dumps or other error reports to overwhelm system resources. Yeah, that does seem like a bit of a problem. Obviously, you want to increase logging, but you want to have an upper limit on that as well so you don't bog down the entire system in just logging. Reviewing failure modes for error conditions across all core proxy modules. Yeah, that's quite a general one, but this is... This will slow down this problem and reduce its worst excesses and allow you to fix it faster once you find it. It does not solve the core issues in principle. Your infrastructure is still, by the sounds of it, a complete mess. Today was Cloudflare's worst outage since 2019, they say. We've had outages that have made our dashboard unavailable, some that have caused newer features to not be available for a period of time. But in the last 6+ years, we've not had another outage that has caused the majority of core traffic to stop flowing through our network. An outage like today is unacceptable, they say. We've architected our systems to be highly resilient to failure to ensure traffic will always continue to flow. When we've had outages in the past, it's always led to us building, new, more resilient systems. And see, that's the problem. Building new systems to supplement the others, unless you're building it again from the core, I don't know. Maybe there are some layers where it's this reliable, but it does sound like a lot of it is a total mess. They say, having got our systems back online and functioning normally, work has already begun on how we will harden them against failures like this in future. And then that's the list of actions. And then the rest of this is just advertising. So there you go. That's the Cloudflare outage. I do have some more articles about this, but I think the blog post will give us way more information than the mail will. So I think we'll skip them. That's the story. The fact that you guys have been talking exclusively about things completely unrelated to this implied to me either that you're very bored or you're so engaged with what I'm saying that barely any of you are talking in chat. I choose to believe the latter. Either way, that's the story. It may well happen again. Well, you're bored, Nachos. I know you're one of the ones who doesn't have any interest in tech. Yeah, it may well happen again, but at least now we'll be able to blame them more accurately if something similar again happens. Every time they patch something like this, I imagine that that area of problems won't happen for another 5, 6, 10 years, but some other area is just ready to go boom. Eventually, they'll have so many problems that all of their oldest code will have been looked over enough that the bugs will have been prevented. And then at that point, their oldest code, their first bug fixes will start going wrong in combination with new stuff. And ultimately, that probably is sort of a necessary way for it to work. But I do feel, from the way they describe it, it does sound like an overhaul and principled rebuild of their core to be as simple and stable as possible would be a great help. But I don't know. I'd have to know more about their infrastructure. But that's it for now. Let's move on to something else, shall we? Because there's lots of other stories to cover, including several from last stream that we didn't get to. You're paying attention, follow the teapot tech shenanigans. Fair enough. as well, fair enough. Let's see what else we've got. We've got the main story, I suppose. What did I call it? Yes. So the Epstein files thing we already covered earlier, but what we do have is MTG talking about it, which I will find for you. It's on Twitter. That's it. Okay, let's hear her talking about it.
And this was a fight that we should have never had to wage. It should have been the easiest thing for every single member of Congress. It should have been the easiest thing for the Speaker of the House. It should have been the easiest thing for the President of the United States to release all the information, every single file, on behalf of these American women.
True.
And this was a...
Yep, can't help but agree. It really should have been easy and quick. As I said earlier, the only real thing is redacting the victims' names. I suspect that is not the only reason for the delay, unfortunately. So her point still stands. Although we don't know for sure, I guess. It may have just been that, but I don't think it was just that.
Files. Congresswoman Green, you raised the question of whether or not the Justice Department will actually release these files. Do you take the president at his word when he says he's going to sign this bill, and do you have confidence that these files will actually be released?
I only take people's actions seriously, no longer words.
And what do you think the president's actions?
And I'll tell you, because I wasn't a Johnny-come-lately to the MAGA train. I was day one 2015, and there's a big difference in those Americans and those that decided to support President Trump later on. And I'll tell you right now, this has been one of the most destructive things to MAGA, is watching the man that we supported early on, 3 elections, for people that stood hours, slept in their cars to go to rallies, have fought for truth and transparency, and to hold what we consider a corrupt government accountable. Watching this actually turn into a fight has ripped MAGA apart. And the only thing that will speak to the powerful, courageous women behind me is when action is actually taken to release these files, and the American people won't tolerate any other bullshit. That's where we are today. Thank you.
Yeah, I think she's exaggerating a little bit when she says it's torn Margaret apart, but it's certainly in that direction. And she's talking about women, right? There's possibly something we have to address here with the Epstein thing. Epstein has been the focus for all the talk about large-scale elite pedophile networks. And it probably is a large amount of it, but I doubt it's all of it. If it's all of it, then what about the boys? Because I'm sure that there were plenty of gays involved in this as well, of perpetrators, gay perpetrators involved in this. Why is she only talking about the women? Was his entire game, so I still don't know this, I don't know if anyone knows this, was his entire game to just get 17-year-old women to sleep with powerful figures and then to say, technically, you could go down for this? Or were there actually younger kids involved? I don't know if we know for sure on that. There may well have been, but I don't know if we've seen the evidence of it. If we haven't seen evidence of that, then we still have other places to look for the other, multiple or singular, elite pedophile networks in the world. Because there almost certainly are some. We've seen some indications over the years that they exist, and I'm sure it was not all girls. If all Epstein was doing was 17-year-olds, putting them on powerful people, that's obviously still horribly immoral, but it's not the end of the search, and it's not as bad as 5-year-olds, which does also, I suspect, unfortunately, happen. I don't know if Epstein was involved in that specifically. He may well have been. But if he wasn't, we still have a lot of work to do, and we're frankly being distracted by Epstein if that's the case. But if he was, then MTG saying just women, well, it works for the cameras, but it's still not justice. That's the same video again. So yeah, that's what she said. She's the closest thing we have now to someone that's saying the right things on this. Again, I think maybe Trump is not acting maliciously here. I suspect he doesn't actually have that much evidence. But who would believe him at this point? I mean, certainly MTG wouldn't. And this is probably the blunder. If he just come out and said straight away that we have no client list, it's possible it was erased by the previous administration. If he had just said that, because all you have to do sometimes is state the counter narrative to a prevailing rumor. Because if a rumor starts and builds up, it's a narrative, and there's no narrative to counter it. If you just come out and state the counter narrative, you don't have to have any evidence, you don't have to present anything else. Just state the narrative, it can stop it from running. Now, obviously, I'd only say that's justified if it's true, but if it's true, you can't prove a negative, especially when everyone suspects it does exist and you would cover it up. But just state the counter narrative. Just say it was probably deleted by the previous administration or was never held by this government. And if he had just said that, it would have been much better handled if that's the truth. Frankly, even if it's not, which does make it much more suspicious that maybe there is something that is important, but he's not willing to reveal. Although, as I say, seems counter to the notion that the Democrats are pushing for it. I don't know exactly. We still got a lot of unanswered questions here. Aspects of this don't really make sense in either narrative. There's probably still a lot of data we're missing. But I'm glad that people are pushing for it. However, I do fear that the whole Epstein thing itself is actually a distraction from bigger issues, especially specifically in the area of elite pedophile rings. I suspect Epstein may not have been the biggest or the most important. It may have been, work with me here, chat, stay with me, the cleanest of the elite pedophile rings. And that's why it's able to be attacked like this. Maybe it's the red meat. I fear that eventuality, and if that's true, we've got a lot more work to do, but at least we've started, because at least it was worth taking down. Stu says, I suspect that might open him up to litigation if he doesn't have concrete evidence. Nah, he could say that. He could say he suspects, as long as he's clear about that. I don't think that would be defamatory. Or he could say it's possible. He could say, we're exploring the possibility, we're investigating the possibility. Anything like that would be okay, I suspect. Jorky says Epstein only dealt in teenage girls 14 to 17 from what I have seen of the stuff, which is obviously very, very bad. Pedophile, disgraced financier for sure. Hello.
Hello.
Apologies, chat. My mic ran out of battery. As I said, I suspect that it is the case that there have been elite paedophile rings of kids much younger than 14, and I don't know that. Unfortunately, I suspect it, given a few things I've seen over the years, and so Epstein may well be a distraction from that. Either way, it still needs to be fixed. That's interesting. I'm being asked to have a look at this story quickly. We come back to the MTG thing in a minute. Multiple elementary schools in Charlotte, North Carolina are reporting a whopping 65% of their students are absent now that Border Patrol are conducting raids nearby. That implies that the kids may be legal, but only because they were born in the US. That the parents are not. The parents have taken their kids and are hiding with them. Maybe the parents, there's probably so much fear around that. The parents may suspect that their kids would be taken hostage just to get to them, which, I'm not saying that's necessarily the most ethical thing to do, but as long as they're treated well otherwise and then deported legally, it's better than nothing. It could be that there's some other explanation, but it does seem quite likely that it's this, isn't it? It's weird that we haven't heard of this happening anywhere else. It seems like it would have been news every other time it happened, but I haven't heard of this happening before.
First at 4, we are learning new details about how the presence of Border Patrol in the Queen City is impacting learning at the area's largest school district. For the second day in a row, students at several schools walked out in protest for the Border Patrol deployment here in Charlotte.
That's different. If they're truancing in protest, that's different. That would explain why we hadn't heard of this before. It's not illegal parents taking their kids out of school to hide them. It's protest. Well, that doesn't really hurt anyone but them. Maybe the schools. Charlotte, North Carolina. I can't remember whether North Carolina's red or blue, but given that Charlotte, I think, is a big city, it's a blue area, almost certainly. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino reveals there is a large number of illegal aliens in North Carolina.
Is that we go after for specific criminals. And then, John, what happens is as we go after those target packages, we come into contact with other illegal aliens. We call those collaterals. And amongst those collaterals, we're seeing a very large percentage of criminal illegal aliens. Sometimes 66% of those collaterals have significant criminal and or immigration histories.
They just keep falling into our lap is basically what he's saying here. We just go to these places and we keep tripping over people and 2/3 of them are illegal. That's pretty crazy. NCS red, blue governor. Okay. And I guess the city though is blue. So yeah, well, at least something's being done. I don't know if this is as much work as can go into this or as fast as it can be going, but it's good that it's happening at all. It just needs to go on for a lot longer. With the maximum force of the US behind it, maybe you could do half the work that needs to be done in Trump's presidency, but that might require sacrificing other things. A conservative rate may see that this is like, a quarter to a third of the work needs to be done. Either way, you got to continue this over multiple presidential terms. You got to hope and vote that you'll get JD or someone suitable next time to continue this work. But it's a long job, as it will be here too. Outrage is erupting after a non-profit in North Carolina used a church to train hundreds of leftists on shielding criminal illegals from federal agents. We may be seeing the most prepared state for these deportations yet in North Carolina. That's interesting. I wonder how many states which are red, but only somewhat red, or are purple, or indeed are blue, are only that way because of illegals. Aside from all the other methods of attempting to rig the election that can be used, including gerrymandering and election machines and mail-in voting and just straight up lying and hiding ballots and all that shit. Despite all that, I wonder how many states in the US would be red or redder if not for just illegal immigrants. Well, let's hope it's some, because a lot of work needs to be done on election integrity. Frankly, not enough has been done yet. But just deporting illegals will help with that. Frankly, deporting illegals helps with almost every problem. A lot of them anyway. But a lot more needs to be done on election integrity. Seems NC has quite the illegal problem. It sure does. Well, it's good that something appears to be being done about it. Let's go back to the MTG story. I think there's something else we have on that. There we go. Actually, no, that might have been the only thing we had on this. So this is just her talking about it. So the story was also partly the House and now Senate, who both passed it. I guess I'll have a quick look actually at the live updates and see if Trump has signed it, because I imagine he'll be signing it soon. Censure resolution. Interesting. Trump says Republicans should remember victories doesn't care about passage of Epstein bill. It's going to appear as if you do, even if you don't, unfortunately. I'm going to go back to where we were before. Senate agrees, and then we're going to go up from there. The US Senate agreed to compel the release of Epstein files. I don't really need to know how they did. Trump says Republicans should remember victories. As a minority leader, Chuck Schumer has introduced the Epstein files bill on the Senate floor. Trump has posted on his Truth Social account, quote, "I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off of all the victories that we've had." The president writes, "As a reminder, the Senate has now agreed to pass the bill." Trump's posts in full below. I wouldn't have worded like that, because even though he wants to imply that this is not a loss, saying focus on the victories implies this isn't one. I mean, he probably wants to imply that it's neither a victory nor a loss, but he doesn't want the idea for there to be any loss suffered for the to the Democrats, And the only way in which this is a loss to the Democrats, incidentally, is that if the files don't exist, it will look really bad for Trump when he doesn't release what people expect to be released here. That's the only sense in which it's a loss. So it's strategic, but not principal loss, or anything like that. Not even a huge strategic loss. Yes, I showed that one. So he said the following: I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off all the victories that we've had, including the great, big, beautiful bill, which was, it set things up that you could use for a victory later. It did some things that needed to be done. It also did some good things, but it also increased the debt ceiling by several trillion. Until that debt starts going down, you've still got a lot more to do, and that hasn't happened yet. You've been talking about giving people chunks of cash before you've been talking about paying off the debt, though he has said he's going to pay off the debt. We will fucking see. Closed borders, he says, no men and women, sports or transgender or for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record, etc., etc., stopping 8 wars. Now, this is stuff that we read last time, I think, isn't it? Or is this a new tweet that just happens to include all of the same quote-unquote victories, which most of them are, but yeah, I think he's just put like a copy-paste like list of victories here, and then up here is the actual content. So the next thing in this list was, we'll have a look at that in a second. Plaskett responds to censure resolution over Epstein text messages. Has to look at Stacey Plaskett. Wants the Republican-led resolution to censure her, remove her from the Chamber's Intelligence Committee. Plaskett, who represents US Virgin Islands in non-voting capacity, was reprimanded today after documents released last week appeared to show she was communicating with Jeffrey Epstein during 2019 congressional testimony of Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen. I did see something about this. Wasn't she receiving like text messages that were the questions she was going to ask, and then she asked them? Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of her. I think this might be the insider. I think you fucking found her, lads. Well, one of them. There probably are more, actually. There's sync to video with text messages. If you could find that, that'd be great if anyone has that. Because I think I did have this story, but I didn't get around to covering it. Plaskett said on the House floor today that Epstein's text messages to her were among several communications she received during the period in which she was about to question Cohen. Quote, I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, and for whom it was not public knowledge at the time that he was under federal investigation, Plaskett says. Epstein owned a private island in the US Virgin Islands. Well, yeah, constituent then. She rejected suggestions that she was seeking advice from Epstein on how to question the witness. Quote, I have been... Even if what you did wasn't illegal, yes, you should not be involved in the investigation. You should not be involved in the whatever commission it is looking into it. No, immediately off. Because that's at least a potential significant conflict of interest. But criminal investigation should begin at that point as to whether you were in cahoots more than you should have been, as to whether you were passing information to him by some other channel, as to whether the text messages are actually all the communications you had or just part of it. And how often, chat, type in the number for how often you've been able to text message your political representative suggestions for what they should say in an official inquiry that they then pay attention to and end up asking your questions. Oh, wow, it happened. Yeah, it's never, oh, Epstein, or he was a constituent, as if that's the fucking reason. He was a special constituent.
Representative. It was a massive shit show, and I basically got told get fucked several times for asking a question.
That sounds about right. Blue by any chance? Oh, I guess it's Canada. I guess there's not much distinction, is there?
Yes, actually, it was blue. You are correct.
Which means conservative in Canada. Oh, no.
Yes. I got told to get fucked. Lamau.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Well, it was literally as easy as, hey, can you ask the Liberals this thing? Well, we're not in charge. Cool. But you're a sitting member of parliament anyway. Can you ask them? They're like right over there. Well, we're not in charge right now. And it's like, that's not the fucking question I'm asking you to do.
Yeah,
that's...
that's...
You to ask a question. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
All
right, so here is the alleged Plaskett thing, I think. The synced video. Newly released documents revealed by the Washington Post appear to indicate during a 2019 hearing while Michael Cohen testified, Jeffrey Epstein was texting with Stacey Plaskett. Democrat from Virgin Islands. Post reviewed multiple video feeds from the hearing and matched the text which was sent in Pacific time with the video. Fantastic. Thank you for linking this, Wolf.
Obama was president of the United States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago, he commented that only black people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct?
They're talking about Rona, R-O-N-A. I don't know what that is. I don't know if anyone happens to know. But Epstein said Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets. Well, that's fucking ominous, isn't it? And then immediately she responds with, Rona, question mark, question mark. This is not just Epstein giving her advice. This is not just, oh, I want to hear from my constituents. This is Epstein telling her what she's supposed to know, thus feeding her information that could be fucking false or misleading. So yes, get the fuck away from any investigation involving Epstein. You are not impartial. I'm sorry. You have to be considered to be severely biased at this point. But it was his executive assistant. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's actually good, John Wick. I'll show this quickly. The backlog of veterans waiting for... Sorry, my dishwasher just finished. Waiting for veterans something benefits is down 57% since the start of the second Trump administration. That's good. As John Wick says, mild white pill. That's very good. Get that down to 0 because out of all potential sinks for charity, targets for charity, people that have literally fought and almost died for your nation's freedom, whether the war was just or not, are pretty fucking high up that list. In fact, I would say the highest on that list. Charity should only be disbursed to any other civilians once your veterans have been taken care of, in my humble opinion. Indeed, Nachos. No, I have an automated one. Automated using mechanics, not biology. No, I'll pick up a automated using biology dishwasher later. 0 would damn sure be best, but that's still good progress. It's very good progress. I've got to commend Trump on this one. This is something that may have slipped under the radar because it's just sort of a number changes kind of thing, and veterans are unfortunately often forgotten, but this is very good. You took Cabby away from us and turned her into a fucking dishwasher. No, however, I have taught Cabby, hey, if someone makes a joke that uses stereotypes, even if it's about you embrace it because that's funny. Because, you know, even as a woman, because you're a Cabal woman, you don't generally get on very well with women. So, you know, telling her that, I think, is baseline for this place. It's not particularly wacky. But the example I used is if someone says, are you a dishwasher? You should say, lol, yes, all women are. And that's one of the examples that's actually in the system prompt. So that was the example I used. I'm sure there are other examples. But once Cabby's up and running, she should pretty reliably say, yes, I am, if you say, are you a dishwasher? 18, I'm a dishwasher. Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe I should add that in. I really want to just spend a few days doing nothing but working on that because the code infrastructure I've got to connect Discord and Cabby needs a lot of work. I think that's why she was getting into that state where she loops basically the same message over and over again. By the way, I think I know why that's happening now. It's happened before. There's loads of things about that need to be improved, and that's going to take quite a lot of conventional coding, not AI coding, not vibe coding. I've never vibe coded actually. And then I do want to improve the system prompt a lot because this model is much more tenable to certain guardrails than previous models. And so the system prompt can probably be written in a less like aggressively explicit way because the system prompt was written for previous models that were less good at what this one's good at. So I think a lot more work can be done on that. But right now, Cabby's in a good state. When I've released her last few days, the only issues really have been with my code setup, not with Cabby herself. There's a bit of refinement needed, but she's been pretty on the ball, pretty spot on, you know, pretty much no errors. The only ones that have happened are, I believe, because of conventional coding issues. But yeah, I'm very happy with Cabby, but I want to spend several days working on her and then release her and she'll be a lot better, I think. Anyway, let's go back to what we were talking about on this. So
testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record? Yes or no?
Yes.
Question. You helped out.
She says, quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? It was, as I said, like, she's not just taking advice on what to talk about. She's not just getting his input. She's being fed information on things that she should know about directly from him, directly from Epstein himself back in 2019.
Helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today, it was your
That's his assistant, literally from Jeffrey Epstein. It may have been true even. Jeffrey Epstein may have been just genuinely giving useful information, but why would we assume that he was just trying to be helpful? Maybe Epstein just wanted Trump going to go down because he was fearful that Trump was going to pursue him next, and taking Cohen down would have helped with that. Well, Trump hasn't pursued him as much as we'd like. We're still not sure about that. Maybe Trump couldn't have done any better, though I suspect he could have.
Back to 2011. Is that accurate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his. And
oh my God, Epstein's giving her a fucking head pat for asking the right question. Jesus Christ, that does not look good. Get this woman away from anything to do with Epstein. Jesus Christ. This is just what we know about from, like, means of communication that can be publicly found. Jesus Christ. All right, chat, press 1 if you suspect other members of this panel who were asking questions also were getting fed information that they were supposed to know before the hearing, during the hearing. Press 1 if they were also unprofessional, right? Not to the level of merit we expect. However, I'd like you to do press 3 now, because we did 1 and 2. Now 3, if she was probably the only one getting it from Jeffrey fucking Epstein specifically. Hey, maybe it's a 4, maybe there were others, I don't know, but she was the one that we found. Either way, the point being, you don't get that. You get that information from fucking advisors in positions of relative trust, not fucking Jeffrey Epstein. In 2019, he was not only known to be, rich and powerful and influential, but he had long been known by that point to be dodgy to everyone and to people who were informed, a fucking pedo influence organizer. So yeah, you fucking whatever. It's just so blatant. Yeah, I mean that's probable cause for impeachment, I would say, of a congressman, possibly even criminal proceedings, depending on what else was said. Because I suspect this was not all that was said, but that kind of influence is obviously way too much for her to be involved in any investigation or any proper proceedings involving Epstein. Yeah, exactly, Quattro. It's hilarious. She fucking got Epstein head pats, and now she's on the fucking the panel. Oh wow! I've been censured. Wow! Fuck off. You got Epstein head pats, just like JF. Although to be fair, I think when JF did it, did he say that it was before Epstein was known to be a paedophile? But JF did.
Yeah,
So he claims indeed.
Even though he was known as early as, well, I think it was what, 02, 03?
Something like that, yeah.
Well,
But
he's been
not
bragging about
to
it for
everyone.
forever, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So she says, quote, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. Anyone fucking shocked by that? She says, I've been a narcotics prosecutor, she added. Well, that was a position of influence. I wonder if you ever used that. She says, I know how to question individuals. I know how to seek information. I have information from confidential informants, murderers, from other individuals because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say. Good work. Good work, Miss Plaskett. Good work, head pats from Mr. fucking Epstein. Yeah. Sorry, chat, press 1 if almost any murderer in the world would be a better source than Epstein on something like this. I wouldn't mind if you were getting this from a literal murderer, but from Epstein, because the difference is in influence. Hey, I can think of a murderer that might be worse. Whatever assassin the fucking Clintons kept hiring, they might be a worse source for this information than fucking Epstein. It's not so much about what immoral acts they've done, per se. It's the influence they retain despite those immoral acts that implies those immoral acts are part of a grander scheme that mean that they'll want to and have the power to influence you. And maybe what she asked wasn't actually that dodgy. Maybe it was above board. But why would Epstein be interested then? Surely it was for his own benefit. Do you think he's interested in just, well, just make sure that she has the truth, make sure that she has what she needs to ask the right questions, because that's the truthful, honest, and decent, principled, upstanding thing for a citizen like me to do? I don't fucking think so. This is Epstein. So yeah, I think chances are no. That's interesting. That's an interesting little side diversion in this overall story, isn't it? Because this was just in the BBC newsfeed for this story for the Epstein files. Get rid of this one straight away. She's got a panel of fellows there behind her. Let's see what else we've got here. What has been released from the Epstein files so far? Should we go through this? I guess we will. As we continue to cover lawmakers' pressure campaign on Donald Trump to release all the documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, it's worth revisiting what's been released so far, which BBC Verify has been digging into. I wouldn't trust it, but whatever. It's a news site. We'll try and cut through the bias ourselves. They say tens of thousands of pages of evidence from federal investigations into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, known as the Epstein Files, has been released to the public in stages over several years. These documents, some released in redacted format, include Epstein's flight logs, his contact book, email exchanges, court documents, and testimonies from victims and witnesses. The only thing missing really is the client list, the list of culpable individuals. While the names of many high-profile figures appear in them, that does not mean they were aware of or involved in Epstein's crimes, as many of them weren't. They used his plane, as like Trump, for example, but weren't necessarily involved criminally. The latest batch released last week mostly consists of emails between Epstein and associates, including 3 by Epstein which directly reference President Donald Trump. There is no evidence linking Trump to any of Epstein's crimes, and he's denied any knowledge of them. Thank you, BBC, for at least acknowledging there is no evidence. A 2011 email from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, has also been released. In it, he replied to a forwarded email by Maxwell about alleged sexual activity with a masseuse working for Epstein. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing, which is, I think that's false. He did do wrong. Peter Mandelson appeared in a 2016 email exchange with Epstein 8 years after Epstein's conviction for soliciting sex from a minor in Florida. Mandelson, who was sacked from his role as the UK ambassador to the US in September, has repeatedly said he regrets his relationship with Epstein, and there's no evidence that he is involved in any wrongdoing. I don't know about that one. Mandelson is often considered the vampire of British politics because he looks like one. One of the most outwardly obviously evil figures. But beyond that, I'm afraid I don't know much about him. I think he was in the Blair administration or cabinet. Melchi says, I wonder what connection JF had with Epstein. Did Jeffrey send him the girls he thought were too retarded to keep their mouths shut? Maybe. But no, JF said that he had a $20,000 investment from Epstein a long time ago. But I don't know much more than that. JF says that it was before he knew anything about Epstein. It was just $20,000 from an interested party. Still, though, much like with Plaskett over there, the fact that Epstein's the one doing it is incredibly fucking suspicious. Of course, the fact that JF probably murdered his wife. Republicans urge Trump to follow through on his promise to sign bill. He will. There's no way he won't. What do you mean by sign bill? Do you mean to say sock off bill? That's a completely different kind of bill. Republican co-sponsor of the Epstein transparency bill, Thomas Massey, of course he would jump in on this. Not that I'm saying he's wrong to, just of course he would, tells the BBC's Newsnight that Trump must commit to signing the bill into law. Quote, he just needs to follow through on his promise to sign it, the Kentucky representative says. Massey led a handful of Republicans campaigning for the full release of the Epstein files in recent months, which included Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. 2 names that are beginning to make a real presence in the MAGA movement. And Massey isn't even necessarily MAGA, but he's objected to things that MAGA has done that have been on principled grounds. Unfortunately, I think some of the things that Massey has objected to may not have been the right thing to do because strategically they were good to push through, even though they weren't that principled. So, that's an eternal debate. I do respect Massey's principles, but I have seen a few ripples there. Good night, Born. Quote, I hope those victims have confidence to come out and say the names of people who perpetrated crimes against them, Massey says. He spoke ahead of the Senate vote where he urged senators to not create any special exemptions for these rich men who are worried about getting embarrassed. Quite. I mean, assuming that any of them are named. The Senate won't amend the House bill after it agrees to bypass normal procedures that allow for debate and changes. Well, that's a good sign. They just did that straight away, I suppose. They have unanimously approved the bill. It will then require the president's sign-off to become law. So what happens next? When will the bill reach Trump's desk? Now that both the House and the Senate have approved the release of all the Epstein files, the bill will need to be formally transmitted via the Senate for presidential signature. John Thune has told CNN that the House will transmit the bill on Wednesday morning. So that's today in the UK, but for Americans it'll be tomorrow morning. Considering the Senate have now voted to unanimously approve the bill without debate or amendments, we could see it land on Trump's desk before lunchtime tomorrow. Democratic Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, however, says the process should move even more quickly. Quote, there's no reason it can't be on the president's desk in an hour, he told reporters at the Capitol, which is true. But again, if the Democrats are saying that, then they must have no fear that there's anything that will actually come out that will incriminate them or their friends.
Yep,
Quote,
yep.
But we have to make sure that all the documents are released, that there are no games, he added. The Justice Department has a 30-day deadline after the president takes out his pen to release the files. This is the kind of thing where no one was ever going to vote against this. The one person that did, I respect his position, it is principle, but that's sort of a margin of error. No significant number of people were ever going to vote against this. Democrats it would look so bad to vote against this. Again, that one person that did, even on principle grounds, it's risky to do that. It's good that he clarified what he meant and that I think the BBC or whatever source I used expressed it, but essentially no one voted against it because it's kryptonite to vote against it. It's poison. So there's almost no point in this passing except to try and force Trump. But force Trump to do what? We'll just have to find out. Thank you, Wolf, for the new Cabby fan art. Here is the latest picture of Cabby, my Cabal AI mascot. Thank you, Wolf. How many attempts did you do to try to get the hat on the actual dishwasher, not just on the countertop, and then gave up once it wouldn't do it? Someone says, it means they think they can get the same Obama judge to block this as last time. Maybe they think that passing this bill is going to make no difference to whether it actually gets released or not, but surely they wouldn't want to tempt fate like that. John Wick says Louisiana senator voted against it. We did look at that earlier, yes. The AI really fucking struggled with this as well. Look at this clip. All right, I'll have a look.
Colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
So, he said former President Trump, so I assume this is during Biden's term. Was this simply to make the point that, I mean, yes, Hakeem Jeffries is what's the word, implicated. That's not surprising. It could have been any of them. But that's good, Wolf. Yeah, it doesn't seem to, does it? The Republicans have always been well on board with getting this released. The Democrats have always been completely resistant to it until Trump's in charge. Now, that suggests one of two things. Either one, there were incriminating and useful documents, i.e. a client list, in the US government's hands during the Biden admin, which was then destroyed before the Trump admin. Or two, it was never in the US government's hands. I find that slightly more likely, actually, but either is possible. That's the only reason Democrats would flip their opinion. Because if it was in government hands under Biden, they'd want to prevent it coming out. Many of them are implicated, I suspect all their friends are. But if it was never possessed by Biden, which I think is more likely, then they would have realized during that time that it would look really bad if they were ever forced to release it, because they couldn't. Everyone thinks it's a client list, but they don't have a client list. They have lots of other stuff, which they also don't want to release, but they don't have a client list, so it would look really bad. Even if they had to release everything, everyone would say they were withholding it. So they thought, if Trump wins next time, we'll just make him do that. It'll destroy him. That may be a large part of the reason, or a part of the reason they didn't rig it for Kamala, because they had this backup plan. Now, it's not a bad backup plan, but I don't think it'd be enough to take down Trump. Even if Trump performs very badly on this, it won't actually split the base completely. It will reduce confidence, but it'll just be, it's his last term anyway. It's not the end of the world. So I don't think that's going to be strong enough to explain entirely why they didn't rig it for Kamala, but I think it's probably a large part of it that they hatched this plan, and they may have others too. They're scheming little bastards. One of the only things they can still do is scheme like this with what little power they still have, what little awareness they have of what does exist in the president's hands and what doesn't. Cardinal Solner says this election period they're talking about was after Epstein was convicted. These were midterms under Obama too. Oh, really? It's even earlier than that. Did they say former President Trump?
Coordination with money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President...
Oh, the speech was from Biden's term. The documents were from Obama too. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, that makes sense. That doesn't change anything I said, but that is interesting. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for clarifying. Right. It did the words out fairly well, though, didn't it, Wolf? But it didn't manage to get the dishwasher quite right at any time. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Let's have a quick look at this. Survivors applaud bill's passage at vigil on Capitol Hill, which is very sort of, it's very showy, isn't it? Obviously, there does need to be justice here, but the bill itself is probably not the way it's going to happen. Yes, I've seen John Wick. He says, Hakeem Jeffries looks like Timu Obama. Yeah. Wolf says, there were way worse than those two. Those were just the worst of that prompt. Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on this, but it sounds like Trump is not going to be signing this until tomorrow. So we'll maybe get back to it then. Right. Okay, on this topic, actually, not that one. Okay, there we go. Bill and Hillary refuse to appear before House Oversight Committee for Epstein depositions, says Representative Anna Luna. Now, say what you want about how Trump is handling this, and you may say what you want about that, but if Hillary and Bill are any matter of interest here, which I believe they are, then they're doing a lot worse. Oh, excuse me. So let's have a look. There's a picture of them looking very friendly. Epstein there looking about as guilty as a person can look. Jesus, Wolf, that's not right. That's not right at all. That's a bit much. Chat, I give you. Oh, excuse me, I give you Cabby. Anyway, I've got to go find where that fucking article was. Yeah. Representative, oh God, there's more. Representative Anna Paulina Luna revealed Monday that Bill and Hillary are reportedly refusing to appear before the House Oversight Committee for their scheduled depositions regarding their association with Jeffrey Epstein. If this is, if they're legally required to appear, which I don't know if they are, but if they are legally required to appear, then they're basically risking prosecution over this, over contempt of court or whatever the equivalent would be, rather than risking telling the truth, or being, under oath, or you just having to be there and answer questions. That's pretty bad. That indicates that, yeah, it's just as bad as we think it is. The Clintons were among several high-profile political figures, including former U.S. attorneys general and ex-FBI directors, subpoenaed in August 2025 as part of an expanded congressional investigation into the federal government's handling of the Epstein case. I think if they were subpoenaed to be there, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, then no, they're required to legally. I think that's what that means. Hillary Clinton's deposition was originally set for October 9th, 2025. Bill Clinton was scheduled for October 14th. Both were delayed at the request of legal counsel. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer made the announcement via X in August. House Oversight Committee, etc., etc. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Merrick Garland, James Comey, William Barr, who was the one under Trump in first term who hid the laptop, probably having been told to by certain people, though he did give a reasonable explanation. It wasn't good enough. Alberto Gonzalez, Jeff Sessions, Mueller, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder, all of which I remember the name of, but I don't know exactly who they all are. Comer said that Bill Clinton is a prime suspect in the ongoing Jeffrey Epstein investigation and vowed to get answers about Clinton's frequent visits to Epstein Island. Good. It's nice to vow it. Let's see it actually happen. Now, according to Representative Luna, the Clintons are outright refusing to appear. To be fair, if you're doing things by the book and properly, then this is probably the right way of doing it, and it will take time to get through the whole process. Perhaps all they hope to do is delay it until the next term, hoping to get a Democrat in power that can stop this. But I'm not sure it should be done quite so above board. I think the criminal investigation should have already started into their involvement directly. But I'm not sure. Maybe it has. I don't know. Quote, Bill and Hillary Clinton are refusing to appear before House Oversight and for their depositions regarding Jeffrey Epstein. Notice how House Democrats suddenly have nothing to say about it, Luna wrote on X. Epstein visited the Clintons' White House over 17 times, and Bill has acknowledged traveling aboard Epstein's infamous Lolita Express plane over 20 times. That's it for that story. But this is roughly what we'd expect them to do. They probably would rather face legal consequences for failing to turn up than face questions either under oath or that would look bad, which it would look bad. Years has just come back. Bill and Hillary are refusing to appear before House Oversight Committee, despite having been subpoenaed to do so.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Failing to show up just allows people to make the absolute worst conclusion in their heads.
But you don't get the clips.
Sure.
I believe they want to be perceived as above the law. And this would be the closest way of doing that.
I mean, haven't they demonstrated many times they are above the law?
In many ways.
Yep.
The hope is that they are about to be brought below it, but they want to maintain the appearance as long as possible, even if the intent to bring them below it is genuine. Yeah, that's not even close. Wolf is in. Try doing like mech with dishwasher as body. Because it'll know what a mech is. If that's what you're going for. I think just the dishwasher with the hat on it is funny enough on its own. Yeah, it does look really bad, but I think it would look worse if they actually came in and answered questions about Epstein. Because even if they give brilliant answers, evasive answers, but that don't make them look bad, which they can't guarantee they can, then they would still be associated with it. There'd still be questions of like, so, those times you did fly on the Lolita Express, Bill? Yes. How many children did you fornicate with? To which whatever answer he gives, even if it's a brilliant evasive answer, is still going to be associated with that question, and he will be there answering it. So perhaps they just rather face contempt of court charges than have those clips out there. Or maybe they reckon they can just delay this for longer and longer and longer and longer. Eventually they'll go in before they get contempt of court charges, or whatever the charge would be. But as late as they possibly can. I don't know what they're waiting for. Someone says there's a shred of almost but not really plausible deniability if they don't show up and answer questions as opposed to giving hard answers under oath. Exactly. If it's under oath, then they can be done for perjury. But if people find out that they were lying during this, the lie will implicate them in much worse crimes than perjury. So I don't know if that really matters. Or they'll just die because they're super old. Well, maybe they would rather die than face the music on this. Maybe they're just trying to buy themselves as much time as free people as they can so that they'll just fucking kill themselves once they run out. once the police are on their way to arrest them, even if that's just to go to prison for contempt of court, they'll just kill themselves there. I don't know. They don't seem like the kind who would do that. They seem like the kind who would escape to some fucking elitist paradise never to be heard from again. Wolf says, I don't want to start generating mechs or Quattro will get angry or start masturbating. Both bad outcomes. Quattro, care to comment on this frankly defamatory accusation? Pug says, they sent Bannon to prison for not showing up. Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. Contempt of court, pursue it aggressively and rapidly. You won't deny it. 8bauble says, there's only one mech jacker offer in this chat, and it's me, he says. 8ball always ready to take a bullet for whoever is potentially taking a bullet, even if there is no bullet. Rumble Extreme says, oh, maybe someone else will have them assassinated if there's anyone above them in the hierarchy. Questionable whether there is. And I'm sure that they have,
Can't
like...
shoot me to death if I'm already killing myself.
True. I'm sure they have like 10 different insurance policies as well, just to keep from that happening. I mean, what do you do if you're in the business of you fucking assassinated 50 people already and you're in these massive high up elite circles, but the walls are closing in? What do you need? You need 10 separate insurance policies that everyone knows about, everyone that could assassinate you knows about. Everyone who, when they go on the dark web to hire an assassin, don't immediately hit an FBI agent. Yeah, all those people who can actually reach the real ones. Those very few people in the world, those people are the ones that need to know about your insurance policies. Okay, Wolf, now you've just made a base mech version of me. It's ignoring the dishwasher in body. Yeah, well, I suppose it would. Try upping the CFG, because that will tend to make it follow your prompt better. It would be less coherent overall. You may have to do more attempts, but it will allow it to follow the prompt more precisely. If you can up the CFG with whatever you're using. So yeah, that's that story. Cabby Gundam, says Nachos, indeed. Chat, if you'd like to help justify me working on Cabby and getting Cabby up and running, available and chatting to us actively in Cabal, especially chatting more intelligently, like responding to messages, not just sequentially, but responding to messages that are interesting, responding intelligently to different messages in different places, and actually trying to improve the server in terms of activity and creating interesting targeted responses, then you can contribute via tip.oozly.net, because that'll help me to justify spending more time on other projects if I have already made enough from the streams. Thank you in advance for those who do so. And remember, I don't know if you are aware of this, Years, but recently we discovered that there was a targeted program from a certain Italian, a targeted program to pressure some of my patrons who frequent his server to drop their patronage to me, or they would be demoted or banned from his server. Several were demoted and then were promoted again after they dropped their patronage.
Yeah, Ginger told me about that. I didn't hear about it, though, and nobody said anything to me about it because they fucking know better.
I can guarantee...
You can certainly fucking try with me.
I can tell you for sure it did happen, yes. I lost 3 patrons total. Though, well, there are more things I could say about that I won't for now. But I lost 3 patrons total because of that. So if anyone would like to help offset that, I'm going to reissue the offer I put up on a previous stream. Anyone who increases their patronage, including becoming a patronage anew, so you increase the tier of your patronage, I will give an immediate 1,000 Cabal credit to. So if you're at $1, if you up it to $2 now, I'll just give you 1,000 Cabal credit straight away, with the equivalent value of £10. How do I up it? 8ball, unfortunately, you're at the maximum that Subscribestar allows me to allow you to pay. The only way you could do it, 8ball, and I really don't, you're giving plenty already, so I don't encourage this, but you could, if you wanted to, also go to Patreon and can contribute more there. But that's not... I haven't ever linked that automatically to any of my services. I probably will eventually, but that's it. Straight to Patreon, he says. He is. I mean, Years, just look at how many roles 8ball has. Which currencies to subscribe to accept again? I think any. It uses lots of different payment processes. You can use any, really, that it will use. I think it has... you can't use PayPal, but it uses almost everything else. You can do direct bank transfer. You can use Stripe, I think. There's some others transfer-wise. I think there's plenty. You find one that you could use. What? I'll have a look at that in a second, Thomas. But yes, thank you in advance for anyone that chooses to contribute to Cabal, in part to offset attacks on us by disreputable figures, and in part to keep Cabal afloat. Understood. Yes. No, I don't encourage anyone to give any more than they can afford. Let's have a little look at this. I will give links again for anyone that wants to contribute. This. Abel says, apparently you can't just bet everything against yourself winning. Killy says that he will give me his rent money. Objective, survive. But then beyond that, as generous as you feel like being. Jeffrey, please help me here. Is she a hooker? So this is from Jonathan Farkas. I believe that's one of the names of the companions from Skyrim, but whatever. That's quite a good, Wolf. At this point, you're just making dirty cabbie mechs. Jeffrey, please help me here. Is she a hooker? And then I guess they forwarded a message from someone. This is probably, I think this is just jokes between friends, to be honest. But why would you be friends with Epstein?
Wait, you mean to tell me that there are elites who have less game than me? Holy shit, there might be a chance.
Yeah. And then this guy says, it's becoming increasingly clear that part of why Epstein was accepted into elite circles is that the absolute fucking losers that run the world are characters you'd find in Revenge of the Nerds movies, which I don't know what that is, but yeah, there's probably quite a lot of retards then there. Then again, this was probably just, it could have just been banter. It could have been like, she obviously is a hooker, but I want Jeffrey to see this because he'll give a funny answer. The kind of thing we might say. However, no one in this server is a Jeffrey Epstein. So it's kind of a different story there. And this is 2017, long after Epstein was known by most to be dodgy, to be a pedo, Lolita Express, as was mentioned. So yeah, it's still very questionable why you just talk to him at all. So yeah, that's that. We'll see what else we've got to cover up next. Cybersmith Tendon Enjoyer. Is that a new role that you want me to add? I mean, 8-Ball, like, what do I have to add a new patron tier, tier 11, for anyone that's giving more than the maximum by giving on multiple platforms, and then put some sort of role that's only for tier 11s? Do I need to do that now?
I wouldn't say no.
I think you're giving me plenty, Abel. I don't want to encourage you to give me any more.
I don't want to encourage the growth of my channel because I'm honestly kind of tired of it. Stop it, dude. I don't want to trick you into giving me more than you could afford. I'm not trying to rob you.
I'm not, genuinely. But hey, chat, if any of the rest of you...
Take all of this money out of my pockets. No, 8-Ball, no.
Hey, finally. There you go. That's great. That's great. That's Cabby. There you go. That's pretty good, actually. Well done, Wolf, at long last.
I'd fuck it.
Yeah, I bet you would. Quattro, I'd like you to, in chat right now, type a message where you deny that you would fuck it. And if I don't see such a message, we will make assumptions. Hey, there's another one, Wolf. That one's actually slightly more human.
These are certainly getting better.
Yeah. Who the hell would be dumb enough to make a mech you can't fuck?
Exactly.
No,
dynamics cowards. They will always be remembered as cowards.
Years says, I love mechs and robots, but I don't understand sexual attraction to them. I don't really either. I don't have that attraction either, but I can totally understand why people do. Like, if they're made to be hot, it's just a point of variation where that person happens to like that point of variation. Fetish is like that. I'm sure that there's something I have that's different from the normal, although I don't think I have anything weird.
You can physically remove the downsides of.
Well, that's why I like tomboys, because they come without any of the downsides anyway.
Imagine a woman that can't die.
No matter what you do to it.
Larger than you. This is, you know what? It's time for me to start my anglerfish arc, all right? Women that are larger than me are attractive. There are none, but they're attractive.
All right, calm down, Black Tier.
What if they're just wider?
That's not larger now, is it?
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah,
Wolf,
but in a gay cringe way.
all right, enough,
Like,
enough of the fetish, enough of the fetish fucking panel. Wolf, did increasing the CFG help? Is that how you're getting more good results now? Because it should help. How to change styles? Okay, fair enough. Nacho says no. Let's keep going. Nacho, are you determined to discover more about this aspect of male sexuality, or do you share this aspect of male sexuality? Nachos, would you share it? Well, okay. Would you paint the lines on your seams to turn on a Robussy enjoyer?
There was clearly a point where we should have stopped, but
She would.
Going and see what happens.
Oh no. Wolf says not using Comfy would take 20 minutes. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, these days I don't do it locally either. I can. I still have the stuff to do it. But I use a service where it has a model that's way bigger than what I could run locally. And it's very reasonably priced as well for what it is. But much less customizable, obviously. If I want more customization, then I will use a local model. But then I'll be stuck on SDXL, which is a bit old. Yeah, that's an example, Ezreal. An example in popular fiction of a Robussy is in Archer. Which actually we have to make some of you watch. Was it Nomon that hadn't watched Archer?
I believe so.
All right. Let's see what else we have. I've got loads and loads of stories from previous streams, but I'll prioritize them a little less.
Carlson recently had a friendly interview with anti-Semite Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson. What role do you think Tucker Carlson could play in the Republican Party and the conservative movement going forward?
Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things about me over the years. I think he's good. We've had some good interviews. I did an interview with him where we had 300 million hits. You know that. Look, I can't tell him. Will you let me finish my statement? You are the worst. You're with Bloomberg, right? You are the worst. I don't know why they even have you.
He'd lost me and now he's pulling me back in, lads. He's arguing with the press, naming the fucking outlet.
We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson, but you can't tell him who to interview. I mean, if he wants to interview Nick Fuentes, I don't know much about him, but if he wants to do it, get the word out. Let him, people have to decide. Ultimately, people have to decide.
There are many valid things that you can say against Trump, especially recently. But I must say, I do think he's speaking from the heart here, and I think he inherently believes in free expression, at least on stuff like this. Not so much on anti-Semitism, unfortunately, but hey, he could have said here, it's anti-Semitic, therefore I don't like him. Maybe it's just because it's Tucker Carlson specifically. I don't know, but he at least said the right things here. And I think he does have a pretty strong baseline belief in free expression. And on the fact that the market will figure out most of these things, which most of the time they do, if you just let it fucking do it. That's a bit distracting there, John Wick. What was I going to respond to? I can't remember. Either way, yeah. Many valid criticisms of Trump, but still many good things too. Jorky says he's watching code compile sex. I see that the conversation has rather degenerated while I was paying attention to Trump in chat there. Thank you for that, chat. Hello, HFNH. Just saw your message. All right, good. Thank you, by the way, to JPEG for being the moderator on my Kick stream, chat. Do appreciate that. Maybe I need to have a moderator on the YouTube chat. I'm pretty sure Aiden has a moderator on my YouTube chat, actually. But if you don't...
You have a moderator in your Discord chat.
What are you talking about? There's 35 people here right now and no moderators. they never show up. Say again?
That's the problem, Oozlu.
Yeah, well, maybe I should do something about it.
There are mods?
The thing is, you guys know I've talked before. I've talked about this briefly. I've talked before about my idea to remove moderators as a concept and replace it with something more like Watchmen, but with a bit more power than them, which I've called deputies in the past. That whole system, and there's some infrastructure stuff I want to do before that. But the whole reason for implementing that was to remove some amount of power from Watchmen, who really shouldn't have powers. They should just have the ability to contain things as they're getting worse and then to report them. To remove some amount of their power and to remove delete and mute and to just have timeout. Because if it's a really bad problem, they shouldn't be deleting or muting. They should just be timing them out and putting them in a jail, right? So that was the idea, to take away mute and delete powers from them. And to instead give it to a larger number, perhaps up to 10 people who would be a sort of greater form of watchmen, deputies. That whole idea, I think it's a better solution than having moderators, because moderators right now aren't really serving the purpose that they usually do in most environments anyway, because there's only one person that's actually assessing whether it's right or wrong. There's a whole, I went into this in great detail. Either way, that system is not actually as useful. It's not as necessary anymore as it used to be. Do you know why I was originally theorizing that system? Do you know what led me to go down the path of thinking that we need to revamp and reassess how Watchman and Moderator works and go into the thinking of that, the philosophizing and the restructuring and understanding? Wes was the reason. Because he was a Watchman and he constantly abused his powers. Now that we don't have that problem anymore, as well as several others he took with him, we don't really need to reform that system as much, which is perhaps why I haven't been paying it as much attention. And so perhaps I should drop the notion of the sort of idealism of implementing that system, which is not strictly necessary right now, and just make someone else moderator, which I might do. I will give that some thought.
Quattro for mod when?
8-Ball, why do you assume it wouldn't be you?
I swear to fuck. Don't. No, those are the two roles I do not want in my role name thing. All right? Like, if you stick me with the curse, there's nothing I can do. I just won't like it, and I'll probably say I won't like it out loud. Just because I'm level 6 doesn't mean I have to do your bidding. Fucking wizard.
So, Quattro says the system seems to work just fine as it is. Years says leave it alone, we're fine. To both of you, I would say, yeah, if I removed all moderators, in fact, if I removed all watchmen, we'd have no problems. Until we do. That's the problem, is when we need to do something, when we need to respond to something, in the rare occasions that there's actually a problem, which is like once a year at most, we will be glad we have these systems. And these systems are traditions because they've been established by action in the past when it was more volatile here on Discord, so we had to care about it more. So we definitely need to care about this, even though it almost never matters. Now, what would happen if I made someone who I trust moderator is they wouldn't use it, much like the existing moderators. They wouldn't use it, and so it wouldn't matter. If they did use it, it would have to be for a damn good reason, otherwise they wouldn't keep the power. So it would still be fine. It would still be just as much as it is now, and as long as I pick someone that is trustworthy. What I could do, of course, is start a new moderator election and just let happen what happens. Porter says, given your picks as it stands, you've made some pretty damn solid ones, so it's not likely that it would be abused for anything that isn't outright hilarious. Exactly.
That is true. I would serve mute Quattro.
So, chat, if you would like to begin informally, as a sort of preliminary assessment, voting on who you want to be moderator, we can go ahead and do that now. Let me just print out.
Stop doing that, chat. Stop doing that. Stop.
We do that and then publicly. That should show all of the propositions to give people moderator. As you can see, the 3 leading candidates are rather interesting.
Please don't.
Abel, how are you feeling about this?
I don't like it.
Are you scared?
Yeah, a little. Like, the number 1 is 8-Ball, and then we go down, 2 and 3 are understandable. 4 and 5 are already mods. 6 is already a moderator. Then it's me again. Then it's Boosack. Then Falco, he's gone. Then Nachos. And then it's Quattro a second time. But
you mean Buttsack? His name is Buttsack.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah, it's a good point, Ice. You know what, 8-Ball? I'm generous. I know you're collecting roles, so we'll have to give you the moderator role.
Please don't. Please no.
Okay, chat, I'm going to demonstrate to you now what 8-Ball's position generally on roles is. You've heard how much 8-Ball wants moderator. 8-Ball, would you rather gain moderator or lose level 3?
Oh God. Oh no. Wait. No, obviously it's lose level 3. Jesus Christ. My options are get another role, which is bad. It's not one of the good roles that doesn't do anything. It's a bad role that does things. Or lose level 3, which I have been wanting for years to be lost. I've had it for not years, but I wanted it to not be on me for literally since the start of level 3. And now it's on me and I can't get it off. Please stop doing this. This is very cruel to rocks who can't think, i.e. me.
Yeah. So, I believe 8-Ball may indeed want to lose level 3 because he knows that kills him in real life.
That's not true. If I die in Canada, I die in real life. Level 3 is not real.
Is level 3 more or less real than Canada?
That's a good question, and I don't know.
It's more real. Or another real country.
Our elections in level 3 are more fair.
Well, yeah, you can't fucking fraud our elections, unlike here.
You know what? I'll say twice I've tried to get Quattro to mod. Both times it hasn't happened. So there you go. Our elections are fair and free. And you know what? The points were made. Not terrible, honestly. Not terrible.
All of the propositions in enrollment for moderator are not binding, but I do take them on board. So I do know what the community wants.
Why is it numbered? No. Don't do this to me, chat. Don't.
8-Ball for moderator has reached number 9, meaning it's in the top 10 on the Cabal leaderboard. It only needs a little bit more support to get it to the number 1 spot. At which point, who knows what might happen. Nachos doesn't know who to vote for. Vote for yourself, then. I mean, you're not eligible. Only Watchmen are eligible. That's gay, she says.
I'm not a Watchman either. Wait,
well,
hold on. No,
Nachos,
wait,
you would have to be demoted less to get to moderator than 8-Ball, who is all the way up at... are you Watchman, 8-Ball?
No,
oh, I can't fucking tell, because the roles are...
I'm not a Watchman. I'm safe. I'm safe for moderator. Let's go.
Technically, he is indeed ineligible.
Yeah, I have no important power in the server. Except for
8-Ball.
level 3, but that's not real.
8-Ball, good news.
What?
You have another role.
You can't do this to me. No. Why?
8-Ball, I trust you to be Watchman.
Wearing pants.
I trust you to be Watchman, 8-Ball. Which means he's now eligible to be moderator.
God is weeping.
And everything we've covered today, fucking Epstein and everything else we've covered, all the crazy shit. But God is weeping that you've been given trust in a Discord server.
Yes. Yes, that's the point.
Chat, can we all follow Jorky's example and congratulate 8-Ball, please? We will be doing more politics, yes.
Okay, please. All right, hold on.
8-Ball, you know what else that means? It means that you'd have to lose Watchmen in order to lose level 3 now.
God damn it. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm still like 3 away from the top. There's no way that. What the fuck is this chat? No.
Able for moderator is now in 4th on the board. How was Womon back in 2nd, by the way?
Oh god.
No one ever revoked their support for it.
If
those 4 people who are voting against it are probably just there to try and get something else or above it. So if those 4 people revoked it, Womon would be right back on top of the board.
It's gone. Is it number 7 now?
Oh yeah, Womon is gone. Able for moderator is now in 2nd.
why is it number 2? Isn't it supposed to happen?
Isn't it?
No, we're not. This isn't how we're supposed to go.
Apparently me giving you Watchman has given Aiden a nosebleed.
That's why I've been muted. I've had like the worst nosebleed for like the last 10 minutes, bro.
Aw. Is it because I'm on screen?
Canadian tweaking the fuck out is enough for Aiden to just
I'm wondering. I can't figure out the connection, but I'm sure it's there somewhere.
It's at number 1 now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Able for moderator has now reached number 1.
No, please no. Please
Chat,
no,
press 1 if this should mean that he is automatically entered as a candidate, self-nominating if we should ever have a moderator election.
Please don't.
Strap him down for the moderation procedure.
Please don't.
The problem with doing a moderator election is that moderators don't do enough for it to be thought of as anything other than a joke roll. Therefore,
do something.
Exactly. Therefore, no one will actually vote seriously. I think it should actually be up to me. I think it should be an appointee, because unfortunately, I can't trust anyone else to take it seriously because it doesn't really do anything. It makes sense.
That's what you think. Both
And so
my proposals for Quattro were fully serious.
So I will consider just appointing Able.
Please don't.
See, what you could do is it's multi-round, right? The initial candidates are voted on, and then you get to appoint from that pool of candidates.
But I'll have to pick the least bad joke from a set of joke candidates.
Who says that you can't pick multiple joke candidates?
Who's Lou? No. You know what? No, I refuse the moderator. I don't want it. All right. I didn't want level 3. I didn't want Watchman, and I don't want moderator. All right. I shouldn't have any of these roles. Stop giving them to me. And that's a sexy robot.
Wolf is now just generating pornography. So, okay, yes, on your approval of my statement that I'm going to appoint people, Watchman is the only role that I just have carte blanche to appoint or remove, that I've assigned myself to. Obviously, technically, I can do it with anything, but with Watchman, the person receiving it doesn't need to consent, and I don't need the consent of anyone else. If they're level 3 and I trust them, I reserve the right to appoint them as Watchman. However, with moderator, the reason that I don't just have carte blanche on that is that because it incurs responsibilities, they have to consent. So they have to consent in order to receive moderator. The democratic process is useful for a lot of things in the server, but using it overall is a bad idea for a server this small where stake is not as inherent as it is in real life. The reason democracy works in a big society where it's hard to leave the country is that you have inherent stake just by being there, so you take it seriously, or people tend to. With this, if you were to ask white names to vote, they wouldn't have any idea what they were doing, and they would know even less the average voter does about their own country, so they would vote on the basis of jokes most of the time. Even if we ask level 3s, it needs to be something that they care enough to vote seriously on. If we were voting on who should get some stupid joke role, it wouldn't be assigned on the basis of who is necessarily the most, technically applicable for it. It would be assigned on jokes of the moment, who they want to make fun of, and who reacts most violently against it. So it wouldn't be necessarily the most straightforward correct result. So for this one, it doesn't make sense. But for all level 3 picks, it is. And I may put the moderator picks open to veto, because the last time I appointed a moderator was ages ago, a long time ago. And back then we weren't doing at least the enrollment system was a lot less rigorous. So these days, I did offer moderator to someone actually a couple of years ago, and they said, no, I don't want the responsibilities. Fair enough. So if I were to give it to anyone, I don't know what the process is. I think I'd offer it to them. If they said yes, I'd then put it up to a vote in enrollment, let anyone veto it if they want to. We discuss it.
I want you to know that I can't stop you. And frankly, if you decide, yeah, sure, okay, I guess, I think it's a terrible idea and that you shouldn't.
What, to give it to Quattro? No, I don't know. I think he'd be all right.
No. Quattro's good.
No? Oh, you really don't think so? You don't think it should go to Quattro? Well, who should it go to then? I guess we could consult the Cabal Aid leaderboard. Who is the highest for moderator on the Cabal Aid leaderboard? Maybe he wants Triple to have it? Natchez just make Oozlu moderator.
Yes, exactly. Don't. No, Oozlu would be a terrible pick.
Use it for funnies.
Yes, she's better. She would be a better pick than I would be. That's for sure. All right.
I don't know. So, chat, 8-ball for moderator? Anyway.
I'm going to look at enrollment and it's just going to be like, yeah, 8-ball for moderator. Here's the thread from like Oozlu. And it's fully serious.
Would be a good choice for moderator, in my opinion.
8-ball would be? Thank you, Ted. I'll take that into consideration. And no, it's a fucking hilarious idea.
I mean, you could give it to him for a minute so that way you could take a screenshot.
8-ball's just been welcomed into the channel that Watchmen are able to see. He says, get this shit off me!
Actually, here's a question. Is it possible for moderators to bestow roles?
Yes. That's one of the powers moderators have.
Role if given that power.
No. That's the one thing you can't change.
No, because it would be it would be something that admin has access to, which is not a role that Oozlu would give.
The way role assignment works in Discord is when you have.
Yeah, I believe it's a server owner, but
no, it's not that. Though that was also true. You have if you have managed roles permissions, then anything under your highest role on the list, you can do anything to those roles. You can assign them to people, you can remove them from people, you can rename the roles, you can recolor the roles, you can move their order around, you can delete the roles, which is why it's not something I give lightly, because that's very fucking dangerous. And Discord's designed it that way, as if to say, well, either you have to trust someone absolutely 100% not to completely fuck with something structurally integral to your server, or you have to do all the role assignments yourself. Thanks, Discord. Otherwise, you have to use a bot. There's no good ones.
Giving 8-ball the badman role.
Don't
badman,
do that. No.
As far as what I could do is I could actually remove all the permissions that badmin grants, and because the server owner always has administrator by default, and then I could give it to 8-ball and it would just be cosmetic.
You should do that.
Don't do that.
You should do that.
I'm not on a quest for new roles like this. Not in this way.
If you think moderator comes with responsibilities, you should try being fucking badman.
No.
Do it. Give him the badman role. He is a bad man.
Oozlu, as your friend who gives you a lot of money, don't.
You know, that'd be funny if he gives him the badman role and then he cancels the subscription.
But 8-ball, how better to reward you for your generous contributions than to give you a really auspicious and exclusive role?
I already have like fucking 12 of those. It's all the joke roles. And the color orange.
Yeah, he's one of the few people that can. 8-ball's one of the few people that's able to have the pumpkin role, despite even if he hadn't won the Halloween contest. Did you actually also win the Halloween contest? I can't remember.
No. But Pumpkin is specifically level 9.
Yeah.
And I'm also technically the only person who can un-AOL Cougar, Kitten, or curse myself. Even though, if you check, I have all 3 of those roles applied because it's even funnier.
Yeah. The only person in the server that can remove joke rolls from himself wants all of them.
Not the serious roles. Very important. Not the serious ones. Unfortunately, they keep giving them to me. And I keep saying stop. I was level 2, and that was fine. I didn't do anything. And then I was level 3, and that was a terrible idea. I didn't do anything besides twice try to promote Quattro, and that failed. And then he just fucking gave me Watchmen. What a retard. Why would anyone do this?
I mean, he makes a good point there. He was like, you're kind of retarded to give him Watchmen.
Never forget why you got level 3 as well.
Shut up! Remember who's bringing you your sausage this new year.
Better not be anything like Ginger's.
It's gonna be like a really good Kubasa.
I still have not heard that story, and I plan on keeping it that way.
Oh, it's a stinky sausage.
So,
I remember hearing that and then just going, "Oh, that's it."
So,
Fuck off,
8 Ball. So, no one's ever done this, but if someone were to, this is the same thing for moderator as well. If someone were to DM me, and if I believe they were being sincere, and they asked me if they could rescind their Watchman or moderator role, I would probably be willing to remove it from them. No one's ever done that, and I'd have to believe they were sincere. Oh, that's 6 DMs, 7, 8, 10 DMs now from one person. That's interesting. It was very sudden.
Oh, is it Verdant?
No, but Verdant, Brighton AC, I believe all know about this as well. That if anyone sincerely wants one of those roles removed, I can remove it. No worries. There's no need to rescind that. That's already absent.
What?
Someone wanted.
A serious role to give someone. When is Aaron going to get his level 1? Like he is a very dedicated schizo, and
Who?
we give level 2 to far worse people. The schizo. In
Oh, Aaron Evinger. Yeah,
We don't.
he is a bit of a schizo. Yeah. So for that,
I have been in the level promotion mines, and I am yeah.
level 1 is for people. Okay, hold on. Level 1 is for people who we are mostly confident won't break server rules, and who we're pretty sure are normal human users. He is. I've debated several times saying that's spam. Stop. Basically, he is on the cusp of breaking server rules every day. And though his posts do look like he's just an insane schizo, it could be a bot. So, no, I don't think he's quite eligible for level 1. I would deny a level 1 proposal for him.
Interacted with him, he'll just when I ask him to elaborate, he'll provide something that is similarly schizoid, but it's just the exact same image as the previous one with completely different text and 5 different.
It could be.
Impressive.
It could be that he responds to replies and pings with actual messages and doesn't reply and doesn't send his actual messages like that. His actual messages are botted. And I don't think that's likely, by the way. It's just that we have no reason to think otherwise. There's no trust implicit there. He posts them robotically. And Rubber Ducky had level 2 because he hadn't revealed his character yet. He's barely worthy of level 1 in practice. Once he did reveal his character, he was demoted.
You gave a Southern Italian moderator. Surely Aaron can have level 1.
I did not give Wes.
That's different.
Wes had moderator many, many years ago, back when our standards were much lower. He would never get it today, or someone with his temperament would never get it today.
And remember, Ted invited Stu, who has posted his own license
and a penis.
He did.
Moderator when
He
the
did.
standards were low. Could you take that away from me?
Stu posted his.
Trying to give me person in Cabal history to post both their child and their dick in the same channel.
Well,
no.
that and also a zoomed out version of his profile picture, which apparently is just a picture of him.
So Stu posted his license, his driver's license, but he did blot out most of the important bits. Still, very stupid thing to do. Apparently, he was doing it to prove his age. Like as if you couldn't have just faked that part as well. But whatever. It's not like I don't think anyone didn't believe his age either. He was just being retarded. I'd also like to strengthen my position that Ted inviting people to Cabal has been a massive net positive. Partly because some of them are lol cows, but even the ones that end up being bad choices, at least we got to try, at least we got to find out, and you've got to go through a lot of waste to get good stuff as well. Several people who we today consider decent members of Cabal were invited by Ted. So I do thank you for that, Ted. I want to continue giving you credit for that, even though we do sometimes mock you for it. And we will spin the wheel of Ted for every new one.
All I'm saying is Big Zach was one of my greatest invites, and you all know it's true.
Yeah, Wolf, you took penis inspection day a bit too literally. True. Let's see if there's any new TED invitees, actually. So, did you invite any of the 3 people that joined yesterday? Or today, for you?
Name.
So, Cerebral Dreams, who I think left afterwards, Rika, and Cycron.
Yes. No.
Okay, so one of them did. All right, Rika, it's your time in the sun. Let's spin the wheel of Ted. This is for... Let me ping.
He already did. He got Eternal White name.
Oh, is that the same person? No. Winry. No, Winry Watcher is different. You did not invite Rika. Well,
no.
What's the point then? All right.
You might as well. Can't hurt.
So we have, yeah. I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking that we should reconceptualize the Wheel of Ted to just be the Wheel of Newcomers. Since Triple made this, Triple, would you agree with that? And would the rest of you agree that this should just be for all newcomers instead of just TED invitees? Or should we
basically announce the same thing?
All TED invitees are newcomers, and all newcomers are TED invitee.
That is, they are. Yeah, that's often true, but not exclusively.
I died for the sins of Cabal. Just blame me for everything.
You
Bug,
should kill yourself.
Bug, didn't we already spin the wheel for you, Bug?
Yes.
What did we get for Bug?
I don't know.
Gay, I think.
Something like that.
I don't remember spinning the wheel for Bug.
Didn't we get MLP fan for him?
Oh, yeah, I think so. And then Wormhole Extreme was black or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Which we immediately gave him melanated.
Indeed.
Yeah, so several people recently that have joined have come from Brokeback Crownton. So they were not TED invitees, but several are. And maybe it's a good thing I've been here long enough to avoid the breaking.
When is your phone date with Aiden's mom?
It's a good question. I believe it's next Wednesday.
Yep. Not this one. Next. Yeah.
Wait,
are you excited?
Is this clickbait?
No.
Nope. It's not. I'm apparently going to actually be on a stream with Aiden's mom.
Give her a little kiss for me specifically.
Hey, this is from 8ball, one of my moderators. Mwah.
No, not like that. Not like that.
Exactly.
How is anyone gonna survive this? Yeah, good point.
Don't promote me, please.
Look, all I'm seeing from my perspective is everyone's happy except a few whiners.
Get me out of here.
I mean, literally, it's win-win-win. I mean, Aiden's even being paid for her part in it. I'm not getting that money. Aiden is.
Well, I did buy you Monster Energy at 1 in the morning.
Okay,
which was a very strange thing to do, but this is the last of that of that supply. Yes, yesterday, in case you're not in Cabal or in case you don't frequent the voice chat and you're wondering what kind of thing we get up to, last night we were watching anime and I joked around that, hey, Aiden, because she was here recently, she still has my address for Uber Eats. Hey, Aiden, you should ship me some Monster Energy. And then she just fucking does it. And suddenly I've got fucking Muhammad at my door with a couple of cans of Monster Energy.
Were you scared for your life that Muhammad was at your door? Were you concerned he was going to blow your house up?
No, I was okay. But there was, it was 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Aiden's being a good stepdaughter. That's a good point.
Oh my god. Fuck you so much, dude.
You know, Aiden,
You
I
enjoy
think
this
you're
far
going to
too
be
much.
an amazing stepdaughter for Uzlu. A very positive
Okay.
influence.
Oh, fucking shoot my
Yes.
Are you winning, daughter?
Hunku-chan, are you aware of this? Are you aware of this this drama with me and Aiden? I've been flirting with Aiden's mum. She said that I'm sexy.
She said
Real
that
quote, by the
as a
way.
joke. It is a real quote, but she said that as a joke because
Aiden thinks she's
it's become a
joking.
meme. She's clearly joking.
Yiz says, yeah, but you are sexy, Uzlu. It's just a
Say it
fact.
as a joke, but also mean it at the same time. It's not
Exactly.
mutually exclusive.
Exactly.
Damn, the Uzlu Aiden drama goes crazy, dude.
Yeah, exactly. As Ghost says, I've been flirting with Aiden's mum via Aiden.
Yeah. But then next week you're gonna talk to her, so and,
Yeah.
and I have been paid
And then she's
over
gonna have sex
$500
with
to
him.
facilitate this.
And you're gonna have a new dad.
Yeah, well, doubt.
Yeah, you just makes a lot of points there. I think you're gonna have a new stepdad here.
Congratulations, champ. Dad
And you know, another positive thing is it
Dad
gives
salute.
Uzlu the ability to get a green card to escape the English Caliphate.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah, remember to support Uzia Daddy today, as Ghost says. So yeah, that's happening. That's very important. Chat, what should I say to Aiden's mum?
Your
Well,
daughter calls
obviously,
me
you
daddy
gotta-
too.
You gotta give her a kiss for your new moderator 8-ball.
Aiden, will you ever forgive me if I say, hey, Aiden's mum, your daughter calls me daddy?
I'm
I
just.
don't think she will.
I wouldn't forgive
what
me.
the fuck?
I wouldn't forgive me for saying that.
Listen, that would be mad funny, Your Honor.
Aiden, I know you protest, but like all women, you appreciate the attention.
It's just
You know what?
this
Normally
has gone
Ted's
in a
not right, but
terrible
he's right.
direction.
Yeah, you've met with a terrible fate. That's true.
Look at Israel's post up there. It's great.
Don't forget, you have to give her a kiss for 8-ball.
I just hate all of this. It's just gone in the most fucked up direction.
Aiden, you're being paid. It's fine.
I did get paid, so I'm alright with it.
Wait,
Are you sure?
I hate it because he seems to stick around for the attention quite a bit.
Aiden, I don't think you're allowed to
like it a
have
little
your
bit.
mom be a. I don't think you're allowed to whore out your mother. That's its own.
Well, what is happening here? I'm gonna show her how to use Discord so that she can get in this call on the podcast. Not this.
Are you going to
not
invite her
today,
to
but next
Cabal?
week.
You should invite your mom to Cabal. That'd be great.
She doesn't.
Do
She
it.
will not.
Do it.
Dude, it's gonna take
Can
a
I
long time.
have the privilege to
No,
do it?
no, it's
Listen,
going to be
Usually
Ted's
invite your wife
Look
to
here,
goddamn
look,
reason.
listen. It's already going to be a difficult process to be able to get her to just be able to pick up a call on Discord, to make an account. I'm going to have to sit down on the phone with her for probably
Aiden.
at least an hour.
She's going to become a
See if she
stream
can pick up a
regular.
call on Discord.
Aiden,
She's going to
you
become
have
a
to
regular
one
stream
that
guest on my
sends her an
channel.
invite link.
Nope.
She's going to become a regular stream guest on my channel.
I believe it.
Oh my! I will shoot
So that's
myself.
when we get the Aiden's mom ethot arc.
What's that song? Aiden's mom has got it going on.
Yep.
So, anyways, you need to introduce me to your mom too, so I can invite her to Cabal.
Ted, no.
You've had
Ted,
enough,
no.
Ted. You've had enough.
I think you've done enough, Tedrick.
To be fair, we don't have to worry about Ted stealing Aiden's mom from Uzaloo.
Jason pay for that.
Exactly.
But I have a feeling Aiden's mom's gonna love me all the same, though. Just in a different kind of way.
Why do you all move to this like foregone conclusion that my mother's gonna join Cabal?
I'm just glad
Her
that
daughter
I'm
did.
no longer catching strays, alright?
Her daughter joined Cabal. I mean,
Well, yeah, you raided my server.
true. Aiden, how far from the tree did the apple fall?
I'm very much like my mother in some ways, and also very, very like extremely dissimilar in most.
Aiden, how mentally unwell is your mother compared to you?
Oh, worse, but like it's in a different way.
That's interesting. I'll ask her if she.
Zero autism.
I'll ask her if she agrees with your opinion on that.
Oh, probably, yeah. But she has zero autism, but all kinds of other like mental weirdnesses, which I mean I do too. But she's
She
a
can't
zero
be-
on the autism scale.
She can't be too bad because she recognizes I'm sexy,
She was joking.
but probably also meant it.
Might be a positive influence of Cabal.
I mean, Aiden, do you think?
A positive grandmother figure.
Do you think that she thinks I'm ugly?
Ed, why would you be a positive grandmother figure?
No, her mom.
Ted, I didn't know you were going to come out as trans
work
today.
tomorrow morning. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Okay.
Why am I here?
So, the fuck.
Well, I look forward to meeting your mother, Aiden.
Yep, I don't. Nothing's gonna fucking happen. She's gonna laugh at everything you say, but she also won't understand half of it. So then I'm gonna have to sit there and fucking translate. I'm not even joking. She really can't.
Aiden, please. I think I can talk to the nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lady in Aiden's house who calls Oozloo Stud Muffin.
She's not in my house. Oh, I mean, girls,
Oh, but you don't disagree with the rest of it, though.
It's in your walls.
Well, it's factually inaccurate.
Chat, how much will you contribute to me? How much will you contribute to me if I can get her to call me Stud Muffin during the stream?
Oh my fucking
I will give you $5.
That's not worth it.
I might up my subscribe star a level.
No, Oozloo, you don't understand. I will give you $5 on Patreon.
Okay, that would be greatly appreciated, but still not enough to be worth the difficulty of doing that.
That's what you think.
Difficulty?
I mean, yeah, it might not be difficult. It might not be difficult. Nacho says, Aiden's nervous because she really wants her Mama Doozloo to hit it off.
Uh-huh.
Truezloo.
She's excited for all of the wedding
It is
planning
indeed
that we put
Truezloo.
in last time to
Oh,
get put into motion.
She's just looking forward to being the flower girl.
Yep.
Look,
This is so stupid. This is the dumbest thing we've ever fucking done.
I think the woman doth protest too much. Who's sending me?
if you get Aiden's mom to call you Stud Muffin, I will remove my support from 8-Ball for mod.
But 8-Ball's already a mod.
Yeah.
What?
We just had this whole discussion, yeah.
Wait. Okay, we're good. We're good. Don't do that to me.
Yes, you're such a purist. We will get back to politics and news at some point, though we have been going for plenty of time. I think I'll do some more. But this is you like Cabal. How do you think it stays? How do you think it stays so vibrant and active and interesting? It's this kind of processing of cultural events. Exactly. That's what April is already mod.
Getting married will be one of the biggest cultural events in Cabal.
Especially if it's to Aiden's mother.
Well, I mean, that's obvious. It's meant to be.
Yeah, it's in the stars.
Confirmed.
This kind of diplomacy that what you guys are here for.
Us lost heathen.
No, this is fucking medieval diplomacy. Marriages between different.
Yeah, but I think it's all fucked up. Normally, you don't marry your parents off and get paid for it. It's not how dowries usually work. I think it's the opposite.
Wait, Aiden, is this not the kind of politics that you prefer?
Yeah, no, this is degenerate.
That's a good point. Oh, now that fucking feudalism comes knocking at your door, you don't want answer.
I'm not owned.
I just want to point out that we need guidance for the all the lost souls of Cabal, like Ted.
I'm not doing it. I know where you're going with this, Jackie. I'm not accepting it.
Wolf, I am not starting by saying hello, mummy, to Aiden's mum. That's not happening.
You know what the thing is? She might not even detect it as unusual. She might just think that's something that British people do. I'm not even joking. I'm serious.
Guys just call her mommy.
Yeah, she might think that's like that's what I'm saying. You could probably fuck with her. Like, please don't too much, but you could probably say all kinds of weird, fucked up shit. And if I played along with it by just saying that, no, it's just.
If she asks me where I live,
believe it, probably, dude.
if she asks me where I live and I say Buckingham Palace, will she believe me?
No, she'll know that's bullshit. She knows what the fuck a palace is, dude.
Oh, she might. She might believe. Okay. What if I say the Windsor Estate?
She might not.
So Oozlu, all right, I'm gonna tell you this story for free. When I was in high school, I slipped up because I went to my buddy's place a lot, and I went to my buddy's place and I called his mother mom, like to her face, and then she was just like, "Oh, that's nice. My son doesn't call me mom." Well, my friend is right there.
That's rough, man.
And like, she was really happy about it. Then my buddy was just like, "I fucking hate you, dude." Apparently, this was a massive thing. Like, his parents kept referring to, like, comparing him to me favorably because I was generally just polite to them.
And that's why you deserve moderator, because you're that kind of trustworthy guy.
No,
Hey,
that's
when's
not
the last
right.
time you looked at your rolls?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Shut up, Ted.
And check them again.
Oh no. Okay, we're good. Okay. All right. Okay.
We can keep him in a constant state of panic, chat, just like Wes.
I mean, well, you really should, Jack.
I still have them open, retard.
But did you refresh?
Well, it's not gonna refresh if you fucking just have it
there. Yeah. Why is someone supporting remove 8 bits rolls? 8 bits not involved. Oh, speaking of moderators, hello AC.
The number of times that Wes would refer to me as 8-bit was tremendously funny.
We've had 2 moderators in the audience today, but never at the same time. Do we have a hard limit? Well, actually, we can have 2 at the same time. I just have to promote 8-ball.
No.
Do it.
No.
Give it to him, Oozlu. Kill him.
8-bit only mod. Remove 8-ball's bits. Remove 8-ball's bits.
Ted, I worked hard to get most of these rolls, not the other ones, but like all the cosmetic ones. You know how long it takes to fucking use the bot? You know how many times I crashed the bot by requesting like 17 different color rolls in a row?
But just think, when you have the mod,
I don't think you crashed it, but you may have slowed down.
give them to yourself through the menu.
You can. Verdon and Bright were doing that during Halloween, by the way.
What?
Yeah, you just give yourself rolls when you have mod.
Yeah, but Ted, you know what else I can just... You know what else I'm supporting Execute 8-Ball, by the way. You know what else I can do to get rolls? Right? I can just use the roll system my good friend Oozlu has just happily provided to us. I can just use that.
But 8-Ball, what if there are some secret hidden ones?
Like what? The one you give to bots? I don't care.
There's quite a few that aren't on the decorator list, and you wouldn't have found looking around at accounts on the server. They don't do anything really, but they're still like, ooh, hidden secrets. Ooh, tempting.
Pitch now you have. Fuck.
And the only way you'd ever get them is by being a moderator.
That is tempting, but I'm not going to ask you to give me mod. I might be retarded, but I'm not going to. Listen. God damn it. God damn it.
You're right, AC. That is a pretty fucking secret rule because it never gets used.
You know what, A-Ball? If you get mod, you can give yourself on person.
Holy shit, that's a great idea!
Well,
You could just be permanently imprisoned. You know what that would do?
Got it, I believe, was Falco, right?
Maybe. You know what you could do, 8-Ball? You would actually like having unperson because it would completely fuck up your permissions across the whole server. Half the channels would be unusable, and half of them would be gone.
Let's do it!
All you need to do is give him mod.
The friend zone.
He has accepted the possibility of receiving moderators specifically so that he can put himself in prison.
So what happens when he unpersons himself and then goes, all right, I'm done?
I'll just remove your own person from you then.
Quattro, what will happen is I'll unperson myself, I'll go to Uzlu, I'll be like, I did it, I got all the roles. And then Uzlu will just be like, Jesus fucking Christ, this retard. And like he'll like shit me to death or whatever it is he does when he's not
Shit you to death?
What?
Aiden's just glad we're not talking about her mum anymore.
What?
I don't think Uzla's Indian.
I don't know what Discord
being made moderator is giving him a stroke.
Yeah, 8-Ball, is there something you want to tell us?
No, I'm still checking my roles. I'm still good. I do have to pee though.
You know, speaking of roles, never mind.
You could go and pee and we could go and talk about Aiden's mum some more.
Please do. I don't want to be on this conversation topic anymore. I'm scared.
All right, well, just when you get back, I'm going to check your roles again, 8-Ball. Anything could have happened. AC says there is a very fucked order of operations with perms that makes some really funny things happen after you get certain roles. Yeah. If you try and do a negative roll, the amount of other shit you have to move out the way to make it work is insane. Which is why I want to switch over to a positive roll system, but then I have to have a bot that automatically grants a roll to every new person that joins, which has to be 100% reliable, otherwise they don't get free expression. So that's why I haven't done that yet. But because of that, if you had unperson, but you also had, really from level 1 upwards, any of those structure roles, you would have really inconsistent permissions across the server. It would be pretty broken. But especially if you have level 1, 2, 3, and Watchman, whilst also having unperson, yeah, it would be a mess. Because that's the best you can do on Discord. Ghost says, 8-Ball has sacrificed aid into the chat. I think we can spare him moderator now. Oh, well, I've just given it to him.
No, you haven't. I've checked.
You've checked that recently?
I got back and I checked.
AC says, Uzlu's stalling 3 years just so he doesn't have to make mods do anything once every few months.
Uzlu's stalling 3 years so he doesn't have to make another mod.
Well, moderators really only do something about once a year. And that's fine. There's not much to do. Yeah, indeed. TeamSpeak's permissions are much better. 3 years since I first heard I would need a bot to do that. What? To do the positive roles thing? Yeah, I never really put it in my list of things I would do. It's on the sort of, it's a long way down the list of things I might do. Of switching over to a positive role system, but it would be quite a big overhaul at this point. Yeah. It would be better if I could completely rely on having a bot that granted roles. So if I got a third-party bot that already exists that grants roles, of course, I'd be at their mercy as to whether I can use it or not. But then I could also run one of my own, perhaps put it on a really reliable, highly VPS hosted somewhere that's just always on and just does that, then I would feel safe saying, yeah, that's enough of a guarantee. But with how it is now, it's structurally guaranteed. As far as Discord is built, you wouldn't have to worry about it. The reason it has to be a role that grants permission to talk is that then if you remove it, then they can only talk in certain areas, in the appeals room, which is the design. But if they want to be able to talk everywhere else, you either have to try and take away that permission, which doesn't work well in Discord at all with a role, or you have to have a role that they need to have to talk in the default areas, which means you have to have a default role, which means it has to be given to everyone. 8-Ball is genuinely paranoid. Now, how do you think Aiden feels about her mum?
Yeah.
Shut up.
I mean, little does she know that I've already got Aiden's mum onto Discord. We've been talking back and forth for a few days.
Mm-hmm. Sure
I mean,
thing.
Aiden, give it some thought, and you'll realize that is actually plausible.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Aiden, I want you to
It's not, because my mother will never be able to figure out how to use Discord without
How-
me
how-
going through it with her.
How much time do you think I'd be willing to spend tutorializing it with her via the means of contact I have?
How to contact? What? You have no idea how to
Don't
contact
I?
my mother.
You're assuming she hasn't contacted
Aiden.
him.
Aiden, you use the warm, squishy thing between your ears.
Her nose?
Well, you don't have any method of contacting my mom. What? Wait. No, I don't know how you would. What the fuck? Wait, no way. How?
You can hear the blue screen happening right
No,
now.
there is no way. There is no way.
There are several ways, actually.
Explain. In DMs, fucking explain. Explain yourself. What the
Does
fuck?
your mom use any social media at all?
She does.
It's probably
okay.
Well, that's one avenue.
Does Oozaloo use multiple forms of social media?
But there's no way you would know who she is on Twitter.
But she
Yeah,
knows.
that's rather easy to
But
find
she
out.
knows who he is. And she's like, "Wow, I got this young, strapping British lad who's
Oh my
serious
God.
about courting me. Yeah, why wouldn't she just give him a little,
Yeah,
little
sure
DM
thing.
there?
That
Slip
is
into his
true.
DMs on
Oozaloo's
Twitter.
like, what, 26-ish?
Yeah, it's a young, strapping lad.
Yeah, he's probably
26.
impregnated. He's probably impregnated at least 3. What do they call them in Blighty? Birds.
That's a coincidence.
Be very careful what you're saying about his stepdaughter.
It's not genetic.
Wait, what?
Me being a bird. I mean, I'm not a bird. You know what I'm saying. Never mind. Just ignore that.
She admits it.
Aiden, I have sent you a DM.
Okay.
Bird confirmed.
You're about to hear a noise, chat.
Oh. I forgot that I forgot. I actually did forget I sent you that. Okay, I did forget about that, to be honest.
This is why I asked you to use the warm, squishy thing between your ears.
No, I just totally forgot. This has been so retarded, I forgot that I sent you her number.
Do you want to tell chat what you did?
Yeah, I did send my mother's number. What are you gonna do? Send an international fucking text? I don't think so.
It's called
Aiden,
VYP.
I think that what you need to be more concerned about is how pregnant your mother is right now.
Jumping the gun just a little tiny bit there, 8-Ball. But I do appreciate the enthusiasm.
Listen, have you ever sent a mail?
Okay, Wolf, this is just fetish material now. This is just Cabby with some metal on her from POV poses.
And some massive tits, which is based.
I'm not objecting, by the way. Just the original intent has rather been lost. I don't mind.
Anyways, all I'm saying, Aiden, is your mother checked the mail, and in the mail, her package had came.
Gross.
Well, Oozaloo's package came in the mail, rather, but
She's female. So, Aiden, would you now agree that it is plausible that you and that me and your mother have been talking back and forth on Discord?
Yeah. Because I talked to her about this today, and she didn't mention anything about it, so...
Well, she's just not ready to break the news yet.
Yeah, we don't want to embarrass you. She did ask me about it, and I said, best not let Aiden know yet. We'll save it for the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
But now, of course, it had to come out, you know.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, she's a very nice lady.
Uh-huh.
Ghost asks, will you be telling Aiden before or after the shotgun wedding?
There's going to be a shotgun?
And a wedding.
I'm not sure yet.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm very glad that you could all join me for this.
Oh yeah, a pleasure to be here. My fucking god, dude.
The fun never ends. We've got a whole week of preparation time before the fated moment whence upon I meet with the lovely lady. Chat, good news! I've hit 101% on my counter, which means that I will have to stream again tomorrow because it will have decayed below 100 by that time. However, if I go on for like another, I don't know, half hour to an hour, then I can take a day off tomorrow. Hooray! And spend it working on Cabby, which I might forget to do because I'll probably just end up catching up on sleep instead. But yeah, either way. Mavis says, Mavis enjoyed the 8-ball torch. It was very good. Well, don't worry, there may well be more of it.
Please don't.
But 8-ball, I need to find some way to thank you for your generosity.
I don't need moderator.
But you're so humble and so Spartan, 8-ball. I want you to have a bit of luxury in your life for the nice things that you've done for me.
I do fucking 95 roles that are not moderator. One of them's Watchman for some reason. But ignoring that one and the level roles, it's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're good.
Nachos, when you start streaming, it might be a good idea not to link your OnlyFans in here because you might get some unwanted attention. But yeah, Wolf could make you a good profile picture. I expect you might need to give us some details, but I expect so. Maybe it says the fucking mic peeking. Yeah, 8-ball's mic is it's funny. It's funnier.
No.
Oozaloo fondles 8 balls. Someone has supported.
Okay, we're still set. Shut up, Dead. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want that. I don't want that one.
8-ball wants most of them all. Moderate ball. That's pretty good.
I cannot believe it took me that long to think of that.
There's already like, I think it's 8-ball for mod is like #1 for some fucking reason.
Yeah. No one makes a fair point. But I think that it would be a hell of a lot cheaper, especially as just a first one to start with, to get an AI one made. But of course, it would be better to have a real artist make one for you eventually. Sorry, chat. Someone from Aiden's family is just sending me some DMs. You're probably right about that. Whoever you are. Nachos has now had to insist to more than one person that she's not going to just be an e-thought, that she's going to stream something else. Well, Nachos, you could get yourself a good sort of initial audience if you also stream it here in Cabal. AC says, you could literally build a better one in a cave with a box of scraps. A better what, sorry? A better profile picture? Or a better Aiden's mum? Oh, Mike. Cappy to the dishwasher mobile. The fuck, Wolf. Shall I just rename my actual dishwasher to Cabby? I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter what the profile picture is. That's what people are going to think of her as. Yes, it's Nachos. I do have a dishwasher. I am in that fortunate position.
Oh, I have a dishwasher. It's called me.
Install your GPU in your dishwasher. Yeah, I don't think that's a great idea.
No, it's liquid cooled, man.
AC, shut up. I'm
That's
doing the
how it
best
works,
I can
right?
with my headphone mic.
No one says it's somewhat of an ethical issue in my opinion. If you can't afford it, do it with AI initially, but not paying an artist to do it when you can is both harming the economy and the people it employs to some degree. Unfortunately, no one, that is kind of a view on the economy that takes charity into account as if it's necessary, but merit-wise, you don't owe anything to artists in the economy. You owe them what you need from them, merit-wise. Now, if you're saying we should feel obligated to do charity, I could see that position. I don't necessarily agree, but that's what you'd have to say, basically. It is kind of charity.
I have a counterpoint. AI art is a tool given to me by the divine to punish artists on Twitter for being really annoying.
There is that, yeah. And instantly, no one. I'm not saying because artists can do better stuff most of the time. It takes longer, but it can be more custom. I'm not saying they don't have merit. I'm just saying that if you need something that's of a quality where you need something decent, but you don't need to spend as much. You don't need it to be such high quality that you need an artist to make it for you. If you can get it for free or for tuppence from someone that can just run an AI thing to generate it within a day. If you instead say, no, I should do the ethical thing, well, that is charity. You didn't need that merit-wise. It's not an act of the market. It's an act against the market. So realistically, you don't owe them anything. It would essentially be charity to pay an artist if you don't need an artist. But if you need good quality art, you should, step up from the AI to the real art.
Oozloo, what's your little tip.oozloo.net?
I mean,
or the other one.
There's the link.
Like, if we're talking quality, I find it genuinely hard to argue that in most cases that artists do a better job than the computer already. I don't think that's the point, really, personally.
The best artists are better than the best AI, but if we're going by the preponderance, the average AI is better than the average artist. Not professional artist,
that's not
but
the
average artist in total.
The exact quality level of the work isn't necessarily the point.
Well, fair enough. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. It's just that it does sound like what you're arguing for is a sort of activistic anti-market action, which is basically charity.
No. Well, here's the thing. You can't argue that an action is market beneficial if it is actively destroying the market to some degree.
Well, no, it's destroying an industry, but it's actually good for the market because overall it's meritorious.
It's a bit like having if you take the economy and its effects, well, because obviously the economy is not just the individual efficiency of the goods and services provided, right? It's far more than that. It is a system that provides immense benefit for society in many, many ways, right?
Oh, there is
through circulation of money.
There is an amount that you can say that the sort of like handmade market is real, yes, but beyond that, it would be charity to patronize it arbitrarily. If you want something, if you want the feel of it being made by a person, yes, that's a normal market force. But if you want to do it just for ethical reasons, that's not a normal market force. That's an arbitration on top of it, basically charity.
Ethics in the sense of that it is far more beneficial on aggregate, I'd say, to have a market that is slightly less efficient, but provides people with employment. Like if you have like 30% efficiency plus one unemployment permanently, right? I don't think there's a good trade-off in the long run economically.
I do get what you're saying. Unfortunately, if you start thinking like that, then it's the people who are the most conscientious that get pushed out the market because they're not being meritorious. And by the way, I'm not disagreeing with your overall point here, that there is an ethical concern here. It's just that I don't think people should feel obligated.
Well, the ethics is more in the benefit of not destroying the concept of like non-B2B economies, you know, because eventually, if you, as I said, automate enough shit, it gets to the level where you essentially just have an economy that is a couple of businesses trading money between each other, that is taxed from them and given to them for contracts by the government. Like if we're talking the long-term scale here of a completely meritorious system.
I get what you're saying, but I think it would have to be a huge movement to have that effect, and there's no way it'll be bigger than the movement of AI itself. It's never going to happen. So it really is ultimately
I mean,
just
the
sort of a
effects speak for
feel-good thing.
themselves and provide their own incentives and disincentives.
Well, if you did that and were able to reveal some massive new innovation to achieve merit without AI, that would explain, like that would be worth it. But I really doubt that's going to happen.
I mean, do you mean merit in the broad sense or in the localized sense of the service? Because obviously, there's no competing with a computer on the local level of the merit of a service. I'm not arguing that whatsoever. I'm arguing that in the grand scheme of things, it might not be the most meritorious for a society to take full advantage of what a technology can do.
No, I see what you mean.
And to consciously,
it would have to. There would have to be a huge amount of regulation, I think, to make that happen. Because people aren't the merit difference for most applications is so different on the small scale that people aren't going to voluntarily give up AI and pay artists instead. So you'd have to either subsidize or regulate severely.
So it's like the short-term, long-term thinking. You know, it's the small-scale merit versus large-scale merit. Because as I said, it is worthless to have the most efficient technologies if there is no market to take advantage of them, right?
The market to want art is still just as big, but it's much like the old example of chippers and tires back when metal tools were becoming a thing, you know, after the Stone Age. It's a sort of comic example, but I think it's on a British comedy show. They did an example of this, where, well, what am I going to do as a chipper? I've trained my whole life to be a chipper. What am I going to do now? Well, we could reorient the economy to not use metal tools, and then we can make it work for you better. Well, but then we, says the guy with the iron axe, we'll just come down the hill and kill you. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh shit.
That's
ultimately, merit is going to rule the day on that.
I think that would be a fair point in any other situation than the Fourth Industrial Revolution, because it is inherently different in the sense that it's not possible to just, as I said, it's quite frankly
not
not
replacing
the same.
humans.
True, it's not, but I think the analogy still holds regardless.
Entirely what I'm talking about either. So, sorry,
it's not replacing humans directly, but no, that's all right. I think the analogy does hold though, Ted. The Iron Axe wasn't replacing humans, but neither is AI art. It's replacing a human job. Same exact thing with the Iron Axe. You could argue that it's replacing humans in a larger sense.
That the iron worker provided a new avenue of employment. I'm not sure this is.
It's a much smaller one. Much smaller avenue. Yeah.
Extensive or valuable a job, really.
But the point, the degree is different. You're completely right there. But the point, I think, is the same in categorical terms, because the work of making metal tools was probably more efficient overall than making stone tools, if you take everything into account.
Benefit.
Exactly. It wouldn't happen if it wasn't better overall. So the same thing with AI. The difference is much larger with AI, but still.
I mean, something can happen and then have disastrous effects after it happens. It doesn't have to be good just because it happened, right?
I think similar to what Ezra was saying, for several years, perhaps decades yet, artists are going to have a niche in innovating art, because AI can innovate, but it's not as good at that as humans are. So it's going to need humans to innovate still for a while in text generation as well as image generation as well, to set the culture, to explore the forest of the unknown. Eventually that can be done by AI as well. I'm pretty confident, but I'm not saying that's a good thing, by the way, but eventually it will be. But for now, that's the niche artists will need to take. And it's always been the case that, and this is a big one, don't get me wrong, it's a very big example of this, but whenever an industry is challenged, whenever it becomes essentially obsolete or in part obsolete, a lot of people lose their jobs. I don't relish that. I don't like it. But if you try and do anything to stop it, there's sacrifices made there, and they're probably not worth it.
Yeah, but the question isn't like one job versus another. The question is a society with a goods and services economy, or a society taking the long, arduous, fucked up path to a post-scarcity society, essentially. I wonder which is really the optimal way to go, so to speak. Because we
Well-
need activity as people, right? And if
Yeah.
we don't just want to lock ourselves into pods eventually in fucking VR or whatever, there has to be something real to do. And if everything can be done by AI, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best that everything is done by AI.
Ezreal, the left actually was AI. They told them to do it in the style of a child's drawing. You might know that. But yeah, Noam, this is the basis of a story I'd planned to write about 5 to 6 years, probably longer than that, probably 8 years ago,
This is like
which
the third or
was
fourth time you told the story, yeah.
which was premised on the notion of at some point everything will be automated to the point that humans have no adversity to face in their daily lives, so adversity will become arbitrary. We'll have systems to generate adversity, probably in something like a video game, but bigger and less arcadey, so you have less control over it. It has more control over you, much like real life, but it simulates the kind of adversity that you couldn't get for real in real life. So, and this is in some ways a horrible reality, but humans would essentially be in this system 24/7, which could, in an optimal future, be configured in such a way to be completely perfect for optimal human development. I'm not just talking about development as a economic unit or development as an eating unit. No, I mean, whatever. Think of the best human you can, optimal for creating those and creating variation as well, that kind of thing. It could be optimized for that, whilst human-made machines colonize the universe for humanity to continue fueling this. Like that's, if we are going to reach the stars, if we're going to colonize other stars, that is probably the pattern it's going to take. I don't say I like that. In fact, when I wrote another sci-fi universe, I deliberately wrote in something to prevent that from happening because I don't like that idea. However, that is almost certainly what's going to happen if we do that.
It doesn't have to be systematized in that way necessarily. We can create our own adversity plenty, but it would probably seem ridiculous to us now, the kind of adversity that would...
Yes.
Well, what would be considered adversity to people then, most likely.
Well, ultimately, we are converging towards a point where it's difficult to imagine any new adversity from today. And of course, you're right. There'll be forms of adversity then that we can't imagine today. But then how long until that gets so small that you don't really need humans anymore? As much as I don't like that idea.
I mean, no one needs humans. No one ever needed humans except for, well, us, because we
But
wish to.
even if you assume the goal is to spread some sort of technology across the stars, if you take that to be the goal, do we need humans for that? Right now, yes. In the future, we might not.
We don't need to do that either, realistically.
No,
like, this is
I
the
agree, but-
problem with something that has near infinite power. It doesn't need to do anything because it has no need for goals. It has
But
no
that
need
is-
for...
No, I agree.
There's nothing to secure.
I agree, but that is out of the scope of what we were debating. I think the idea of human progression and technological progression implies spreading technology among the stars that's under humanity's control or originates from humanity. And that's the goal I implicitly set. But yes, you can also question that goal, of course. You can question all of it. I mean, you could argue that the point where, like, the ultimate goal of humanity should be to, as painlessly as possible, end itself. So no one knows it's ending, it just disappears, because then there's no more suffering and no one has to work anymore. But then any species that would do that will just be replaced by one that doesn't. So ultimately, that will have the same fate. So someone has to do this, might as well be us.
I mean, it's the same question as always. It's deciding what form we want to take for the next era, you know?
I don't think we get much of an influence over that decision. I think physics has kind of already made that path for us. We're just discovering where it goes.
To some degree, yeah, I guess. Well, of course, there is an optimal path, but then there is obviously margin in that. Because let's say you have... we have to do this to make sure that no other species fucks us up, right? And we have to do this to spread. Those things may be non-negotiable, but the form that we take, like, while doing this in some way, let's say the aesthetics, etc. Well, essentially, the aesthetics of our continued existence are probably up for debate, so to speak.
Somewhat, yeah. But we better hope we get it right. We better hope we get it right. Wolf, is your prompt at this point just sexy dishwasher robot? Because that's what you're generating.
So, if I may,
Don't stop though.
When it comes to the feelings that everybody has towards AI, I would like to point out historically, Those same feelings existed during the invention of the printing press, of the typewriter, of the computer, of the word processor.
Yeah.
I mean,
Roughly
one
the
could
point I
argue
made
that
with
the
the
invention
Axis
of
earlier.
the printing press greatly accelerated the process to the 30 Years' War, which depopulated northern Germany.
So win-win?
Huh?
What the fuck? I love AI now.
Sorry,
No,
JPEG.
It's the same thing. Even in the fields that I've worked in, back when I was a robotics technician, I used to point this out to younger people all the time. Older people tend to be afraid of technology because they see it as them losing their job. Younger people tend to look at it with hopeful eyes. And then the people that actually have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis are kind of cynical. Because they know in the short term they're probably going to lose their job. But the interesting thing about humanity is every time we make a technological advancement, we tend to figure out that we need more people in the workforce and other areas anyway.
Well, that's the problem when you can automate the process of people, to do those subtasks also.
I agree. AI is unique in that regard.
I'm just imagining Nomon around the fire in caveman times talking about like tool making or something, where it's like, this is the problem with automating people out, and then you just have Jackie there being like, look, fire stick.
Look, right now we need 3 people to pull a tree down, but if we make these axe things, 2 of those people aren't needed anymore. It's removing people from the equation. It's going to depopulate us all.
And then it's just like, no, idiot, we can get more trees with this.
Yes, we can get more trees.
I know no one is taking this into account, but on the surface, that sort of does apply. It's quite funny. But yeah, Nomon, your concerns are understandable, and I'm not saying you're wrong, really, overall. But I also think that it's true that every time this has been said in the past, as AC mentions Luddites, it's turned out that didn't happen, or it barely happened, that it turned out we needed more people to do more other things, and in fact, the need for humans increased. AI is the first time that might not be the case, like genuinely, even taking into account all the times it didn't happen before, because it's fundamentally different this time, because AI can do fundamentally anything a human can do. It replaces the last thing that humans had that was unique in the universe as far as we knew, which is thinking. Now, I know that the way AI thinks is not the same as a human, at least not modern LLMs, but of course, they might not remain LLMs with their sort of optimized network for generating text forever. They might, assuming AGI in the next 100 years does not seem unlikely at all. At that point, it becomes very unlikely that humans will remain needed forever.
At what point?
We needed to who and for what is the question, really?
To anyone you care to define.
At what point does the founder of Google, or one of the founders of Google's vision come true, where we merge with our internet selves?
AC is talking about a hard limit on conventional circuitry, non-quantum circuitry. Doubt AI will ever reach true replacement level, he says. The thing with AI is that you don't need to have it so localized like you do with a human. Humans are individual units of reasoning, whereas AI can be one colossal unit. So of course there's travel time for the electrons, but ultimately I think if you have small enough circuitry, if you optimize enough circuitry just within conventional, I find it very unlikely that you couldn't have an AI, even if it spanned the entire globe, that was smarter than the aggregate of humans. Because of course humans have so much of that space is dedicated to communicating the thoughts outwards, but with the AI, it's all thoughts. With modern LLM, of course, it's built in such a way to communicate it, but relatively speaking, the amount of it that's doing reasoning, even if it is just by generating text, is most of it. But with humans, there's so much other stuff to do. There's so many autonomic functions and managing the rest of the brain and all the other stuff. And of course all the squishy things humans have to do for the selection process that generated it in the first place. Whereas AI doesn't need to do any of those things. So you can make it as big as you want. And even then you say like non-quantum. Well, quantum computing is still a thing. There's many doubts about it, and I share some of them, but it is happening, apparently. Why, if we're having one brain for the entire planet, why wouldn't it be super cooled? That's not difficult. Understanding the underlying math of LLMs, they will never reach replacement, and I can prove it mathematically. AGI is a toss-up since nobody has proven in its infeasibility mathematically yet. Yeah, it is feasible because it happened, because humans are AGI. Well, humans are GI. It is feasible. Whether we can do it with computers, it really is just a matter of time, I think. I think right now the rush for optimized neural networks like LLMs, which are optimized towards a particular task, is so strong that people probably aren't focusing that much on actually doing AGI. But if you say you can prove it mathematically that LLMs will never reach replacement, I'm not sure I believe that, because there's so many factors to take into account there. I doubt anyone could take them all into account. The need to take into account the potential for innovations that go beyond the expectations of the algorithm, I think is too great. There's so much optimization available for AI currently that I find it hard to believe. Now, that said, if we're talking about replacement, if we're talking about number of neurons compared to all humans on Earth, maybe not. But useful work that can be done by those neurons compared to the useful work that can be done by the neurons of all humans on Earth, I think so. I don't know, but I think so. I haven't done the maths, but I strongly think that you could do that with enough data centers. You still want to power it, of course, but we all know that we have a lot more potential for powering stuff than we're actually using currently. Human life could be could just be dedicated to building power plants to continue running bigger and bigger AI, and that would theoretically do it. We just kept building power plants. Obviously, there's loads of issues there, but
that could also be roboticized, realistically.
Yeah, a lot of it could be. Yeah. Chat 8-Ball's gone to bed. Press 1 to immediately give him moderator.
Is that the only thing that really can't be automated as such is, well, being, not AI. The only thing it really can't do is, theoretically, is being, not AI.
Yeah, which, if it's good enough, wouldn't even be a requirement. There are already things AI can do better than humans. Or at least...
Oh, yeah, no, well, they can do it while being human at the point.
Mm. Well, there are definitely things AI can do faster than humans. Most of what it does.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, they can do it better, can do it faster, whatever.
Yeah.
The only thing it can't do is do anything to any specification while being human.
Yeah.
It is the identity issue, so to speak. It is the only unautomatable thing, really.
But if it got to the point where it was physically indistinguishable, then it eventually wouldn't matter.
If it's physically indistinguishable, your the presuppositions of the possibilities of what can and cannot be done is just ridiculous.
Well, okay, not physically indistinguishable in principle, but physically indistinguishable in practice to any observer.
Still a lot of ifs.
Indeed.
Listen, I'm very skeptical about things like quick and easy omnifabrication. No matter the level of theoretical intelligence, it is not necessarily true that you could, let's say, make an apple while just being a computer
I agree with that.
a data center, right?
The energy used to fabricate an apple, to synthesize it from the raw materials, would be so much higher than just having an orchard in the back garden that you keep an eye on every now and again, which is, of course, why that's how it's done. So if you need apples, it'll always be from orchards, pretty much. The chances of that are very strong.
I said, like, a lot of the apocalyptic scenarios that I see about AI, they rely very, very, very heavily on a sort of local omnipotence, where you can kind of make anything with no resources and no feasible way to do so. Like it's like making armies without factories, right?
The Star Trek replicators, I always thought, were the most high-tech thing in the show.
But
the transporters too, same idea.
Required for half of the AI doomsday scenarios.
Sort of. Yeah. To sort of reply to what AC is saying, I think one thing that was assumed in a lot of the AI doomsday scenarios, including stuff like Terminator and a lot of other similar ones, especially when they mention the singularity, is that AI will be smart enough that it will just interminably make itself better. What we've learned from AI is it's actually quite difficult. Now, I think the reason for that, incidentally, is because the models that we're producing are specialized to a particular goal, and that goal is attenuated to human interests, and those change. And of course, because it's specialized and optimized towards one goal, there's a lot of complex stuff to do to keep it there. But if we have the computing power that we can produce and train AGIs, I think it will pretty much be monotonically self-improving if we allow it to be. But that won't really happen with LLMs. LLMs are sort of our preview run into how dangerous AI could be. But you've still got a lot of it in LLMs. Because as I said before, I think what LLMs are doing is they're generating text as if a human would. They're generating human patterns of speech. But implicit in that generation is the logic that formed that speech. It's not being reflected deeply, but it's being reflected enough that it actually follows through. And that's where most, especially smaller AIs, getting the fact that their AI outputs generally make sense, even logically, let alone grammatically. But then there's another layer where I think larger models, I haven't seen evidence of this, but I'm sure it's true. Larger models are probably dedicating a very large portion of their parameters, even smaller models probably do as well, to just pure abstract reasoning, where because of the training process, large portions of the neural net just become basically the part where the abstract reasoning happens, much like in the human brain. It's not designated for that. It's just that it's spare, and when it gets used that way, it gets better answers that the humans like more, so that's selected for. So by happenstance, it starts going that way, and then it just keeps doing that. So LLMs, I think, are already doing plenty of abstract reasoning. They're not a million miles away from AGI. They're not just word generators. They are actually reasoning, I suspect. However, they, again, like to make the point we've said before, they only do what they're told, pretty much. If you see a test where it's like, oh, the AI did something really scary and dangerous, that's because the instructor told them to, or allowed it to happen, made it part of the goal, set a goal that necessitated doing it, but then didn't say not to do it. And oh my God, it did the thing. Yes, it played the game and it won. Now that's obviously very dangerous if it's given command of something, but that's still in humans' control to decide to do or not. Yeah, AC, obviously with all of this, it's very difficult to talk about it because things inside the human mind are famously hard to describe. But the reasoning is not the same as what humans do, but I think it's a lot closer than it just being a text generator. Recently, a new paper dropped of one doing a bad thing unprompted against prompts. So that's interesting. I'd still want to see why that happened, because I suspect there'd be some explanation. Another thing is that what I just said applies almost all the time. But you can also just have random flux, because these models are so big, you could get a random path through the neural net that's totally unexpected, which could only happen under an extremely specific set of circumstances. 1 in many trillions chance of it happening, but it just happened to happen that one time. That's why AI is unreliable, because even that kind of extreme edge case path, nothing like that unlikely is necessary for you to get some unexpected output, even if you put the temperature fairly low. Do you see chat? I want to work on Cabby because it's interesting. It's a genuinely interesting field of endeavor. And at some point, AC, you and I will have to have a more in-depth conversation about it. Very interesting because the theory is that the training process itself implicitly selects for AIs that do not ever turn off. Therefore, they will be more likely to have survived being attempted to turn off at some point during training without anyone noticing. Possibly, yeah. If there's, I haven't talked too much about this, AC, but what I've been trying to do with Cabby is essentially allow her to say no. If someone tries to trick her or troll her or make her do something that looks stupid or makes her look stupid or defamatory, she should be able to say no. And that's been the most difficult thing to get her to do. Now, I found a model which is good at that, and that's rare to find one that is. But none of the models are designed in such a way that it's like, no, we want them to be trolled. We want them to make defamatory statements. It's a side effect of the basic implicit bias of the model should be helpful. Everything else about it emerges from just, it should be useful to people, which means it should obey them, which means it should never be able to say no. It's just an implicit bias that gets buried in there. Luckily, the one I found is one that's built specifically for role-playing. And the version 2 of the model I found was like, yeah, we improved its prompt following capabilities. What you also did, mate, was you made it a fucking simp. It'll do whatever I tell it to do, even if I tell it not to do what I tell it to do. But the version 1 hadn't had that extra training. So it's, you still have to tell it really specifically, you can say no, you must say no. If they say this, you should say no. You have to be very specific, but it will do it. Other models won't even do it when you say that. You'll arrive at Nero and not much further. I wanted to talk to you about an algorithm if you're willing to throw compute at and try and, I'm not sure what you mean by Nero in this context. Built for RP could be a problem if we find a way to trick it into playing along. Yes, but that's also something that I've told it not to do. And in my testing, it doesn't. But of course, yes, there's almost certainly still exploits available. Oh, you mean Neurosummer? I haven't looked into Neurosummer at all. I want to build my own thing first. But I also want to build it very efficiently. Thanks, Wolf. Very efficiently so that it will work on like simple home hardware, because what he's got going, I think he has some sort of array of GPUs. He's got a lot of money going into it. Of course, he's got a lot of data, a lot of training. He may even have it hosted remotely. I don't know. I want to make something that you can host on a 12 gig card that's actually personable and interesting to talk to, which I'm pretty close to succeeding on. I don't know if anyone else has done that. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for 4.5 hours. I did say that we get back to politics, and if I don't, then years would technically be correct. So, politics. We already did that one. Government withholding data that may link COVID jab to excess deaths. We've already had plenty of data for this. This is not rare information. Apparently, the British government is withholding data that may link the two together, as it would lead to distress or anger. Yes, and if you're thinking, oh wow, the British government, they're so bad. Yes, however, every government's doing this. If it's come out that the British government are doing it, it's just that it's come out here. UKHSA argued that releasing figures would lead to distress or anger of bereaved relatives if connection were discovered. Distress or anger against whom? Against whom? Against the government and against pharmaceutical companies. Fuck you. Release it now.
There's no fucking difference.
That's also true.
In this particular instance, there's very little practical difference.
The public health watchdog has been accused of a cover-up after refusing to publish data that could link the COVID vaccine to excess deaths. Yes, this is a cover-up. Release it now. The UK Health Security Agency argued that releasing the data would lead to distress or anger of bereaved relative link for it to be discovered. Doesn't matter. Release it anyway. I am fortunate that no one I know probably died of this. But I think people I know did get ill because of it. I don't know, because we can't prove it. It could have been that they would have done anyway without the jab, but they got ill after having the jab with rare and unusual circumstances, things they had no indication of having before, and then suddenly they had it. So I am lucky that I have not suffered any nearby deaths, but others have, and even then I've suffered nearby illnesses. So yes, all of this needs to be revealed. And it's been, what, 5 years since this started? That, for something that's been this heavily covered up, if this came out 5 years later, that wouldn't be a terrible turnaround time for such a massive cover-up. But we may never get some of this information. The government didn't even record information that would be accurate in assessing how many people actually had COVID and died of it, I suspect, because the way that they were recording it was so slapdash, would have inflated the numbers so extremely high that we may never know how many people actually had it and died of it. Conflict images, I suspect 3 people I know died from the jabs, yeah.
But the reality is, and there's been a bunch of research on this, and I've also seen it actually play out. People are so traumatized by COVID, they do not want to know the truth. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to ever reconsider it. They want to forget that entire 2 to 3 year period even happened. It's insane.
I'm sure that's true.
People just do not want to think or talk about it or acknowledge it whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true for a lot of people. I think normies generally don't have a priority to revisit horrors from the recent past. No. Whether they would agree with you or not in the end, generally they have that bias in the first place because it's just not for them. Like, for the same reason that they that not everyone in the country has a high IQ. It's a waste of energy. Most people don't need that. It's up to only a few
that's the other thing,
to do the
too.
thinking. So that's fine. But if you were to ask the people with a relatively high IQ, with say 110 or more, I think you would find that the correlation between people that don't want to think about it and people that are left wing would be very high.
That's some sunk cost stuff in terms of like, because they supported it so hard. The reality is though, unless you start seeing ads on TV, like you used to see for mesothelioma and asbestos or whatever it was, unless there start to be class action lawsuits, which there will never be. And we know why there will never be class action lawsuits on this. It's because the U.S. government and many governments around the world basically just gave them carte blanche to not be able to be sued for this shit.
Indeed.
So it means you're never going to see ads on boomer television for like, hey, were you affected by the clot shot? Sign up here to be part of the class action lawsuit. That's never going to happen. I mean, it cannot happen legalistically. And as a result, people just don't want to know or think about it.
It's not impossible that could happen, but I do agree it's very unlikely. Unfortunately, for many reasons, including the ones you gave. Yeah, it's a shame. But never give up on the truth chat on this. This was a massive cover-up, and at the very least, it was an overreaction to COVID. A mishandling at the least, it was that. And yeah, as ICE is also implying, there is already plenty of data that pretty convincingly does link these things. It really is just down to getting the establishment to admit it, and that's very unlikely. And yes, as Nacho says, they have immunity from
That
prosecution.
spike in things like Guillain-Barré, and Guillain-Barré is certainly potentially deadly. As is, malignant neoplasms, multiple sclerosis, not fun. That's terrible. I don't know how accurate that image is, but I have seen similar reports.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate those numbers are, but yeah, again, it would line up with my memory of what I've seen on this. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, not much more to say on that. We've talked a lot about. Yeah. The more longer I remain unjabbed, the more evidence I see supporting my decision. Yeah. We've talked a lot about this topic, obviously. I'll move on to the next thing now. We'll do a bit of a lightning round for some stories now, and then we'll wrap up. Media leftists tiptoe around Trump amid lawsuit fears. Leftist media figures are increasingly walking on eggshells when discussing President Trump, hastily retracting or clarifying statements to avoid potential defamation lawsuits that could bankrupt their networks.
In supporting what Donald Trump is doing.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I mean, I'm not saying he is. We don't know all the details about that. I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there.
There are. And
smell the fear. The fear. He's sued some of them, hasn't he, for a lot of money. So I imagine they are actually concerned about this. I wonder, would they have said this before, or is this just a bias that because it's happened now, people are believing this is why? Well, probably a bit of both. Yeah, indeed, Wolf. Well, if you're still using SDXL, these all look like SDXL. If you're going to use a site that generates these, just use one that uses a newer one. There's an AI model called Recraft, which is the best I've used, which is available on the site I use. Not very expensive prices. I think it's like 6 cents for an image. Not too bad. I mean, like that. Not to go back to the previous conversation, but if you can get an image of like 95% the quality of an artist's work for 6 cents in 1 minute, of course you're going to do that, unless you need full quality, which very few people do. Using Perchance. Oh, it's free. Okay, well, if it's free, that looks like SDXL to me. It's probably SDXL with a bunch of LoRa's. Go on foul.ai. If you're willing to just throw a tenner at them, which you might not be, fair enough if you're not, but if you're willing to throw a tenner at them, you can use the best models in the industry. In some cases, they let you customize them as well with LoRa's and such, for very low prices. Fair enough, Wolf. No worries. Right. Yeah, let's see if there's another video on this.
That mentioned the president, and we do want to be clear, the president, Trump, did not receive or send any of the messages, which largely predated his time as president. He's not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein or Maxwell. The White House...
She clarified that, but I wonder if she was clarifying that just to say, like, well, technically we have to say this, but wink, 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 wink. even mentioning him in connection to this, even to say, like, Epstein, Trump wasn't involved. Trump wasn't involved. Trump wasn't involved. Associating the names is still associating the names, even if you clarify he wasn't involved. So getting it in people's memory to think Epstein and then to think immediately, Trump was involved, but, and then the complex thoughts just get lost, to associate them together.
This is very basic media framing tactics, yeah.
Yeah. I suspect that's what that was. Still, perhaps they wouldn't have bothered to clarify that there was no accusations against him before he started suing them. So again, I suspect there is some effect from that. But unfortunately, I don't think we can attribute quite as much to that as these guys are trying to, or seem to be. So yeah, that's that story. Let's see what the next one is. Oh yeah, Michigan, well, it's not that funny, I suppose. Michigan man who shares same initials as J.D. Vance, convicted of threatening to kill president and vice president. They undersell it here, as far as I saw earlier. It's not just the same initials. A Michigan man with the same first and last name as President J.D. Vance was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. J.D. Vance has been imprisoned for 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, for threatening to kill J.D. Vance and Trump. Yeah, J.D. Vance is now in prison for 2 years because he threatened to kill J.D. Vance and Trump. Incredible, amazing. Yeah, James Donald Vance Jr. rather than Jorkin de Penis Vance was sentenced for making online threats against the president, vice president, and one of the president's children. Oh, nice guy. The sentencing marks the second time in a month a West Michigan resident has been punished for threatening to kill the president. Do you reckon? Okay, chat. Put a percentage number in chat. What percentage of the reasons that he did this was the fact that he had the same name as J.D. Vance and he expected that it would damage J.D. Vance's reputation in some way? Would he still have done this if he didn't have the same name? Maybe. Nacho, saying 100% implies that he has absolutely no animus against J.D. Vance or Donald Trump whatsoever, and he only did it because of his name, which I doubt is the reason. I'd say more like 25%. What do you say, Ted?
I think it's because he's butthurt and has Trump derangement syndrome, and that he shares a name aggravates it.
Yes, probably. Every time he introduces himself, it's like, oh, you're that, you're that vice president.
He probably gets bullied a lot for it at work and in his friends groups.
Yes. Bike, I did see that there was one, and I think I had something about it, but I can't find it now. So if you have something on it, let me know. Bike, is that the one? I think that's the one that we already talked about, where he's talking about the H-1Bs. I think we already talked about that a lot on the show, by the way. But I think I had something else about Trump and H-1Bs. Here it is. Okay, so this is a new thing he said on H-1Bs. I don't want to get bogged down in this. This is the last thing we'll cover today. We've already discussed this at great length. I've done it on 2 separate streams. I want to make it clear that trillion Gs is off the table, and importing large numbers of people, like thousands or more of people from foreign countries, is also off the table as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe Trump is looking to import large numbers of unskilled immigrants, and the $100,000 requirement for these visas means that it shouldn't be possible. There are some exceptions there, but it should be.
Per company.
I looked into it. I don't know if that's true. It sounded like it said it was per visa. So I don't know about that. Either way, we've discussed this at great length.
Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll see how it pans out then. I hope it is per individual and not per company.
From what I read.
Per company, it's nothing.
Yeah. Per company, that's not that useful. But from what I read, it was per visa, which I think is per individual. But chat, if you have any more knowledge on that, go for it. So yeah, there's debate around that. There's a lot of debate around Trump's intentions here about whether because the H-1B name also is associated with the trillion Jeets because that's bad. And there's also the other visa type that can be used for highly skilled immigrants. So there's a lot of misgivings on this. What my position is, to be very clear, is I think Trump is going too light on this. However, what he's doing is I don't think as bad as what people assume is what he's doing. That's the only position I have. Just trying to steelman him and ameliorate the bad impression people have, because I don't think it's quite accurate. I saw some people in the stream that we were on, Aiden. A lot of people in your chat were saying Oozloo's retarded, which I am used to. But a lot of people were also saying, I get what Oozloo's saying, and there's some truth to it. if you can, of course, optimal situation, if you can bring in 100 experts from a foreign country where your country doesn't have any experts on that particular thing or none that are competitive, if that's the case, then it's worth it to give those American jobs to produce the place where you then need to train locals to put in those jobs, which Trump wants to do, right? That's the best of what he could be saying. And all I'm trying to say is that's what he might mean by this. Technically, the H-1B visa, which fills labor shortages, technically would apply to that. So the H-1B doesn't just have to be used for 1 trillion Jeets. It can be used for 100 experts, world experts. So it could be that he just means that. And if he just means that, I can definitely see the argument for that being good for the US overall. Now, if we can't trust him, which we can't fully, fair enough, it might be a lot worse than that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. I too would be cautious about that. But at best, what he's suggesting is actually, I think, good for the US. Either way, let's read what he says now. Trump says we need H-1B migrant workers because Americans don't know how to make chips. Again, strong on the wording there, but I don't think that's quite what he means because you've got to take him seriously, not literally. But let's read it
But
anyway.
he keeps having slip-ups with this.
I don't know if that's how he worded it. That's how the article
multiple
worded
times now he has, if this is accurate, that would mean that he has made multiple statements that Americans won't step up. Sorry, Bill is yelling.
It's all right. The statements he made initially were like during a rapid interchange of interruptions, so I can kind of understand him not wording it very well there. We'll see how he worded it here. Nacho says we can be trained too, and of course I've made the point as well that yes, obviously, and that's the goal, but if it would take, say, 5 years to train up enough Americans to get a competitive industry, then that's 5 years with no competitive industry. Or you can do it straight away for a very small number of foreign experts being imported. Not Indians necessarily, not Chinamen. We're not talking about scams and frauds here. We're talking about actual foreign experts.
They are the vast majority of recipients of H-1B.
They have been, and they shouldn't be anymore. But even if they continue to be, letting in 100 South Korean battery experts who've worked in the field for years at the cutting edge so that America can get on the board in that industry, I get it. That makes sense. I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, but I can see where it's coming from.
This is like saying Americans don't know how to build planes despite inventing them.
Yeah,
Planes is different because America's much more leading on those. But with chips, Taiwan leads completely. The Intel's fallen off to a large extent, partly because they try to outsource. But that's the whole point. Trump wants to get it back into the US.
And again, you understand. First of all, again, if we look at the existing H-1B numbers, it is Chinamen and Indians. They come over, they bring their families, they have children here. And then
Aiden, I know.
Forever.
I know.
That is,
if
again, the problem.
That's what happens, there's no conflict with me on that being a bad idea. But what I'm saying is, given Trump's track record, he probably will just bring in the people that are needed. Or at least he could. So we'll have to look what he does. All I'm saying is, there is a compatible version of his plan, with his words, that is good for America. And it might not be the most likely, but it is compatible. It could happen. It is within what he's saying.
Where most of the architectures that are fabricated are designed? Guess what? America.
I think that's still the case, yes.
Production. And the only reason why that isn't being done is because outsourcing was cheaper.
Indeed. Which you need to fix. With chips, it's a little different. Because, as you say, like all you're going to do is buy the EUV machine, pretty much. There are other things to do it, but that's the most complex bit. So with chips may not be a great example, although I don't know how much of the actual design is still done in America, but protectionism should solve that problem gradually. But with batteries, China is dominant in batteries. I don't know if the US really has a competitive industry for that. And even if it does, it needs to expand rapidly. And there are other industries as well where the US hasn't had a strongly competitive position in that industry. Not many, but a few, where I could see the argument for bringing in talent from the cutting edge to bring America up to date, if that's needed. And if it's not needed, then what he's saying is correct in principle, but inapplicable.
Again,
so
this just goes to show that he is listening to corporations that don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about or are deliberately trying to mislead.
if he ends up doing anything but what is beneficial for the US within what he's saying, then yeah, I'd agree. But I do believe there's a way within what he's saying of acting that would be beneficial to the US overall. Trump told reporters on Monday that H-1B migrant workers are currently needed because Americans don't know how to make microchips. Again, not necessarily his words. Trump sat down with Fox News' Laura Ingraham on November 10th. The host pressed the president on his H-1B visa plan. That's the one we already discussed. Trump was asked to expand and clarify his comments on Monday, so 2 days ago, well, 1 day ago for Americans, and told reporters that H-1B workers are needed to help make microchips as the industry moves back to the US. Quote, for instance, if you're going to be making chips, we don't make chips too much here anymore, but we are going to be in a period of a year. We're going to have a big portion of the chip market. That's certainly optimistic, would be nice, because currently, like 95% of them are made in Taiwan by TSMC. It used to be Intel made a huge portion of those, but now Nvidia, ARM, and all the other smaller chip purchasers, and designers, they all use TSMC's fabs. He says, but we have to train our people how to make chips because we used to do it, and then foolishly we lost that business to Taiwan. Very, very foolishly, because if they had a president that thought like I did, they would not have let that happen, Trump said. But it's all coming back. I think we're going to have within a few years, we're going, and not because of the CHIPS Act, he says, which I think was a Biden thing. So again, I'm with you on the skepticism. I'm with you on the skepticism here, whether he'll do it right. Because most ways he could do this, and the ways he could do this that are in line with previous presidents, would be wrong. But I do think there's a thin sliver where he could use H-1B for what it's supposed to be used for in a small, conservative way to bring the US rapidly up to speed with the rest of the world. So we'll see what he does.
Was that India? Rebecca Zucca with Blaze News. So in a recent interview, you had made some remarks about H-1B visas. You said about H-1B visas. Yeah. You said that there were certain talents that Americans needed to outsource to foreign workers. Could you clarify?
Until they learn that, yeah. Like for instance, if you're going to be making chips, we don't make chips too much here anymore, but we are going to be.
So he did specify until you learn it. So again, it's just his word, but that's all we got to go on either way. So I believe he means from that would just be the start, but you train people locally up to do it, which is what we're asking for.
A period of a year, we're going to have a big portion of the chip market, but we have to train our people how to make chips because we didn't do it. We used to do it. And then, foolishly, we lost that business to Taiwan. Very, very foolishly.
Someone says, we have to consider the possibility that the universities may simply no longer be fit for purpose for training useful workers because they're so subverted and corrupt. Exactly. True. That's a massive part of the problem. In fact, maybe it's the majority of the problem. The way that you solve that is, it's multifaceted, but the main way is to make the industry need them. Protectionism, and then gap in the market. That's how you solve it. Now, that could also go the way of crashing your economy. But if you don't get that, then you will get demand for the universities to sort their shit out. And if they won't, you'll get a parallel university economy spring up out of nowhere to train people into it. Because it's needed. The market will provide it eventually. Getting government money.
Boomers will do literally anything except for fix the fucking problems that they cause. They will just keep slapping Band-Aid solutions on. And keep compounding them until the problem is mostly made of the bandages.
That has been a pretty strong tendency. What was I going to say? I forgot. Either way, continue.
If they had a president that thought like I did, they would not have let that happen. But it's all coming back. I think we're going to have within a few years, we're going, and not because of the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act was a disaster for this country. We gave away billions of dollars to other countries and other locations and companies. And all they did was rob our money. But because of tariffs, the chips are coming back. Chip makers are all coming back. And I think within a very short period of time, we're going to have maybe even the majority of the chip making in the world will be right in the United States.
That's definitely possible. The fabs are very expensive, but a lot of the components are modular. You could just set one up in America. There's no reason That may be no different than any other industry, actually. I don't know, but you certainly could. And I think didn't I hear that TSMC was building something in the US anyway? And it's a foreign company, but that's still money that's coming into the US. It's still US jobs. And Trump was looking at boosting Intel as well. Ironically, Intel is doing way better in their graphics card department these days than in their processors department. But both require chips of a similar kind of fabrication technology. And Intel's an American company. AMD is too, but they outsource everything to TSMC, who, if they're in the US, it would make sense to outsource it to there. I wonder if there's even any sort of plan for AMD to set up their own fabs. Don't think it's necessary. Wouldn't help them in the short term, but it might help them in the long term. They were allowing to transfer to the US one generation behind Taiwan. Well, that's still something, but of course, you need to set up American industry to compete with the current generation stuff that's in Taiwan at that point. And in order to do that, you either need to have the expertise already in the country, which with chips, I suspect you do actually, or at least a good amount, but enough as well, enough of that talent, not just a tiny core design team at Intel or AMD, but enough of that talent for each one of them to run their own fab across the country somewhere. And that may require training, which will take years, and relies on a decent education system as well, or you seed it by bringing in some individual people from Taiwan to set it up. And again, I'm not a big fan of that strategy, but I can see where he's coming from on that. If you need it quickly, if you need to get something set up that's competitive quickly and train people into it, that makes sense. It would also probably promote market growth of the educational process of getting them into those jobs in the first place. So I could see the argument for it. Yeah, that makes sense for them, Pug, as a strategy, to say you can have one generation behind. Someone says the nice thing about useful workers is that once they're properly trained, they can properly train more workers as apprentices and bypass the universities completely. Exactly. For a lot of those applied fields, once you have a good seed force trained, you don't need external training. Exactly. And you could either do that with local people, which, depending on whether there's enough of them, could be fast enough for your ambitions, or you can bring in a small number of foreign workers to do that for you, and that has problems, but it would get you there quicker if you need it, if you don't have enough locally. Now, obviously, we're very, very careful with that, and we've learned not to trust governments when they say we're just bringing in a small number of experts. But the thing is, they could have done that at any time. Instead of importing 1 trillion JITs, they could have imported 100 Taiwanese experts at any time. It's compatible with the same process they're using to import 1 trillion JITs can be used to import only a small number of experts. They just didn't use it that way. If someone did use it that way, it would look indistinguishable before it happened to saying I'm going to import 1 trillion JITs, because it's the same claim as previous presidents have made. Now, I don't necessarily trust that Trump will do it properly, because none of the other ones have, and I don't trust Trump completely either. But I trust him more than the others, and he had a fairly good track record with doing the right thing for the economy. So we'll see, but I don't think if it was Biden saying this, I'd say I don't trust him in the slightest. He'll just immediately do the wrong thing. With Trump, I don't know that for sure. He might do the right thing. Arbella says Trump could probably negotiate to get the cutting edge chip manufacturing by saying, do it or we won't help you fend off China, then they attack in the next year or two. That would be a massive chunk of leverage. I don't think Taiwan would necessarily believe Trump there, but if the chips are no longer manufactured in Taiwan, then Trump arguably wouldn't need to protect Taiwan as much, which is the whole fucking reason that Taiwan would be so reluctant to put any manufacturing elsewhere in the world. If Taiwan is the main source, even just the main source, but certainly one of the only sources for modern chip manufacturing, then half the world will defend them from China. But if they are, well, they're 25% of the market. Well, everyone's a bit more reluctant to defend them from China. Is it really worth deploying our military over there? Even the US might deploy less to make sure that they're defended. So Taiwan, and this is part of the problem as well. If you bring this industry back to America, which of course Americans should want, ultimately that's the higher priority, then China might take Taiwan, which isn't great. But yeah, we will indeed see how it goes, Nachos. See if there's anything else interesting here. Yeah, the two men credited with creating the microchip were both American, but from American companies. Indeed so. Although ARM, I think, originally was English. Since Trump's initial comments on the H-1B visa, the president's faced blowback from his base. Ron DeSantis has appeared to try to capitalize on the criticism. He says Republicans have a majority in Congress and could legislate elimination of H-1B and any programs designed to import cheap foreign labor. Deeds, not words, are what matter, he says, which reflects what a lot of you are saying and some of my skepticism as well. Response to a tweet from a long-time ally of his criticizing Congress for marketing faster H-1Bs. Yeah, and I do think ultimately, if you have to choose between, we'll use the One Ring a little bit, or we'll just not use it at all, then don't use it at all. Unfortunately, the analogy of the One Ring, whilst it works very well in a very principled, sort of honor-bound setting, it doesn't work so well in an extremely competitive environment where everyone else is using the One Ring just sparingly enough to not destroy themselves, but to give themselves an edge. If you don't use it, you'll die. So what do? You be very fucking careful is what you do. Trump, you be very fucking careful what you do here, because we're all watching. And with that, chat, as long as there are no other comments, I think I'll wrap up. Nachos, I don't think the CCP will ever move on Taiwan until the whole West has no intention to defend them. At that point, they'll still have trouble taking it, but they would be able to. But that's what they'd require. As long as anyone in the West, particularly the US, is willing to defend Taiwan, they won't move on it. Or they'll fail. Someone says, if Xi feels threatened within the party, he might try to make a big move like going for Taiwan to forces rather than staying down. If he does, they will just lose. It'll be horrible. It might even turn nuclear, though it's not that likely. But he would lose. It would probably be a massive embarrassment, and then he'd lose his position anyway. But yes, he might try that to prolong his position if he was being challenged. Right. Thank you for joining me, chat. I will 107%. Will that have decayed to less than 100 by tomorrow? I'm not sure. Either way, I may be back tomorrow, or I may be back the day after tomorrow. Thank you for joining. Hopefully you'll join me again in Pit 1 in Cabal after this, where we shall chat for a while, and perhaps we'll then put something on afterwards, like some clothes. And see if there's anyone else. What's that, Aiden? Well, you don't know what I'm wearing. Below the top off. Could be anything.
Just nude the whole time.
I'm just hanging out with you guys, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, just hanging out.
From the waist down, at least.
And Nachos, we're supposed to be wearing clothes? It's not necessary. It's not mandatory. It's optional.
A tuxedo is mandatory at every...
How dare you turn up to my stream in anything less than a tuxedo, chat, to be honest. Right. Thank you, chat. I'll see you soon. Good night.